This novel was requested by Titus of Mormor Clan. Story - Understanding is stronger than a sword. There is no magic without any weapons. But this is the story of a man who wishes to live safely. So, I've come to a different world. That man stood alone in a mountain full of plants and creatures that he never knew nor saw before. He goes down the mountain by avoiding encounters with a big slime, and bandits, and is caught as a suspicious person in the castle he reaches. In interrogation, the female knight Ilias met at the imprisoned place. When talking about the bandits seen in the mountain, Ilias, who was stuck in the search for said bandits, hurriedly strikes the bandits. My wish to be a hero, or to build a harem. I just want to live in a safe place. A story that such a man survives the different world with understanding as a weapon. Genre - Action Adventure Comedy Fantasy Harem Psychological Romance. Yes, and so, I have come to an Isekai. Normally, it is a basic of Isekai reincarnations to show a flashback scene about how you got to the Isekai from your normal lifestyle, but it is an embarrassing story to tell others, so I will be omitting it here. I will provide the information that I was a Japanese man from Earth, but anything else would be a breach of privacy. No. This isn't the time to be pulling out that prologue here. The explanation for my current situation. I am inside a forest in an Isekai. The end. I was inside a forest by the time I noticed. No, I might be in a mountain with a lush forest and delicate inclination. By the way, the reason why I can tell it is an Isekai is because of the trees in front of me. Their faintly transparent trunks that let me peek at the scenery on the other side and the leaves shining dimly. Such a magical forest covered my whole field of vision. Would such a place exist on Earth? If it exists, please tell me the place. I am thinking about visiting that place in my retirement. By the way, it has been about 20 minutes since I have been standing here dumbstruck. 5 minutes being moved at such a wondrous sight, 5 minutes of becoming calm and beginning to think, 5 minutes where I began thinking this is not Earth, right? Could it possibly be an Isekai? And 5 minutes of me looking at the trees again to relax my heart. It is about time I begin acting. First order of business would be to check my own state. No wounds on my body. No fantasy signs such as suddenly having a deformity or a sigil. Can't feel overflowing mana, possessions. None. I omitted it, but I was actually in the middle of taking out the trash outside my house. So I didn't have anything. Not even my cell phone or my wallet with coins and bills from Earth. Well, I only had one bill though. Anyways, I was simply sent here all of a sudden, but it doesn't seem like there's any effect elsewhere. There's no Isekai reincarnation bonus. No, thinking about it calmly, I haven't died, so this is not a reincarnation but an Isekai transfer. It seems to be night. It is pitch dark above the trees. I also see a star several times bigger than the moon I see in Japan. I can tell something akin to a phase of the moon, so it might be a satellite just like the moon, and the fact that I can see a satellite would make it safe to assume that this planet has a similar solar system just like Earth. The chances of Earth coming to be were astronomically low to begin with. It would be extremely convenient for there to be a different planet that fulfills those same conditions. Isn't it bad to walk in a forest at night? A method to know the direction at night is to check the celestial bodies, but I am in an Isekai, so the stars are aligned differently. I can find at least the Orion constellation and the Big Dipper, but they are obviously not there. Thinking about it calmly, even if I were to have a grasp of the cardinal points, I don't know the location of the settlements, so I wouldn't know where to head to. In that case, isn't it okay to just move forward? Fortunately, the grass around here is luminescent, so the nights here might be safer than the ones in the forests on Earth. I should praise myself for taking out the trash in sneakers instead of slippers. What I have learned after moving forward for around 1 hour. This is not a forest but a mountain. I found changes in elevation as I went on, and when I looked back, the shape of a mountain was slowly getting clearer. As I speculated before, this is a mountain with a gentle slope, and it seems my starting point was close to the top of the mountain. My objective for now should be to get down from this mountain. Next would be to find a river. What I have been thinking of while walking was of course how to survive. I do intend to hang on with nuts as my food source and evening dew as moisture. but there will be a limit as I am not a seasoned survivor. I am honestly scared of drinking raw water, but that's my last resort. Finding a river is mostly to decide where to head to rather than for a water supply. There's nothing I can do if this planet is completely uninhabited, but if there's civilization and people in it, a river would become a foundation. Even famous civilizations in ancient times flourished from cultivations centered around rivers that carried an abundance of nourishment. I want to believe this is a shared rule between worlds. But a problem has happened since coming here, I said in an extremely low voice, far off the distance. There's Yum. A bear, a super big bear. The bears I have seen at the zoo don't even have an overall length of 2 meters. But this one is around 4 meters. Were you nocturnal? Ah, this forest is bright after all. This shouldn't be any issue for you. It is around 20 meters ahead, but I can see it clearly. Man, I really can see it clearly with how bright it is. It is looking over here. It has seen me. I was having the rare experience of my spine freezing as I pondered. Play dead? I would just be presenting him with a meal. Run? The bear is on the down slope. If I were to run away in the opposite direction, I would be challenging the bear to its specialty, which is an upwards chase. Fight? Haha, I wouldn't want to even with a hunting gun. Even at that time, the bear-san was growling as it moved slowly towards me. Think and bring out an answer quickly. Right. This method. And Nizu to MITU? The bear roared. Looks like he doesn't forgive poor Western imitations. I can't run away at once. My legs are trembling so much I can't move. The bear must have recognized me as an easy meal. It rushed, or not. The bear was suddenly swallowed by a yellowish-green liquid that poured on it. This liquid that easily swallowed up a giant 4-meter bear must have high viscosity. It didn't spread on the ground and was trying to turn spherical. The shrill screams of the bear and chill-inducing sounds were being made from inside the liquid as the inside gradually dyed black. Blood. The blood of the bear is mixing with the liquid, making it look black. The liquid is consciously consuming the bear. A slime. There's barely anyone who doesn't know about this if they have played fantasy role-playing games. What's in front of me is exactly that. It doesn't have cute eyes and mouth like that one famous game, and it is clearly not a small fry monster that only gives 1 experience point. The desperate death cries of the bear echoed in the forest as it tried to escape from inside the slime. But that cry of his was drowned by the slime invading its mouth. Cough cough. This ghastly sight of a bear being consumed right in front of my very eyes with no emotion whatsoever was making me want to vomit. I might have straight up vomited if it had been after eating, but I was spared with just the gastric juices burning my throat. But it is only after coming this far that I realized my own fatal mistake. The slime began moving my way, most likely because it reacted to my coughing. I should have ran away quickly while the bear was being attacked. I regret my foolishness of watching this carefreely and making a sound on top of that. But it is moving slower than the walking speed of the bear. I should be able to run away or draw back like this. My body jumped to the side from fear faster than my mind could process it. The place I was in was swallowed by the slime. That speed was reminiscent of a bursting water balloon or the firefighting hoses. The slime didn't react at all to the fact that it failed to consume me and began to move my way. It was moving slowly again. Even though I can't feel any emotions from it, it gives me the illusion that I am being toyed around. My body can't stop trembling. The huge bear, which was a threat just now, has already been consumed. There's a part of me that has already begun to accept that this will be how I end up too a few minutes later. I was being drowned by fear. I couldn't even speak. I blindly grabbed a rock and threw it, but this rock thrown in an agitated fashion flew on the air without hitting the slime. It flew deeper in, hit the trunk of a tree, and made a nice sound. And then, the slime lunged. It lunged onto the tree behind it. The tree was smashed from the overwhelming mass. I saw a strange sight afterwards. It is eating the tree. It is at this point in time that I notice. This slime is reacting to sounds, rather than hearing. It is most likely sensing vibrations. It attacked the roaring bear, reacted when I coughed, and attacked from the sound of me retreating. And it is now attacking the fallen tree that made a loud sound. I pick up any rocks I can nearby and get up. The slime must have noticed that there's no prey where it jumped at. It reacted to the sound of me getting up again, and moved. I threw a rock onto the furthest tree while trying to make the least sound as possible. The slime reacted to the sound, jumped, and another tree fell. I ran off at the same moment as this happened. I looked back several times while I was running to confirm whether it was chasing me, and threw a rock onto a tree nearby out of fear that it might still be there. I don't know how long I ran. I lay on a tree while being assailed by fatigue and was heaving. The sky gained brightness and, by the time I noticed, the wondrous-looking forest had changed into a normal forest with light brown and green trees. Being alive is wonderful. Even though it is wonderful, why am I going through all of this? Why was I thrown into a world like this? In the Isekai stories I have read, the popular ones would have some sort of reason for the people to be summoned to the worlds. I obviously don't have a special constitution in this body of mine, and I am not from a hero lineage. If the reason doesn't lie with me, I would have to assume it was an accident from their side. The whim of a god, a mishandling, a mistake in this world's summoning spell. I don't care if it was mishandling or a mistake. I would have liked there to be a summoner with a shocked face in front of me at the very least. Leaving me stranded on a mountain is just too much. Stuff like becoming a hero and defeating a demon lord, being surrounded in a harem of demi-human beauties, I don't need those as long as I can live safely. Nothing will come from complaining to no one. Let's move on. After taking a break, I didn't notice until I calmed down, but I can feel the presence of living creatures here and there in this normal forest. The chirping of birds, spiders making their nests on the corners of the trees, things that were not present in the place with transparent trees. There's most likely no proper living beings in that place because of that slime. That bear might have just wandered in there by coincidence. But would you just enter a place where the top of the food chain is a slime? Anyways, I am tired. I decided to entrust my consciousness to the world of dreams. A meeting was being held in a castle of the Taizu Kingdom. The knight captains wearing shining silver armor, the authorities serving under the Taizu king, and even the king of Taizu himself, Marito Taizu. Marito is a remarkable figure who succeeded the throne when he was 25 years of age. He has been a king for 2 years, and within those 2 years, he has solved many internal problems of the nation and has obtained outstanding support from the populace. However, a problematic issue has happened, thus bringing us to the meeting at present. A merchant without escorts was attacked again. Marito. Yes, the carriage we were guarding managed to pass by without issues, but the ones that came just a few minutes after were attacked and only corpses were left. Even if they reaped what they sowed, it wouldn't leave a good impression for merchants that enrich our nation to be attacked. Marito. The neighboring Gani kingdom had changed to a new king a few years ago, and the crime rates dropped sharply in the vicinities of the Gani kingdom due to his ability. But the result of this was that the bandits and the unsavory bunch ended up flowing their way instead. Contrary to Gani, which has vast open fields, the land of Taizu is composed mainly of mountains and forests, so you wouldn't be troubled in finding camping spots. But this also enables many bandits to hide in savage lands, and attack travelers when they find an opportunity. The knights are stationed around the castle city and the villages under the orders of Marito, which stops casualties from happening, but if it is along the way, it complicates the matter. The country could dispatch knights for escort, but this will obviously incur costs and would require manforce. Even if they were to provide the service free of charge, there's just not enough personnel. In that case, the merchants and travelers would need to hire adventurers or stuff of the sort. But because the influence of the knights is strong in the Taizu kingdom, the scale of the adventurer guild is small and doesn't have many people. The guilds in other countries are bigger and there may be enough people to fulfill the needs, but they can't force other countries to dispatch escorts. There's people who would try to cross without escorts as a result of this, and are being assaulted by bandits. Damn bandits, if they were to attack me, I would bring them retribution with my sword. One of the knight captains groaned, but Marito sighed. It is true that the knights in the Taizu kingdom are truly skilled. A few of them would be able to deal with more than 100 bandits, But bandits are aware of this. They won't show themselves at all when there's knights as escorts. It is a battle they wouldn't be able to win if they were to fight an upfront battle. You could even say this is the most logical move for them. We would need to locate their hiding place if we want to cut down the bandits. Is there anyone with a solution? Marito. There was no knight who spoke here. They have made a variety of suggestions before and were left to perform them, but they all ended up missing. The sly and cunning bandits would slip away from the action sphere of the prideful knights. 3 mountain hunt attempts, no results from them. We might be able to get results if we had a bit more of a name, but for now, I would like to select the person who will be in charge of the personnel that will be dealing with the worsening bandits. Is there anyone you would like to recommend? Marito. If this were a different mission, the knights would have taken the initiative to nominate themselves, but because several capable knight captains have failed, they already understand just how grueling of a task this is. The one who raised their hand within this was the oldest of the knight captains, Lord Ragudo. My king, there's someone I would like to nominate. Ragudo. Lord Ragudo, who do you plan on nominating from the people here? Marito. No, it is not someone here. However, everyone knows they are capable. I would like to nominate Ilias from my division. Ragudo. The faces of the knight captains that turned complicated when that name came out. Are you referring to Ilias Ratzel? Is that okay? Marito. Marito knows about Ilias well. If it is just the strength and skills in the sword, Ilias wouldn't lose to a knight captain, and their loyalty to the country is second to none. But the evaluation of Ilias doesn't get higher. The reason for that is, she might be able to bring out a great suggestion from a different perspective. Ragudo. Alright. I will give you 1 month. I leave it in your hands. Marito. There aren't many knights who see the girl, Ilias, favorably, most likely because their pride doesn't allow them to acknowledge how high her abilities are. Lord Ragudo is one of the few who evaluates her highly, but because he is in the minority, he can't strengthen her position. The evaluation of Ilias might make it turn if she manages to subjugate the bandits, but the chances are high that she will be seen in an even more judging light than before if she were to fail. Marito also evaluates Ilias highly, but she is a tried and true knight. He is somewhat worried about whether she can deal with the bandits with evil cunning. It would be great if some sort of glory were to shine on her, is what Marito thought as he worried about her future adversities. I am awake. My body hurts a lot. Rather than muscle ache, it is more like my legs are pickled in lactic acid. But I stand up. There's no one who I can spill out my complaints to, so I can't get pampered either. It is close to noon right now. There's something similar to a sun. But is it called sun in this world too? If a certain robot were to eat konjac, I am sure they would be fine with calling it sun. Even when I look back at that magical forest, I can't see it anymore. Slimes aside, there's the chance that a bear will show up again, so I have to traverse carefully. I searched for what seemed like nuts as I made my way. I am understandably getting hungry already. I fortunately found what looked like raspberries at a pretty early juncture. I threw one into my mouth and see how it goes. There's sweetness, but the sourness was strong. It was honestly not tasty, but it wasn't numbing my tongue, so it seems to be edible. I decide to hold back on eating too many just in case and move onwards while taking my time tasting them. The difficulty is jumping drastically here though. Again. Let's call the place I was before the slime zone. This area has insects instead. There's cobwebs of spiders here and there, so this is incredibly distressing. On top of that, the slope grew sharper all of a sudden, and it now actually feels like I am descending a mountain. If I concentrate too much on the cobwebs, I might end up slipping. I used a stick I picked up to clear away the cobwebs as I moved on. My fatigue obviously accelerated from this. I pushed my way through the branches, but I would get caught by them every now and then, and it was hurting. It is great I had long sleeves. If it had been summer and I was walking around with short sleeves, I would be in a tragic state right about now. It is as if it were telling me I am off the road, so get off the mountain. Makes me realize how grateful I am to roads. If I can conquer this mountain, I am sure I would be able to climb Mount Fuji. I would need to train my stamina though. To be completely honest here, the slime zone was several times better. I want to go back. The slime is scary, so I won't though. A new sound entered my ears while I was thinking that. This sound is. That's right. This sound is what I have been yearning for. My steps quickened as I headed towards the sound. And then, what entered my vision was a river. It is shallow and thin, but it is an honest-to-word river. I ran towards the riverside overwhelmed with emotions and scoop water. I want to drink it, but I have to endure. It would be one thing if it were at the upper stream where the spring water came out from, but there's a lot of factors to worry about if it is here. I wash up my face and hair, and clean away the spider webs. I was feeling a lot more refreshed now that the discomfort was gone, and so, I decided to take a break at the river for a while. After that, I was walking along the river, watching and wondering if I could get fishes, and found something shocking. A piece of rope. Of course I would let out my voice in admiration. Even if I have been thrown to an Isekai, there was still the issue of whether there were actually people in this world. That mystery is about to be unraveled here, you know. This is proof of civilization. Yahoo! Actually, this is proof that people have commuted here, right? Could it be that there's a mountain climbing road nearby? This is the thought I had and decided to explore the surroundings. The result, it did exist. Can't really call it a road, but there were branches that I can tell were broken purposely. I considered the possibility of an animal being the one breaking them, but I also found ones that were severed with what seemed like a bladed weapon. My excitement levels are rising. I advanced through that path while feeling a grin escaping from my mouth. After a while, I entered an area where I could see rocky areas here and there. And then I found a cave. There was one pedestal at the side of the entrance that seemed to be for a torch, and I could see traces of it being used recently. This is already set, right? Have I found the first villager? No, wait a moment. Let's think of whoever would be living in a place like this. There was a slime, you know. Wouldn't there be monsters like goblins too, then? Even if it is humans, wouldn't it be bandits? Pattern 1, goblins. Human, eat human. Become strong. Jaya. Pattern 2, bandits. Ooh, you've got some peculiar clothes there. Hand everything over. Jaya. Pattern 3, hermit. Training. Jaya. No good. I have to ascertain the truth of the matter. And so, I look around restlessly from a location where I can hide and observe the entrance. I smooth down the ground of a suitable spot, secure it, and lay down. Let's stay on standby here for a while. After 1 hour of waiting, I was not sleeping, okay? My consciousness flew away, but I wasn't sleeping. I heard people talking, so I peeked at the entrance of the cave while hiding in the thicket. There were 2 people there, pretty rough attires and brawny. I endure the happiness of finally meeting people. Those guys give off the vibes of the bandits after all. They even have stuff like swords and axes at their waists, you know? But I must not judge based on looks. Maybe they are actually super good people and we might end up in a relationship where we call each other brothers. Nope, not happening. They brought out the hand of a person. They are laughing. They are savages. Moreover, I can't tell what they are saying at all. It is not that their dialect is too pronounced, the language is different. It is clear that it is not a popular language, and I doubt they will understand Japanese. Another worlder in front of bandits you can't communicate with. No future aside from being assaulted. I honestly don't like to even watch this, but I will observe the situation for a while more. The arm they brought out had what seemed to be jewels and metallic chains wrapped around. This is just my assumption here, but maybe they found the accessories on the arm of a merchant or rich person they ambushed to be too much of a hassle to take off at the moment, and decided to take their whole arm instead. This reminded me of a story about a guy in some country cutting off the whole arm of someone to steal their watch. They might notice me if I stare at them too much, so let's stealthily hide again and wait for them to enter the cave or leave. The bandits entered the cave after a while. That said, the path they came from looks like it leads to a pretty decent location though. But I am scared to encounter other comrades of theirs. What should I do? I found a path people have walked through near the cave. I judged it would be stupid to just follow that path blindly, so I decided to hide while moving onward, even though there's a more easy path right in sight. Is what I felt, but I endure it. I would rather choose the path of hardships over encountering bandits among the mountains. Yup, I was right. I passed by bandits while I was sneaking my way. I passed by around 10 of them. Was on the verge of being discovered even. I was about to mass produce buckets of cold sweat when I saw one of them reaching towards their axe. But thanks to that, I didn't lose sight of the road. I am thankful for that. And so, finally, I finished climbing down the mountain. Well, it was more of a forest though. But I found a road. It is not a paved road, but it is a road that I think carriages have passed through countless times. All that's left is to follow this road, and I am sure I will be able to reach a place where decent people are living. I am so happy I don't care about my hunger or anything of the sort. My excitement can't be measured. I was attacked by a bear. Well, Bear-san was eaten before that, got attacked by a slime, went down a precipitous mountain road, and I am getting a bit teary from the emotion. I should doodle on the trees around me to celebrate this excitement with the rocks I picked up. Return from the wild. Now then, let's decide where to proceed with my sworn friend, sword of spiderweb mowing wooden. Where will it fall? Fall already, I retorted to my sworn friend that miraculously stood upright, made it fall, and moved onward. At the entrance of the cave. Man, we had a good harvest this time around too. Yeah, check this armlet. I couldn't tear it off from him, so I brought his whole arm with me though. I hope you didn't stain the other treasures with blood. You can wash it off at the river anyways. Where did I put the rope? On the way. Wait, something moved. An animal, right? If it is a bear, we can just beat it down instead. I will use detection magic just in case. Hold a magic seal stone and move away. KK. Not getting a hit at all with mana detection. Is it an animal? I told you so. Let's take a detour just in case and return to the hideout. Yes. Finally. That's right. I have finally found it. What's in front of my very eyes is a rampart that continues on far to the left and the right. There's a giant castle gate at the end of the road. I can see a classic fantasy world castle deeper in that's mainly green-blue. I would say it is a pretty big castle measuring by distance, and I feel like the city around the castle has a pretty decent scale too. I approach the gate while tasting this happiness. Help me, Tilda. And then, I remembered that they don't understand what I say. Yeah, sorry. The guards protecting the gates directed their spears at me, shouted something, and I was arrested. Of course a strange intruder speaking an unknown language would be arrested. It is wonderful that their civilization is decently advanced. I was then taken to a hut at the side of the castle, and thrown into a cell. But there was a mat there, so I could take a nice beauty sleep there. I was trying to play off my exhaustion, but I simply took a nap in the forest. Let's sleep for the time being. I doubt this is going to be worse than being attacked by bandits. I am not jinxing myself here. Good night. ZZZ. I was punched awake a few minutes afterwards. At the gates. Oi, stop. I have not seen your attire before. What is he saying? Black hair and unknown words. Oi, could this be demon language? Is he a demon? Huh? Oi, don't move, be still. Senpai, what do we do with this guy? Let's throw him into the prison at the barracks for now and leave the rest to Ilias-san. Ilias Ratzel was troubled. She was called by her superior, Lord Agudo, the other day, and had been given the mission to subjugate bandits. She respects Lord Agudo, who evaluates ability regardless of gender, and she understands that he has high expectations for her. However, she has heard about the rumors of this bandit subjugation. A number of knights have already undertaken this mission, but couldn't bring out results. It is not like they were incompetent. From the reports she has heard, there were some methods that even Ilias herself would have taken. But the bandits surpassed that. They would appear at every location and disappear into the forest and mountains. They would never challenge strong knights, and continued attacking weak civilians. Ilias acted as an escort the other day, but the merchant a few minutes behind her was ambushed and died. Even his arm was severed to steal away his valuables, was abandoned there, and hemorrhaged to death. Just how much pain and fear was he made to taste there? But I have to answer the expectations of Lord Agudo. Ilias, the good ideas have all been expended by the ones before her. Is this something she can achieve? If she were to be told to just cut down all bandits alone, She has the confidence to accomplish it. It is not conceit but the truth. Her father was a knight that was killed on the line of duty in a battle against a demon. Her mother, who was a cleric, also followed after him at that time. Ilias felt sad about it, but she burned their brave figures into her eyes and chose the path of a knight. She trained zealously, had her strength recognized, and was assigned to the division of Lord Ragudo. She filled up the handicap of being a woman purely by her own efforts, and she showed her overflowing strength. But that's only in her skills with the sword. If she can't show results, her own standing will be even more constrained. Only a few evaluate her highly. The men who had their pride crushed were jealous of her. The women who witnessed her wielding her abnormal strength would feel fear. What she wishes for is living her life as a knight and not an evaluation of her as a knight. But it still bothered her. Her anger towards the bandits, the pressure as a knight, a variety of emotions mixed and unsettled her. I lack training. She continued her patrol while laughing at her wavering heart. And then, the report came in. Ilias-san, the gatekeeper at the castle gates wants you to come to the barracks. They apparently captured a demon. Huh? Ilias. She let out a dumbfounded voice at the sudden added problem. She hurriedly headed to the barracks that the gatekeepers were using. The barracks are right after exiting the gates. They are simple ones, but there's a prison too, and when troubles happen at the gate, the travelers it takes care of aren't few. And so, he is the one? Ilias. The one. There is a black-haired young man. He was sleeping extremely comfortably inside the cell. You barely see black hair in this region, and it is a color you see from many humanoid demons. She was wary for a moment there, but once she looked calmly, she could tell immediately. She couldn't feel any sort of threat from this man. She tried mana detection just in case, but the mana inside of him was insignificant. This is the first time she has seen a human with as little mana as him actually. His clothes are pretty dirty, but at a closer inspection, they were well made, and as for his boots, they were made from a material she has never seen before. According to the gatekeepers, he was talking in a weird language. She readied her sword just in case, had them open the cell, and entered. Oi, wake up. Ilias. No response. He is sleeping with a nice face there. Oh. Ilias. She shakes his shoulders. Not waking up. He is sleeping with a really nice face there. Wake up, Tilda. Ilias. She slapped his cheek slightly. He reacted, but is still sleeping. Get up. Ilias. She slapped him hard. Oh, he woke up. He peeked her way with a sleepy face, mumbled something, and went back to sleep. He finally woke up after she hit him with her sheathed sword. My dream ended with refreshing pain, and I got out of bed with my drowsiness completely gone. I confirm my surroundings while rubbing my aching head and assess the situation. First of all, there seems to be an unknown female knight-looking person inside the cell. She is wearing proper armor I can't feel a single shred of sexiness from, and her golden hair that most likely reaches all the way to below her hips was tied up around the height of her waist. She is holding the handle of a sheathed sword that I can tell vividly has been used a lot. I was most likely hit with this. She is probably over 18 years old. She is younger than me, but I can feel a strong presence from that imposing face of hers. Well, she is looking at me with slightly cold eyes though. All of humanity looks better with a smile. So don't make a face like that please. Enough observation. Now, on to thinking about the situation. A knight has appeared in front of a captured suspicious individual in front of the castle. Thinking about it normally, it is most likely an interrogation or something of the sort. If this had been a macho axeman with a hood on, I would have had to prepare myself for death, but from what I can gather here, it feels as if she wants to hear me out. Basically, as long as I don't mess up how I handle things here, I can wrap this up peacefully. I do have my grievances about being smacked awake, but it wouldn't be good to show that outside. Smile smile. I tried to show off a smug face as if saying I don't mind it, but she frowned a bit there. Of course she would be taken aback if I were to smile after being hit awake. My mistake, my mistake. Now that it has come to this, I will have to clear this up with the talking skills of an adult. Right, there's a language barrier. She is most likely asking, and so, what's your name? but I honestly can't tell. I am a civilian from Earth's Japan. She obviously made a flustered expression. No choice but to use body language here. Huh. But how should I communicate stuff like Earth and Japan to a person who doesn't know the term with body language? If you could take poses for unknown words, I am sure the value for bodybuilders would go up even in my original world. I feel dancing would do a better job in this than gaining muscle though. I should have learned sign language or something. No, whether it is sign language or spoken language, it is under the premise that we understand each other. They are outstanding communication tools, but they also have their own shortcomings as tools. Though this isn't the time to be submerged in my thoughts. Even if my words don't get through, I should at least show my sincerity. This is the time to show my power as an assistant of the drama club. I have been thrown into this world all of a sudden from my original world. By the time I noticed, I was in the middle of a mountain. I arrived at this city with grueling efforts and tried to ask for help. I have no intention to do anything bad to your country. Please believe me. Her reaction is, there's no reaction. So I really didn't have enough acting skills as the assistant in charge of the blackout curtain. I should have done more miscellaneous work. No, at least the role of a tree or a horse. Dash. 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 Looks like she is having a conversation with the dude who seemed to be the jailer. Dash. Ah, the dude nodded. Seems like they have decided what to do. She exited the cell for a moment and returned soon after. And then, she placed her index finger on her own mouth. If this gesture is the same as the one on Earth, it would mean, stay quiet or I will kill you. The latter half might have been an added voice line from Ma Chicken Heart though. I nod for now. When I did, she smiled kindly. Looks like she was satisfied with this successful interaction. I am also satisfied with having obtained friendship points. Or so I thought, but I was blindfolded and gagged, and thrown into what seemed like a giant bag. This is weird tilde. Though this is not the time to be acting like a kid. I tried to struggle a bit there, but after being told something, what seemed to be a sword was pushed onto my side, so I went into silent mode. Judging from this state, am I being carried off somewhere? I was lifted while I was thinking that. Judging from the voice, it seems the girl was the one who lifted me up. To think she would be able to carry a fully grown Japanese man. Moreover, from what I could tell, didn't she pick me up with only one arm? I thought she was a graceful knight, but it was a superhuman gorilla. Ha 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 ha. That's amusing. I was tasting the rare experience of being carried in one arm by a girl while I thought about what treatment I will be getting now. They went through the trouble of wrapping me up like a present, so they are probably transporting me in a way that doesn't attract attention. In that case, it doesn't seem like they will be bringing me to an unpopulated forest or a river and executing me. Then, our destination is most likely beyond the castle gates. I can hear bustling from my surroundings. It seems like we have entered the city, and the lively voices of people were resonating. I don't know what they are saying, but being energetic is good. Yup. And then, after being carried for around 10 minutes, we entered a building. After the voices in the surroundings grew distant. There seems to be a woman inside the building and she was talking with the gorilla knight. I was laid down while they were talking and made to sit at what seemed to be a chair. And then, I was brought out from the bag, and the blindfold and gag were taken off. I felt a bit dizzy after being freed from the darkness, but I confirmed my surroundings. A neat and clean building. I can also see what looks like an altar. Is this a church? The one talking just now was a woman around her 40s with a gentle face and gracefulness. Her attire is also peculiar, giving me the feeling she is from the clergy, like a sister or something. If she had been 10, no, 5 years younger, she might have entered my strike zone. Wait, she may still be. After a while of being observed, the two exchange a few words. It doesn't feel too tense, but it must be a wild conversation. The tone of the sister has changed into a baffled one. She then walked over here with a sigh, and placed a hand on my forehead. What's beginning here? Right after I asked this, the inside of my head turned pure white. The young man jumped up after I poked his head, and he was looking over here while holding his head. I am also observing him here, but his attire really is unusual. His black hair, black eyes, and also his outfit. He must have recognized his situation here after seeing my sword and armor. He for some reason gave me a composed smile. Now then, he doesn't look ferocious. I was wary when I was told he was a demon, but no matter how I look at him, he is a human. Is it true that words can't get through him? So, what's your name? Ilias. When I asked him this, he made a really sad face, and The young man spoke unknown words fluently. These certainly are words I have not heard before. It doesn't sound like he is speaking random words, but I don't remember hearing this language in this continent. There's demi-humans who wouldn't use the common language. It is not like I know them all, but it is pretty different from the ones I know. The young man continued stringing words, but I don't get what he is saying at all. What should we do here? I doubt he has bad intentions, but we can't even communicate here. Ilias. I understand how the jailer feels. It is difficult to decide what to do with him. Our nation would accept travelers as long as there's not some outstanding issues, but this is exactly that. We can't just throw him out into a forest where bandits lurk around or accept him into our nation. If only we could communicate is what I thought. And then I remember the face of the woman in the same profession as my mother. Communicate. There might be a method. Can you entrust him to me? Ilias. The jailer made a face as if saying he wants me to do something about him already, and agreed. Now then, I need to carry this young man to the church, but he might stand out if I were to bring him along in the city. It would be troubling if he were to make a ruckus. It would be troubling if he were to learn the streets and run away. And so, I cover both the eyes and mouth of the young man, and put him in a bag. He nodded when I gestured him to stay still, so I finished preparations promptly. Hey, don't move. It is hard to put you in like this. Ilias. He went silent when I poked him with the scabbard lightly, so it seems like we can understand each other to a certain degree. The jailer was speechless here, but it can't be helped. I thought this method would be the quickest one. All right, let's go. Ilias. Have a safe trip. I lifted up the young man and headed to the church. When I arrived at the church and opened the door, Maya welcomed me. Oh my, it is rare for you to come at this time. What is that? It is pretty big for a food donation. Maya. If this were food, no people would be coming to the church. I'm borrowing a chair. Ilias. I opened the bag, made him sit on the chair, and undo his restraints. I can't believe you kidnapped a man just because you didn't have anyone to marry you. Maya. Wrong. He was arrested at the gates, but he seems to be speaking in a different language from ours. Ilias. Now that you mention it, he is wearing a weird outfit. Is he a demon? Doesn't seem to be the case. His internal structure is exactly that of a human. Maya. Maya is a cleric. Her occupation is to offer prayers to God, heal the wounds of the people, undo the curses that are born, and destroy evil. Being able to tell whether someone is a human or not just from inspection is proof of how skilled she is in her profession. Oh my, this boy has eaten a rye fruit. Those are sour cough. And so, can you use the same spell you showed me before on him? Ilias. That one? You are referring to the one used to manage livestock, right? Maya. I think it might work. Ilias. That's... Well, let's just try it out. Maya. Maya placed a hand on the young man's head and the man muttered something, but the spell of Maya activated before I could hear it. Oh, did it fail? Maya. Ilias. I wonder how many times I have woken up now. I haven't had decent awakenings as of recent. I'm beginning to miss my futon and pillow in my original world. Oi, are you awake now? Can you talk? I hear a voice. My vision grew clearer and I looked in the direction where the voice came from. At that place, there was the gory knight speaking to me. Why yeah, somehow. Did this person speak in Japanese just now? Looks like it worked properly. Ah. The sister deeper into. You could speak Japanese? Japanese? Is that the language of your nation? Yeah, I think, and then I notice. We understand each other now by some sort of method. But how? Well, there's no point thinking about it. Since I've got the chance here, let's ask questions. I want to know why we can understand each other now. It is a method that doesn't have a name though. We have the target be possessed by a spirit temporarily. Insert the common language in the consciousness of the target, and have their speech translated into common language. It does the same when on the receiving end. matching the words with the consciousness of the target. Spirit. Possession. It is spoken as if natural, but it seems like the time to touch on magic has come. I see, like the konjac of a certain robot. TL, Daraman reference. It is a translation tool. Greater than. What's that? It seems like it was a wonderful event where I was casted the most sought for spell in an Isekai transfer. The top of my to-do list was to learn the words of this world after all, so being able to skip that one is a real blessing. A half-year shortcut. Well, it was the result of being pickled up, so there's not much romance to it though. It is normally something you use on livestock to ask about the reason for their sickness though. I would have preferred if you said it was to play around with animals and birds or something. There was no romance. There was that option. Maya, I would like to talk already. Is that okay? The night cut into our conversation. Now that she mentions it, I was brought here to have a talk with her. Things will proceed faster now that we understand each other. I have made preparations to answer what you ask honestly. I see. But there's a lot of things I myself don't understand, so you might end up questioning the credibility of it though. Can I speak truthfully despite that? It is okay. I am good at seeing through lies. Maya. The sister called Maya said smugly. Being able to see through lies is so cool. I would like that power. It is so convenient. It is moving. Can I hug you? Oh my, you must not tease this old lady. Maya. Can we have a talk already? Maya, please be quiet, okay? And then, I explained. Actually, I came from a different world. Name is. It doesn't seem like he is lying. I tell them about how I came to this world from Earth, and how I arrived at this kingdom after going down the mountain. I don't know the reason at all. It was so sudden, I don't have anything to prove it. Speaking of which, this knight is called Ilias, and the lady at her side is Maya-san. They told me this when I told them my name. I find it hard to believe, but I can't doubt Maya. Ilias. I have had it rough since coming here. I even met a bear in the mountain all of a sudden. Oh my, that really must have been rough. Maya. Even a bear is a threat for civilians after all. Ilias. It seems like that wasn't much of an issue. What's with this reaction as if I told them a cockroach appeared in the house and they just go is that so apostrophe. The bear was eaten by a slime though. I thought I would die when it attacked me. It seems like this one was more of an issue. By mountain, you were referring to the Black Demon Lord Killer Mountain? Maya. What's with that mess of a name that sounds like choice sake? I would like to try drinking it. The mountain at first had transparent tree trunks and lush leaves that shone even at night. Why are you still alive? Maya. My existence was questioned just from me explaining the situation. That's a bit saddening. I am sorry for being alive. That's not what she meant. Even dragons don't approach that place. Ilias. There's apparently dragons. I will add them to the list of things I want to see. Words like slime and dragon being transmitted properly is most likely thanks to the possession spell. Those are not the actual names, but the spirit Sama is translating it for them in a way that I can understand what they are trying to say. That's why I want to believe the Black Demon Lord Killer is just an issue with a forced translation, or more like, that slime is killing demon lords too? Is the power balance of this world okay? But a bear came into the mountain though? That's because it ate a rye fruit. It is a magic plant that grows in the area when the slime spreads its mana in the surroundings. When you eat that fruit, your mind will be controlled, and you will be led to the nest of the slime. Maya. Wow, that's scary. It is probably something similar to scattering bait. But what's with it about being controlled if you eat it? I was eating the nuts and fruits I found around the area, but I am glad I didn't eat that one. By the way, it is the one you were carrying a whole ton of. Ilias. Wow, I did eat it. Could it be that it was the reason why I had a sudden urge to return to that place midway? It did feel comfortable, and it made me want to return and live a survivor lifestyle there. Does that mean it doesn't work on humans? That's not it. There's barely any effect if you are far away. Ilias. I was eating them nearby. It is most likely because your internal mana is low. The rye fruit is made from the mana of slimes, so it controls the mind by connecting the mana to your mana when ingested. Your mana was so minuscule the mind control didn't activate properly. Ilias: I see, so I was saved because I am a weakling with 1 MP? Let's be happy about it instead of sad. In that case, you survived because of how low your mana is. It is true that slimes would prioritize the ones with high mana. Ilias: It reacted to sound too. Right. It eats insects as well, so I think it has that ability too. Ilias: I see, meaning that the slime is an omnivore that would attack living beings with mana using mana detection, and would eat whatever moves while at it. Huh. I was pretty much an insect with barely any mana in my body, so it didn't seriously try to eat me. Being alive is wonderful. Want to join our church? I will pray for you every day. Maya: Cough. And so, you moved to a neighboring mountain, and after going down the forest, you arrived at Izu. Huh. It must have been rough without any equipment. Ilias: I had a great partner called Tree Branch. Ah, that? Sorry, it was broken and became firewood. Ilias: It seems like the partner that journeyed the mountain together with me has turned to ashes. Flashbacks of my sworn friend Wooden played in my mind. God is dead. Don't take my job away. Maya: But it is fortunate that you didn't encounter any bandits. There's been an increase in bandits on this country's territory. You would have been dead if you had encountered them in the forest. Ilias: Speaking of which, she is right. I got really excited when I found a road, but now that I think about it calmly, that's the easiest point to get attacked in. How careless. Right, I am glad it was only inside the mountain. Yeah, it is huh? Ilias-san froze. Wow, she is making a really amusing face. I am surprised she can even make a face like that. You met them? In the mountains? Ilias: Quite the dangerous bunch. They were even carrying the arm of a person. Where did you see them? Ilias: She came at me at a speed even faster than the lunge of a slime, grabbed my collar, and shook me. Wait, stop, my brain is being shaken. Her strength is crazy. I am dying, Yugori. Ilias: The boy is going to die. Maya: Sorry. Ilias: Cough, cough, cough. I coughed in tears. This is the closest I have been to dying since coming to this world. I can say that for sure. It reminded me of the time when I got caught up in the drunken stupor of a bodybuilder and he grabbed my collar. But this had even more power into it. A person can die just from being shaken. Noted. After I catch my breath, I tell them about how I found a piece of rope when I arrived at the river, and how I encountered the bandits once I arrived at a cave. I also told them about how I passed by several bandits on my way down. Ilias-san was trembling all over. She then told me that those bandits had their hideout among the mountains and it was extremely difficult to catch their movements. Ilias-san was apparently given the mission to deal with them just the other day. I can't stay put here. We must form a subjugation party and depart at once. Ilias: Wait. The boy struggled to even come here, you know? He probably doesn't remember the way. Maya: Now that you mention it, I marked the trees of the forest. It is so convenient I am moved. Can I hug you? Ilias: Gently, if possible. You guys get along well. Maya: After that, I ended up accepting the job of guiding them to the den of the bandits. It is evening. In front of the gates, there's Ilias-san, a pitiful bagged and carried Isekai traveler, and the personnel gathered. She must have gathered knights of the same unit. There's 10 people including us. Everyone is decently old, but are seasoned soldiers in active duty. No, more importantly than that, isn't this treatment weird? Could it be that this girl actually likes to carry bags of rice? Gentlemen, thanks to the tip of a certain traveler, we have learned that the bandits have a secret cave in the mountains. We will promptly invade the mountain and seize the bandits. Ilias: Yeah, what a godsend. No, it is a natural miracle granted to us by our justice. Divine intervention for Lady Ratzel. I could tell the morale of the knights was rising with the declaration of Ilias. I unfortunately am stuffed in a bag, so I can't see though. We didn't manage to obtain a satisfactory number as a unit due to the suddenness of the situation. However, in the face of your bravery, the ones with the inferior numbers are the bandits. Ilias: Yeah, don't leave anything for the arrogant knights that couldn't get results before us. Let's go with enough momentum to bring down even the mountain. Ilias: I thought Ilias-san was a gorilla, but they are probably all gorillas. They are most likely waving their weapons round because of the excitement, but the sound they are making is weird. Someone probably hit their weapon on the ground. The earth shook from that. I unfortunately am in a bag, so I can't see though. Alright, let's go. Ilias. Excuse me, Ilias-san. What's the matter? Ilias, I would like to request an improvement in my treatment before departing. Can I be treated like a human? Ilias. What? I thought the boy liked to be carried by the shoulder. And so, the night unit led by Ilias trekked on to attack the hideout of the bandits. The walking speed of a person is 4 kilometers per hour, and the running speed is 12 kilometers per hour. I remember having taken 4-5 hours going down the mountain, walking in the forest, finding the road, and reaching the place of Ilias-san, meaning that I moved around 16-20 kilometers from the place where I playfully marked. It took around 1 hour after departing the castle at night and arriving at that place. Yeah, humans can run at 20 kilometers per hour. The knights are wearing full armor and have their own weapons. Swords, axes, hammers, spears. They are all heavy weapons. What's with these people? I am extremely curious about the average specs of the residents in this world. Moreover, Ilias-san is carrying an adult male on her shoulder. She took me out from the bag. It is a relief that we managed to get here before the sun went down completely. If I remember correctly, it was around here. Found it. The field of vision will change once it is night. I was internally worried about whether I could find it, but I managed to find them thanks to the trees being somewhat peculiar. It is in this direction, but won't we encounter the bandits if we climb straight there with these numbers? They seem to be moving around frequently, you know. That's true. It would be troubling if they were to get away. Ilias-san went fumo and made a pondering face. She looks like a gallant knight at times like this. What should we do? Ilias, she asked with a serious face while sweating. Looks like she is a musclehead. What should we do? Indeed. The old men knights were also making pondering faces. I have no choice but to throw them a lifeboat here. First, let's climb up from a slightly further location and head to the river. It is a bit deviated to the side from our destination. I found the path towards the cave at that place, so let's head there. I remember the shape of the river to a certain degree. It seems to be a river that bandits use every so often, so there was a path with traces of human travel. Speaking of which, I thought I would find a human settlement if I followed the river, but maybe because the river diverged to the side in the middle of it or its endpoint was in a lake, there was no settlement. I see. That would make it harder to find us with detection magic. Ilias. An unfamiliar term came out. Bandits can use something like that? Magic's bandits. And then, I understood why everyone was troubled here. I thought it was because it would be hard to progress while hiding and not being noticed by the bandits, but they were thinking about how to avoid their radar. It is not an issue of hiding even if you make noise. If something sets them off, they can use detection magic to check the surroundings. In stealth games, the field of vision of an enemy is 90 degrees, but the bandits here have a 360 degrees antenna, and they can see through even obstructions. Isn't the difficulty a bit too high? Won't we get discovered with detection magic in the vicinity of the cave? If they utilize it on the regular, we will be discovered without doubt, but we will also be able to notice that they have used it. If it were on the route, they could divide and escape on the way, but if they are in their den, they would have to take their treasures and their escape routes would shorten. We can just wipe them out in one go. Ilias. Quite the confidence. I thought they were muscleheads, but there's a lot of cases where that's enough. It was a march of 20 kilometers per hour, but they are probably even faster when it is a short distance. It is true that if we were to encounter them unluckily on the way and they were to relay the information with some sort of method, even if we captured the people there, their comrades further away might end up escaping. But if it is in a case where we have cornered them, they say they have the strength to wipe them out in one go. Alright, let's go. Ilias-san and her unit advanced through the savage forest. Through the forest, and entering the mountain. I was shocked by their speed too. When I was descending, I was having a fierce battle clearing away the cobwebs and was wary about not getting my body tangled up on the vegetation, and yet, they were advancing unflinching as if there was a path here. I also looked at the girl, carrying me on her own while going up the mountain without running out of breath at all, with a hard-to-describe face. We have found the river. The sun has already sunk completely. The only thing we can rely on is the moonlight peeking through the openings of the trees. But they are going on without using a torch. If I were put down and followed behind them, I am sure I would fall. Do they have night vision magic or something? That's just how smooth they were progressing. Can we go a bit further up? This feels a bit more spacious than the one I remember. After a while of going up the river began to resemble the thinness of the river in my memories. What's left is to check the riverside and find the place I was before, but finding something in this darkness is pretty rough. I think it is around here. I was finally let down and, while I was observing my feet carefully, I kicked something. I reacted to the uncomfortable sensation while I confirmed what it was. I thought my breath would stop there. What was lying there was the arm of a person. The memory of when I saw the bandits replayed in my mind. Right, the bandits at the cave were holding the arm of a person. That arm had shining accessories, but the arm here doesn't have any of those. They most likely took those off in this river, and threw away the cumbersome arm only. This is most likely the arm of the attacked merchant. How cruel. Here, let's bring it back. It would be too pitiful to leave it as feed for the beasts. After one of the knights offered a light prayer, he picked up the arm, washed the dirt off in the river, and placed the arm gently in a bag he had. The expression of the knights turned serious. There was a path around the place where the arm was. The cave lies beyond here. When I pointed to the path without a word, the knights readied their weapons, and began to walk silently. A group of bandits had a lair in a certain cave within the mountains. There's one watch at the entrance of the cave and he was standing there as if bored, having a look out in the middle of the mountain like this is only when a wild animal has sniffed out the place and approaches. But the animals living in this mountain are nothing to be worried about. Even if it is a more than 4-meter bear, they can deal with it as long as they don't get ambushed. There's not a single daredevil who would go even further to the Black Demon Lord Killer Mountain though. Shift already? A different bandit came out from inside while he was yawning. Wrong, I'm taking a piss. It is still too soon to shift. Please do it out of my sight. Yeah. Saying this, one of his comrades entered a shade nearby. The lookout sighed and took out a cigar from his pocket. It is something that he stole from the merchant before. He snapped his fingers and a flame appeared at the tip of his finger. I would like to indulge in a glamorous woman every now and then. There's no fun in just killing fat merchants. He puffed out smoke while looking at the moon, and then, by the time he was around halfway done, he dropped it on the ground and stepped on it. He is taking long. Is he taking a shit too? He looked at the direction where his comrade disappeared in and mumbled complaints. But the lookout felt something strange at that moment. In the darkness, deep within the shrubs, he felt as if something was watching him. The lookout tried to use detection magic. When in doubt, check thoroughly is the iron rule. When using detection magic, you can detect the mana in a 50-meter radius. If it is a person, it will take the shape of a person, and you can pinpoint their location. You can also gauge the strength of the other party from their amount of mana. However, if it is an animal that doesn't have much mana, you would only see it as a faint haze. The lookout thought he was only going to be seeing the silhouette of his comrade with his pants down anyways. By the time he noticed several humanoid figures with mana of dense color encircling the entrance, his head was blown up by a thrown spear. Tension spread on the bandits inside the cave. The lookout tried to use detection magic. If that's all there was to it, it would be fine. It is the rule within their group to use detection magic immediately once you feel the presence of something. But the detection magic disappeared all of a sudden. The thing that naturally disappears 10 seconds after using it has been forcefully erased after only a few seconds of having been used. There's two possibilities here. The first one is that it was undone by a magic seal stone, and the one other is the death of the user. It is unthinkable that someone within their group would get in the way of the detection magic of an ally. This means that whichever the reason is, enemy attack. The bandits that were sleeping jumped up and grabbed their respective weapons. The curtains of battle have been raised. One of the knights choked a bandit that came into the shrubs to do their business from behind, and was swiftly dealt with. And then, while they were strengthening the perimeter, one of them suddenly threw a spear and murdered the lookout. Detection magic was used. I got rid of the user before they shouted. But it won't be long before they notice. The knight that threw the spear raised his voice. The other knights jumped out to match this and rushed into the cave. That speed of theirs was reminiscent of a running leopard. Screams began to echo from inside the cave soon after. They are not the voices of the knights no matter how I listen to it. We are going to. Don't move too far away from me. Ilias. All right. I enter the cave following behind Ilias-san. Even though her companions rushed in before her and battle has unfolded, she didn't seem to be in a hurry. The passage was only big enough for a few people to walk side by side at first, but we soon reached a big cavity. There's torches set here and there, making the inside comparatively bright. Due to this, I managed to see the state of the inside clearly. A battle between the bandits and knights was unfolding there. No, it is way too one-sided to be called a battle. The movements of the bandits are faster than wild animals, and their numbers are 3 times that of ours. It seems like they have coordination too. They didn't fight a single knight 1 against 1, but attacked while measuring the timing. Despite all that, the knights were too strong. A single swing of their spear was enough to blow away the approaching axe along with their arm. An axe waved bravely slammed a bandit onto the wall from the sheer wind pressure it created. No wonder the bandits didn't fight them face on. I wouldn't even want to face a single knight. I was being shown a gore scene here and I could feel myself vomiting at any moment now. But I managed to endure it. The sight of the knights fighting was eye-catching to a moving extent. I was more inspired than scared. Don't finish off the ones that have been immobilized and are still alive. But don't show mercy towards the ones who have the energy to run away. Ilias. Yeah. The knights roared at the order of Ilias. The bandits were fighting back desperately at first, but the victor was already decided. There were those who were curled up with a severe wound that won't ever heal, and those who have been turned into eternal silent pieces of meat. Bandits who still have the will to fight are already. It is so noisy. The cave shook and the knights stopped moving. There were a number of cavities deeper in the cave, but a brawny man appeared from one of them. Big. Way too big. The man was so big I thought for a second my sense of distance had been messed up with. It is even bigger than the bear I saw before after all. Isn't he 5 meters tall? He is holding a stone hammer that has a giant rock the size of an adult man bound by several chains. Boss. What? You damn knights are making a mess of my lair. That's the boss of the bandits. I personally picture a really brawny dude, but isn't this guy like a whole different race? Are there giants in this world? The knights stand back. They would obviously be wary of how abnormal this guy is. Wait, what? Ilias-san was walking briskly towards the boss of the bandits. You bastard are the boss of the bandits, huh? It wasn't in the reports, but with that build of yours, you certainly wouldn't be able to descend quietly. Ilias. Huh? The man swung down the stone hammer with his strong arm. It is the end. No, Ilias-san is a knight too. She will avoid it deftly and a strong earthquake happened inside the cave. I was dumbstruck at the same time. Ilias-san grabbed the stone hammer with one hand. What's the matter? Is that big body just for decoration? Ilias. You. Cracking rang, and then the stone hammer crumbled with an explosive sound. This gorilla straight up crushed it in her hand. Even the boss bandit was shocked by this inhuman strength. It would be too much trouble to apprehend you and bring you back with that body of yours. You will be atoning for all your sins right here and now. Ilias. Ilias-san grabs hold of her sword. Is she going to leave it sheathed? The very next moment I thought this, his giant body was bursted open. All that remained of him was from the chest up and from his waist down. In other words, his abdomen had been blown out of existence, making the boss bandit's body follow gravity and fall on the ground. Cheers of delight were raised from the knights at that same moment. Do not forget to confirm with detection magic whether there's any escapees. Capture all survivors. Ilias. Ilias-san returned as if nothing happened. Looks like we will be able to finish this safely. Ilias. I might get traumatized from this though. Mew. You are witnessing the stellar performance of knights, you know. I would like you to be moved here. Ilias. Ilias-san protested with a slightly displeased face. Why didn't you unsheath your sword at the end? I didn't want to dirty this blade with the blood of someone of that level. Ilias, I see. I thought it was because you tried to unsheath it, but it got stuck on the scabbard and couldn't get it out, so you hit him just like that, but maybe that was just my imagination. Against someone of that level. Ilias, yeah, I get it, so cool it down with that sword. No bandits escaped. Among the 34 bandits including the boss, 7 were apprehended and the others were all killed. They have also safely recovered the stolen money and goods. Of course, the civilian was still being carried by the shoulder. It goes without saying that I was even more scared of her inhuman strength than when we just departed. Deep within the forest of the Taizu region, there was a bandit hideout. Amongst the simple tents set in a lumbered open space, there was one especially big tent at the center that stood out. The one-armed man that was sitting on the most extravagant chair there was listening to what his subordinate was telling him. The den of Jiddu was done in. Yes, when the scout went to check their state, there were only corpses inside, and even the corpse of Jiddu was lying there. What about the treasure? Unfortunately, it seems like the Knights of Taizu retrieved it after the attack. That place is located pretty deep in the mountains. It would take several months to find unless you know the location. The chances are low that the Knights managed to search for it without being discovered until then. Were they tailed? No, Jiddu is an idiot, but I hammered the methods into his subordinates. Their tailing countermeasures should have been sufficient. The name of the one-armed man is Dokora. He was a famous bandit in the neighboring country of Ghani, but feeling threatened by the increased national power of Ghani since the new king took the throne, he moved his control sphere to Taizu. He then wrapped the bandits that escaped from the territory of Ghani under his mantle and formed a bandit alliance. Contrary to Ghani, which had a lot of open fields and was hard to run and hide in, Taizu had many mountains and forests unclaimed by human hands, making it the perfect hunting spot. Dokora was living as an Anbu from a certain nation, but his life was targeted after learning something he shouldn't. He lost an arm in that instance. He changed his lifestyle after feeling the limits of his career as an assassin. Because of these experiences, Dokora had the know-hows of pursuit techniques and a variety of stealth skills. By sharing a part of those techniques to the bandits, the chances of the members in the alliance being captured fell, and improved their efficiency and plundering through information exchange. All of these compounded into the reason why the Knights of Taizu were having so much trouble with them. How did they do it? What method did they use? Dokora, a child with no mana, coincidentally entered the mountain and found the cave. What are the chances? Tell the other dens to refrain from any flashy actions for now. We will observe their movements and gauge the situation. Dokora, understood. What bothers me is that, after counting the corpses in Jiddu's place, there seems to be some who were captured. The messenger was within those. You are worried they will be tortured and be made to spill out information about us? No need to worry about that. They are not idiots. They are fully aware that our retribution would be multiple times worse than any torture the Knights can concoct. They would rather choose death through torture than confessing and living in fear for the rest of their lives. Dokora has shown to every member of each crew what happens to turncoats. What Dokora displayed were his torture skills he gained as an Anbu. He made them realize that the clean and straightforward torture of Knights would just be a favor to kill them faster. Increase the use of magic seal stones. Increase the traps. Dokora, gotcha. Now then, let's see what Taizu has to offer. Dokora, when we went down the mountain and returned to the capital, the captured bandits were imprisoned at the barracks. A celebration was raised afterwards, but I politely refused. I haven't had a proper sleep since coming to this world, even though my second mountain climbing was me being carried, so I am not that tired. The last time I slept was when I was smacked awake by Ilias-san and only managed to sleep for around 1 hour. When I said this with a serious face, one of the night-old men told me to freely use a bed in the barracks. So after wiping my body, I borrowed some clothes, and went right to sleep. I welcomed a really sweet noon. I was fast asleep at the cell, but actual sleeping quarters really are different. My physical condition was perfect aside from the fact that my muscle pain was still not completely gone. While I was thinking that, My stomach began growling. I need to ask them to share some food. I got up from the bed and left the room. I met one of the night-old men while I was wandering around randomly. If I remember correctly, he was the spear user. What was his name again? We had some light self-introductions, but I honestly can't remember it. I might have barely been able to remember if they were Japanese names, but it is not like I have such good memory that I would remember the foreign names of close to 10 people. Ooh, it is you. Got a good sleep? Yes, thanks to you all. Excuse me, but what was your name? Karajiagujesta Domitukafakon. Yup, not even confident about remembering a single one. From what I remember, the other old men also had long names. I am sorry, I don't think I can remember it. Fewer. I am told that often. Just call me Karaj. That would be a great help. Karajisn, can I get a bit of food? I have only been eating nuts and fruits these few days. Ooh, that's not good. There's still left over food from yesterday's celebration if that's alright with you. I am honestly fine with anything. When I went to the cafeteria as guided, there was still a lot of food on top of the plates that hadn't been tidied up yet. They are all dishes that give out a wild feeling, perfect for a junk food enjoyer. Want me to heat up the soup at least? Kara, I don't mind anything as long as it can enter my stomach. I eat the cooled meat with soup. This is a taste I would normally feel sad about, but I can enjoy them plenty enough as I am now. This is my first time eating the food of this world, but it is not to the degree where it doesn't match my palate. They are using herbs with a slightly peculiar taste. The scent is on the strong side, but it seems to be concealing the gamey taste of the meat. The soup is also a simple one where you boil the ingredients together, and there's also something resembling herbs added to it. But it seems like there's no salt used in any of the dishes. Maybe because it is a country surrounded by mountains and forest. Salt obtained from the sea is probably a rare product or maybe isn't circulated. It is a thin taste for a modern person, but it is far better than nibbling on fruits. After eating my fill, Karaj, who had disappeared somewhere, came back with a wooden mug of water. I could have brought you booze too, but Ilyas seems to be troubled, you see. Can you please show up at her place later? Kara, got it. But can I clean this up before that? Fewer. That would be a great help. Kara, I rolled up my sleeves and picked up the tableware. I then chatted with Karaj as I arrived at the break room at the side of the prison where Ilyas-san is. From what I heard, these barracks are the station of the gatekeepers that protect the gates and the knights that guard the surroundings of the castle. Karajia and Ilyas-san are originally in charge of patrolling and doing work similar to that of police. The mission this time around of dealing with bandits was a special one appointed to Ilyas-san. Right. The name of this country is apparently Taizu. Hey, Ilyas, I brought the lad. Kara. Ah, I see. Ilyas sat down on a chair looking pensive. Judging from your state, it doesn't seem like they are coughing it up, huh? Kara. Yeah, I left it to someone that specializes in that field. But it is not working. They told me that if we were to turn it up more than this, they would die. Ilyas. It seems to be some dangerous talk. Coughing it up? Are you interrogating the bandits? Yeah, we certainly did wipe out the den of bandits yesterday. However, there's other crews hiding in Taizu. Since there's no signs of fights between bandits, I thought there must be some sort of networking or information exchange of sorts, but... Ilyas. I see. There's no way a single crew of bandits of that scale would be able to fight against a whole country. There's more things I don't know than things I do. Can you tell me the current state of affairs? Ah, that's true. Ilyas. It all began when the king of the neighboring country, Ghani, changed. The new king of Ghani showed splendid ability, strengthening their national power, and limiting the actions of criminals. Because of that, the criminals moved away from Ghani and escaped to neighboring countries. One of those was Taizu. The Taizu nation possesses a vast territory that doesn't lose to Ghani, but has a lot of forests and mountains, so it must have been judged to be a perfect spot to create bases for the bandits, and thus, many acts of pillaging have occurred in recent years. The knights began moving in order to put a stop to this, but the bandits would avoid fighting with the knights, would poke at openings ingeniously, and would repeat their pillaging. I see. Couldn't you have gotten them with baits or something? We did try to have knights conceal in the cargo or disguising them as merchants, but it didn't work. They used detection magic after all. Ilias, you apparently can see the beings with mana and how high their mana is within the range of the detection magic. I see. You would be found even if you are hiding, and even if a knight were disguised, they will judge them as dangerous if they see the abnormally high mana. It is probably like a mana version of a thermosensor. It really sounds handy. But the fact that they are confirming your mana amount must mean that you could instead use detection magic to find them, right? There was a time when we did get a reaction, but they are checking out actions from within the forest. The moment they get caught with detection magic, they run deeper in. Ilias. Speaking of which, they did say that yesterday. If detection magic is used, the ones caught in it will also notice. I think you guys would be able to catch up to them with your speed even while using detection magic and chase them around though. Of course, but they would scatter around magic seal stones while they are escaping. Ilias. Magic seal stones? What? You don't know about them? What countryside did you come from, lad? Kara. It is this. Ilias. Saying that, she showed me a faintly pea-green transparent stone. Its size is around that of a marble and it doesn't seem to be processed. It gives me more of an impression of a glass rock than a jewel. This stone covers the surrounding area with a specific mana proportional to its size. When magic touches that mana, the stone reacts, disassembles the structure of the spell, and scatters it as mana. It is a stone that seals magic just as its name denotes. Ilias. What a fantasy killer. I had a clear desire and was excited to learn magic after coming to this magic world, and yet, there's a magic killer as if it is the most natural thing. By the way, is this stone rare? This size can be bought with the allowance of a child. Ilias. Ooh, it is on that level. Then, does that mean that mages are practically useless in actual combat? Are you referring to combatants specialized in magic? Right. If you are quite the skilled user, you can do things like throw rocks with magic to avoid the effect of the magic seal stone, but it will be nullified just by having magic seal stones nearby. In war, there's a lot of cases where magic in the whole battlefield will be impossible to use by bringing giant magic seal stones. Ilias. This makes me curious, but won't detection magic be useless if you had this? This is obvious, but won't magic that detects in a radius around you be nullified if used within the range of the magic seal stone? Yeah, if you use it in all directions. That's why you narrow the direction when you use it. In the case when an ally of yours holding a magic seal stone is close to you, you cut off the detection of that ally's direction. There's a trick to it, but it is not a difficult technique. For people who are used to it, they would even be able to use magic while having a magic seal stone on them. The size of it would be restricted though. Ilias. Sounds pretty malleable. Yeah, it comes to training. That said, there's no way to immediately tell what size or where the other party has the stone on, so it really would be difficult to use magic in actual combat. Ilias. By the way, a part of the cave yesterday had a storage of magic seal stones. If you were to use detection on the surroundings, you could use it as long as you avoid the direction of that room. Kara. Fumo, a stone that can adjust its nullification field depending on its size, huh. Moreover, because the price is reasonable, you can use them as if they were disposable. If you scatter them around while escaping, you can obstruct the detection magic of the chaser effectively. Then what if merchants hold them? Number. If they have a method to cancel detection magic, they will assume you have some sort of way to resist, and the bandits will go into hiding. No, wouldn't it instead make it more difficult for the bandits to attack the merchants? Won't the bandits be more wary and casualties lower if you had the merchants hold those as a sort of traversal permit? You certainly would be able to nullify elementary detection magic. But if you have a somewhat accurate location and you avoid that spot, you can use detection magic again. Ilias. If you bring a whole lot of them on a bigger size, you will be able to nullify the detection magic and it will show temporary effectiveness. But when that happens, they will begin gambling attacks on the merchants. We might be able to capture them eventually if we mix one of us within them, but it will drastically increase casualties. It would be hard to make everyone accept that condition. Ilias. There's rarely any merchant who would want to carry such a risk. Also, as long as you don't get them by the root, they will think up new methods, and the cat and mouse chase will resume. They use detection and attack the ones they can attack with certainty. If detection is used on them instead, they will use magic seal stones and escape. They are incredibly troublesome bandits. When considering this, another worlder with low internal mana coincidentally passing by the base of the bandits and leaking that information must have been a godsend. Of course they would be excited. In the end, this means you have to subjugate them. Yeah, we thought we finally managed to catch their tail, but it doesn't seem like we will be getting any information from them. Ilias. And so, we are finally back to the current problem. If they can't make use of the information from the captured bandits, it would just mean they have simply reduced the casualty rates by a tiny bit. No, it might even lead to the bandits growing more active due to the happiness of their share increasing and the harm done would be unchanged. Speaking of which, is the magic that can brainwash or control people? There are, but you would need to cast magic on their heads. I don't know how they did it, but these guys have a small magic seal stone lodged in their heads. If we were to forcefully take that off, they would most likely die just like that. Ilias. They are thorough. If there were surgical techniques, it might have been possible, but considering the scientific level of this world, it would be difficult. They might be able to achieve an accurate surgery with magic, but if what they are trying to remove is a stone that can nullify magic itself, there's nothing they could do. At any rate, I'm impressed that the bandits won't yield to even the interrogation of these guerrilla knights. Do they have a really high sense of camaraderie? No, almost all of the bandit crew of yesterday has been wiped out. I would understand if it were about their own crew, but would the information of the other bandits be more important than even their own life? There's something that bothers me. Can you let me do the role of interrogator? Ilias-san and Karaja were looking over here in wonder. They then guided me to the investigation room. No, the interrogation room where one of the bandits is in. I don't really have any intention to torture him, so I placed a desk between us and sit on a chair. Who the hell are you? The new interrogator. After a Sir Knight comes a bean sprout. The quality of Taizu is damn low. There's no rule stating that muscles are needed in interrogations. I don't really like inflicting pain. Not only a bean sprout, but a pansy. Kill me already. I have no information to give to any of you. He taunted me. Scary. The other party is full of aggro towards me. He must have already faced the interrogation and torture of the knights. I can see a number of new wounds on his body. But well, thanks to having seen even more monstrous people than this, I was a bit unfazed. Then, can you tell me why you can't talk? We are currently trying to obtain information from you guys by using this or that mean. But you guys are not telling us. I want to know the reason why. Are you an idiot? Why should we tell the enemy? I have heard from a higher-up, or more like, the one in charge this time around, but it seems like you geese won't be able to escape execution. You have taken too many lives, so nothing can be done about that. Obviously. Kill me at once then. That's when something bothered me. Why is it that you are refusing so vehemently despite death being set? Even if you tell us the info, you will be dying. The ones who will be suffering from this won't be the comrades you have been eating together with, but bandits in a business relationship. You would normally want to just spit out the information at once and die in peace rather than dying through torture, right? I think what's awaiting you guys if you sell the info of the other bandits is something even scarier than death. I want to know what that is. What would I gain from that? We can acknowledge it. If we acknowledge the reason why you can't tell us the info, there's no need to do pointless interrogation. Don't you think it wouldn't be a bad deal between us? I am not really telling you to backstab your allies. I am giving you the offer of telling me the reason why you can't, and you get a peaceful death. If you have a reason why you can't even tell us that, then it can't be helped. I will just have to leave it to the efforts of the knights. Now then, the last part sounded like a threat and I felt it was a minus instead, but I ended up slipping there. I hope it goes well. Being dead brings no respite. That guy can bring eternal fear to us. Oh, he told us. You can't tell us in detail about that, right? Yeah. Well, if they do have some sort of method, Them telling us what it is would equate to spilling the information to us. After all, we can narrow down our direction greatly here. I managed to get out a statement with enough worth. This bandit said that Guy. It means that Guy is an incredibly threatening existence for this bandit crew. The other crews are most likely being threatened in the same fashion. In that case, the crews with lairs in Taizu are most likely cooperating with that Guy as the center, or maybe in a subservient relationship. Next would be the point about regretting it even after death. The immediate one I can think of is killing their families. But his crew has already been wiped out. I find it hard to believe that they are taking their wives hostages like some warring state general. Also, that won't be bringing eternal fear. I should be honing in on that eternal fear keyword. I can imagine a few possibilities, but these are just assumptions from an incomplete picture of fantasy. There's no point worrying about that here. Let's ask a specialist. All right. Got it. That's enough. I appreciate your help. I stood up and decided to move. A spell that can interfere with the souls of the dead? Ilias, just how much did you corner this guy? My condolences. Do I look like someone who would do that? Ilias, the one at the center of the bandits, is technically working in the shadows, so let's call them the mastermind. The mastermind has threatened the bandits in order to stop them from leaking information. This is still effective despite them being tortured by knights that have the strength to slaughter them. Maya-san told me the clergy heal the wounds of people and guide the souls. Then, is there another side of the spectrum? And so, I have come to the church to ask about whether there is magic that can change the personalities of people and deal a negative influence to their souls. The bandits are fearing retribution after they tell us the info, but they don't fear execution. As such, I hypothesize that there may be some sort of threat that works even after death. Within the forbidden spells, there are indeed spells that would call for the souls of the dead. Maya, so there really is that type of magic, huh? Is it the type that revives the dead with dark magic? Resurrection magic is not dark magic, you know. It is forbidden though. Maya. Sounds like magic everyone would want. You must not say that elsewhere. Depending on the nation, that statement alone would be enough to land you the death penalty. Maya-san said this with the first serious gaze I have seen from her. Is it really considered that dangerous? Yeah, it created the worst result after all. Maya. The worst result? There certainly were people who came back to life with resurrection magic in the past, however. They all became demon lords that antagonized humans. Maya. Demon lords. I heard that term when talking about the place where the slime reside, but there really are demon lords in this world, huh? A king is a being that creates a nation and guides the people, but a demon lord is a being that destroys nations and brings death to humans. Maya. I get the vibe of it. But why does reviving the dead end up turning them into demon lords in the first place? We don't know. I have never used it or seen it used after all. But in history, putting your hands on resurrection magic created even more deaths by giving birth to demon lords. That's when they finally learned. Maya. It is not like I don't understand the danger after hearing demon lord. When speaking of the commonly known demon lord, it would be the enemy of humanity, the boss of all evil that creates many deaths and is defeated by the hero. If each resurrection turns them into a demon lord, it is natural to forbid the use or such. That said, I don't really see the bandits fearing themselves turning into a demon lord. The bandits fear resurrection magic. No, unlikely. Maya-san, is there any other spell that would be more undesirable to use on a personal level? Right. Necromancy, I guess? Maya. She said this with a really uncomfortable face. Judging from the name, is it a spell that controls the souls of the dead? It is a spell where the target is resurrected in an incomplete state, dragging the soul of the dead, forcefully and bringing shame to them in the mortal plane. Maya. That sounds less difficult than resurrection magic. Yeah, resurrection magic is in a further summit. That's why spells that interfere with souls, which are a junction leading to the path, are forbidden as well. Maya. Wouldn't that be enough material to threaten someone? If it were about being resurrected and becoming a demon lord, they would instead be looking forward to climbing back up instead. Most of all, the birth of a demon lord wouldn't be good for the mastermind who partakes in the bandit trade. But how about necromancy? The kind where they go if you betray us. We will drag your soul for eternity even if you die. The words of that bandit would make sense too. How have the souls called by this necromancy been treated in the past? It is something only low-lifes would use after all. Do you think they would treat their souls humanely? They would use them as offerings, would bring them back to rotten bodies and control them like monsters. Maya, do you think those souls had any consciousness? Boy, you ask quite the fearsome thing. Maya-san's eyes turned sharp as if she were evaluating me. In her perspective, I am trying to learn about disdainful magic, so it is not like I don't understand her being bothered here. But in order to bring down the bandits, we must not fail in baiting the truth. I want to hear about this because I judge this to be necessary information. What I want to know is not how to use necromancy, it is the fearsomeness of it. In the past, I have gone out to subjugate an evil user of necromancy. That person would steal the souls of the people they killed and fuse them into the body of monsters. We not only had to defeat the magic user, but also the monsters that were created. Maya. Within the many that screamed in horrifying pain, one of them told me, "Thanks, Maya. I appreciate your help." I'm now certain. The chains tying up the bandits is necromancy. It may not be the exact same, but it must be similar. If they were shown a bandit that ended up that way, they would much rather have a quick death. Maya-san, the bandits in this nation are mostly ones that flowed in from Ghani, right? So I have heard. Maya, is there information about any criminals in Ghani that might be involved with necromancy? You think that guy is involved with the bandits? Maya, I plan on confirming with the bandits here, but I am close to sure about it. Got it. I will investigate. Maya, well then, if you will excuse me, I have obtained the ingredients to level the field. Now it is all about whether I can make it into a weapon. I lowered my head to Maya-san and left the church. Ilyas was listening to the conversation between him and Maya without getting in the way. He still hasn't been in this world for long, and yet, he gathered information he thought was necessary and reached to necromancy. She thought at first he was smart, but that wasn't the case. Ilyas, watch over him properly. Maya, why yeah. Ilyas, I am thinking the same thing you are thinking. Maya, that's Ilyas. That boy is used to evil. He has an understanding of that world. Maya, that's right. It is not that the young boy was smart that he arrived quickly at the use of necromancy. It is because he has a close mentality that he naturally reached that conclusion. Ilyas heard that the world he came from didn't have magic, but she doesn't know what kind of world it is. In the first place, she doesn't know well what kind of person he is. When he heard about the forbidden resurrection magic, he said anyone would want it nonchalantly. After being told by Maya with a serious face about the destiny of the ones brought back by necromancy, he simply nodded without changing his complexion at all. But Ilyas, I know that boy is not a bad boy. That's certain. But he is a dangerous boy that can easily step into the wrong path. Maya. Ilyas nodded and followed after him. After returning to the barracks, I had them gather all the captured bandits. Now then, I shall introduce myself. I am the newly appointed interrogator. Shut up, you bastard. What do you want by gathering us all here? If you want to kill us, just kill us already. They aren't even letting me introduce myself. So sad. But I won't lose. Kill me, kill me. Do you dislike falling prey to necromancy that much? Okay, with this, my belief has changed to certainty. Everyone made really easy to tell flustered faces. Don't worry. More importantly, let's continue our talk. The eyes of the bandits changed from hostility to unease and wariness. If I were to say I am a badger of the same hole as a bluff, I might be able to threaten them with fear. But since I can't actually use this necromancy, the effect I would get would be lower than that of the mastermind. Now then, I would like to negotiate with you guys under this new understanding. Negotiation? Like letting us go if we tell you? I can't do that. Even if I had that authority, I wouldn't. Then what is it? I can change the execution day. What did you just say? If you give us the info, I will promise to execute you guys after we have dealt with the necromancer that you guys fear so much. What's the point of that? You can die as humans. The complexion of the bandits changed. Well, Now comes the gift time. This is a negotiation. Negotiations hold meaning when there's benefits. In this case, it would be whether you guys can die as humans or not. I slowly walk towards the bandits and explain to them thoroughly. Now then, I shall explain what will be happening to you guys from here on. First, in the case you provide us the information, you will obviously anger the mastermind that used necromancy. That's obvious, right? I begin by making them aware of their standing again. Have them concentrate their attention on the biggest problem. However, you guys won't die yet. You will be chained up at the very depths of the barracks and be provided the bare minimum amount of food to keep you alive. And then, I will make them realize that there's a different conclusion. As per the negotiation, you will stay restrained until the mastermind is caught and dead, but after that, you will be safely executed and finish your life peacefully. The bandits looked at each other and I pointed this out gently. There will be no pointless torture. You will be able to die while looking back at your life until now. There's no assurance that you can pull that off. We can't trust the deal either. With the possibility of your guys being resurrected as monsters with necromancy, there's no merit for us in executing you at once. They would happily delay the day rather than increase the pawns of the other side. Even if so, we can die as it is if we don't spill out the info. This is not on the level of your pathetic torture. There's no need to risk it. Right. The other bandits were also getting riled up by this denial. That's a good sign. These guys sternly chose one path until now and didn't move from it. But what of now? They are beginning to compare their own path with the newly presented one. Risk it? That's true, but do you guys seriously think that your current standing isn't risky in itself? What? Do you think there's no other methods, chances, or coincidences we could use aside from us obtaining the information from you guys? That's actually, us finding your base was a coincidence this time around. However, what did you guys think was the reason why we found you? Someone messed up, someone sold us. Did that not cross your mind once? If we were to luckily get information from a different source, what would the mastermind and his group think? Didn't someone tell them the info? Who was it? True, I wonder who. Now that they have begun comparing, the rest is simple. I can just lower the worth of the path they kept on choosing. Make them realize that the path they are choosing isn't as safe as they thought it would be. How it could turn into the worst one with just one slip of fate. You either believe in this guy you fear and leave him to his own devices, or get rid of him as soon as possible. That's the kind of choices you are being given here. The bandits were exchanging glances. They are hesitating. All that's left is to finish them up. That's the kind of deal I am proposing here, so I would like any of you to just bring out the courage and tell us beginning from tomorrow on. I will arrange it so you guys can think about it carefully today. That's all. After that, I had the 7 bandits be moved to different places just as I arranged beforehand with the knights. I took a deep breath once this was over. Man, that was tiring. Doing a presentation while I am continuously glared at ain't easy. When I looked back, Ilyas-san and Karajan were still there, and were making hard to describe faces. So there's a way to corner people like that, lad, you could become a crooked merchant in the future. Kara, I wouldn't ever want to live a life where I am being hated. I just want to live a safe life. But why did you separate them? Ilyas, so that they can't make a safety net, I guess. The safest path for them to take in that situation would be to all coordinate a story and lie. If they do that, it wouldn't be a betrayal, and they can also avoid torture and delay the execution. Even if we saw through their lies, it would take time to make them speak again. I see, but will they spill the information with this? Ilyas, they won't. What, then? Ilyas, that's where I have something to ask of you. Karajan, I am sorry since it will be a bit of a bad thing though. Fumo, tell me. Kara, lend me your ear. Whisper. Oh oi, let me hear too. Ilyas, I whisper the explanation for the last touches to Ilyas-san and Karajan. Karajan closed his eyes and groaned. Ilyas-san was looking over here with a face as if saying what an unbelievable guy. What an unbelievable guy. Ilyas, she said it outright. You are one refreshing evil dude. Kara, this is just on the level of an evil child. However, This is a job only Karajan and the knights can do. Can't be picky with the methods here. Alright, I shall become an accomplice. Kara. But if it is for the sake of the people, it can't be helped. Ilyas. There's a variety of methods to obtain information from the other party with negotiations, but if you are on equal standing, the first thing you need to have them understand is that they will be benefiting from this. It is because they understand there's clear merit for them that people will then accept something new. Next is to properly explain to them the downsides. If you neglect doing that, the other party will begin showing doubts. You can tell them a downside that anyone would be able to know after a bit of thinking before they actually do, and you would be showing your goodwill. And so, the last push. You must not forget that one. The bandit that was the first trigger was troubled. The first time I saw that youngster, I underestimated him and thought he was weak. I polished my detection magic and already learned the technique to evaluate the strength of my targets before I learned how to use magic to choose my prey. My impression after seeing the youngster was that he had nothing special in his body build and didn't give off the aura of a powerful person at all. It didn't seem like he was hiding his power. He was just a normal person. Because of that, I ended up slipping out, thinking he wouldn't get it with just this much info. What was the result of that? We are being shaken. He wasn't deceiving us with nonsense. He noticed holes in our logic even we didn't notice and poked them. I think back on the one-armed man that is uniting the bandits. He suddenly appeared and proposed a bandit alliance. Our boss Jiddu must have been internally scared. He accepted the proposal obediently. There was the downside of sharing territory, but he provided us with even more than that. Information of the merchants, detection magic, a way to escape and avoid brainwashing by using magic seal stones. We could do their job in a far safer manner than before, and manage to benefit from it. But once a human learns comfort, they become greedy. Even more so the case when working as a bandit. There were members who broke the conditions of the one-armed man and acted as they pleased. However, those were simply the necessary ingredients for the one-armed man. Ah, right, I didn't tell you guys about what awaits the people who break the rules of the Alliance. I said you would be purged, but I will tell you the details. Saying this, he showed them a comrade of theirs cruelly turned into a horrible aberration through necromancy. The shadow of a face he had seen before still faintly remained there. Not only that, they were still conscious. Their eyes were leaking out what seemed like muddy water and were mumbling absent-mindedly. Let me die. Please let me die. As someone who had lived as a bandit, I thought I had overcome the fear of death. But being shown that sight of continuing living gruesomely even after death, a fear that surpassed this had been etched in my heart. That's why I decided I must avoid turning into that form at all cost even if I were to die here. However, what the youngster told me shook that conviction of mine. The cave that shouldn't have been found was attacked by the knights. He said it was a coincidence, but it really did happen. In that case, there's the possibility for the information of the other dens to leak in the same fashion in the future. When that happens, who would be the ones who would be suspected immediately and purged? My body shook and my heart wavered. I wanted to consult with my comrades, but I am alone right now. Both options are risky regardless. In that case, I don't want to do something that would benefit the knights that will be executing them, but rather than the possibility of dying like a human right now. No, let's rest for now. I should take more time to think. Right. That youngster had told us about the demerits of the method we are taking. In that case, there's the possibility for the deal he proposed to have pitfalls. I should calm down first. The best action here would be to take a rest so I can think with a cool-headed mind. Ooh, it is about time for my shift. The voices of the knights rang outside the room. It seems the lookout is going to be changing. Is there anyone who has spoken? No, they are all silent. That's right. We won't be snitching so easily. I was relieved by those words. My comrades must be thinking the same. They are not idiots who don't think things through. But do they plan on delaying the execution day? That seems to be the case. Even though the food they are being fed with came from the sweat and tears of the people, there's no issue on that point. They apparently are only going to delay the execution day of 3 people at most. The others will be executed at once, and if we simply give them the leftovers, the burden will be less. My breath stopped. My heart rate increased. I heard something that shouldn't be heard. What did he say just now? But why 3? Even if 7 people were to spill the info, it would just be the same info, right? If we consider the ideal number for interpretation and comparing accounts, the lad said 3 people would be enough. That's true. So this is the pitfall of that youngster? Right. He never said everyone. It is true that if there's a number of us left, they can confirm if it is a lie. There's no need to wait for everyone to spill out the beans. What a merciless bastard. In that case, 4 people will definitely be suffering the worst fate. You will be treated as a betrayer for sure if you snitch, but your safety will be assured until the one-armed man dies. You won't be treated as a betrayer if you don't snitch, but depending on the mood of the one-armed man, we could be prey for the necromancy. It is because both sides had hope in it that I was troubled about it. But what would happen if 3 people were to talk? The 3 will be protected but the other 4 will be executed at once. And then, all 7 of us will be treated as betrayers. The one-armed man said, no matter where you are, as long as you are dead, you will definitely get your retribution. In the case 4 people spill the beans or don't, you would still be suffering the bad sides of both. Only 3 people can safely sit on the chairs that will allow you to die as a human. Oi, jailer, I will talk. Please call that youngster. I hit the door. If the others were to discover this, they would spill the beans without doubt. What, so noisy? It is nice that you are being obedient here, but leave it to tomorrow. The lad said he was going to hear you out tomorrow. Right? Don't joke around. I'm telling you I will talk right at this moment, right? So damn noisy. The lad went to sleep a long time ago. Here, I will give you a paper, so write down what you want to say or something. Give it to him first thing in the morning. Saying this, he slipped a single piece of parchment, and a long and thin piece of charcoal was given to me from the lattice window. It would most likely be impossible to call that youngster even if I were to complain here. Then, what should I do to sit on the chair faster than the others? I hold the charcoal in my hand and begin writing on the paper as much information they would want as possible, to pull their attention. 5 out of the 7 have said they wanted to provide us with information. This is the information list they said they are going to be talking about. After I woke up, Kara-Jizn gave me a pile of parchment while I was having breakfast at the cafeteria of the barracks. I skimmed through them while I passed them to Ilyas-san. I don't know what information would be of use. Let's hear as much as we can. But they all seem to have been written in desperation. Ilyas. The last push was for Kara-Jizn and Ilyas-san to let the bandits hear the talk about how we will only be taking the info of max 3 people. People are weak to limited things. Humans are the type that would reach out to such things easily. And then, if you have the information that will serve to obtain that limited resource, it is even more effective. If a salesman were to tell you can only buy it now, only the frugal ones would bite. A thinking person would notice that this is just a method to make you buy it and would be wary of it. But what about information you coincidentally hear from a third party? A distinction is born when it is information you learn through the media, or information you coincidentally learn. This is not information given to you, it is information you obtained yourself. Therefore, you end up believing it, no matter if it is fake information or not. Such scams were proliferant for a period of time. Anyways, they must have been in even more of a hurry by making them believe this. They must have thought about how to end up with more certainty on that chair as information providers. That's where the paper comes in. This is the last appeal point they can provide. They will try to show that they have the most information out of the others, the one with the tastiest information. This will result in drawing out even more information out of them than having them tell it right then and there. Kara-Jizn, can you tell everyone that I will be listening to what they have to say once it hits 10? Are you going to be talking with everyone together? Kara: no, tell them I am listening to the talk of someone else, and then have everyone talk alone with a respective night at 11. Why? Kara: because I think their mouths will loosen more if they think they are the second or third. You are so thorough. Well, gotcha. Kara. Kara-Jizn leaves the room. Ilyas-san looked at me with a serious face and spoke. Just how did you live in your previous world? Ilyas: that's quite the abrupt question. I have heard that your world doesn't have magic, but I have barely heard anything else aside from that. The actions you have taken this time around were all Ilias. Against the chivalric code, unsavory as a human being? That's right. Poke at the weakness of people and take advantage of it. You are taking those methods way too naturally. The ones who can pull something like that in this world are wild merchants and criminals, or people who have been involved with that kind of bunch. Can you please tell me? Ilias. I lived safely. No matter how I see it, that's not possible, Ilias. Safely means to not be persecuted by anyone, and live a peaceful life. That's how I have carried myself. The biggest difference between this and my world is the sphere of contact. I drank water and paused for a bit. There exist many chances and means to learn about others. If you make contact with many people, the chances to learn of the differences increases. There's obviously good and bad people within them. The bad people will cause harm to others with malice, and will try to benefit themselves. It is a world where there are so many of such evil people, you couldn't let your guard down. In order to live peacefully in a world like that, you need knowledge to protect yourself from such evil. The means to stand in a way that you won't be targeted. The techniques to not be persecuted by others through those actions. That's how I lived safely. I can't understand you well. The you when you were speaking with Maya and us. The you when you were facing the bandits. Just which one is the real you? Ilias. Both. They are both without a doubt me. Even you have a different attitude when facing your people and when you are facing criminals, right? In your case, you are facing them both. As the knight Ilias, I am also changing my way of carrying myself depending on my circumstances. That's all there is to it. Does that mean you would become evil when facing evil? Ilias. It means to comprehend evil. You are living a lifestyle like that of a warped mirror. I see, I get it now. Ilias. Ilias-san sighed. That face of hers seemed as if strength had left her a bit. Changing your way of being to match the other party. I'm impressed that you can pull off such a troublesome thing. Ilias. Living safely isn't easy. After that, we successfully obtained the information of the bandits. There was apparently a messenger of the bandits within those. So we managed to obtain information about the other dens. And we also heard about the one-armed man that formed a bandit alliance and uses necromancy. The first thing I did after obtaining the information was to head to the church again. The boss of the bandit alliance, the one-armed man. I tell the new information to Maya-san. I should be able to narrow the candidates even more with this. Maya-san said the information will be arriving shortly, so she will be telling me once she knows. The information will arrive. Does this world have a way to exchange information from long distances just like the internet? It is probably a mail pigeon. I feel like there would be too much information for a pigeon to carry. But well, I will leave it to her. And so, I spoke with Ilias-san about the actions we will be taking from here on while we walked the city and returned to the barracks. The city was filled with energy, and the market was bustling with people. I was tied up in a bag the first time I was brought to the church, but I have been through this path twice if we omit that time. There's the saying that you can tell how prosperous a country is by looking at the faces of their people, but it really is the case. The faces of many people walking in the cities of Japan are stiff and meager, but the faces of this country are overflowing with emotion as if every day was a festival. I could feel in my heart as if they were sharing their energy with me just by watching them. The king of this country must be a good king. Those words leaked naturally from my mouth. Yeah, the current king and the previous one utilize their wonderful wisdom for the sake of the people. Being able to offer my body to this country as a knight is the greatest of honors and my joy. Ilias. The face of Ilias-san as she said this was kind while she was watching the liveliness of the residents. With this much prosperity, there must be an increase in merchants from outside too. Yeah, but there's also lots who would try to benefit with evil intent within that bunch. I cannot allow that. Ilias. The information we obtained was the location of the Bandit Alliance's lairs in the territory of Taizu, and a rough estimate of their numbers. They most likely already know one of their places has been crushed. The chances of them moving their bases will increase if we crush them one by one. In order to utilize this information to its highest worth, we need to set a single surprise attack. We will need more hands. I am a subordinate of one of the chivalric order's captains protecting this country, Lord Ragudo. I will explain the situation to Lord Ragudo and call together the members of Lord Ragudo's unit. Ilias. Their numbers? Around 30. Ilias. That's low. The bandit subjugation the other day was a sudden dispatchment, so it was only 10, but there were already 1/3 of them. The coordination within the Cheval Recorder seems to be high, but there's way too few people. You said those are of Lord Ragudo, right? The other divisions must have theirs as well. Can't you request assistance from them? It is not impossible. But Ilias. Her face turned bitter and serious. Looks like there's some strenuous circumstances behind this. Seems like there's discord between divisions. We don't have enough numbers as of present, right? Last time was an ambush while closing their escape route. That's why the bandits had to fight back, and we could easily capture the ones who tried to escape. The lairs of the other bandits are not only caves. Some have stuff like huts and tents inside the forest, and have created a small-scale settlement. In other words, their escape route is in all directions. In order to deal with them with certainty, numbers equal or above theirs is required. There's currently 5 gangs working together in the Bandit Alliance. One of them was wiped out the other day, so there's 4 remaining. 3 of them are on a scale of 30 to 50 just like the other time, and the gang of the one-armed man that's most likely the mastermind has 50. 4 settlements of around 200 in total. It is impossible to corner all of them with 30 people. Right. We should think about the people first and foremost. This is not the time to be worried about appearances. Let's request help from the other night divisions. Ilias-san agreed, but it is bothering me. It feels like there's an underlying tone here that a problem might occur if she were to request for assistance. Ilias-san, can you please tell me a number of things before that? After that, we parted ways and I went alone to the place of Lord Ragudo. I asked him to please contact the other night divisions in order to obtain their cooperation. Fumo, fine. But do you understand what you are doing here, Ilias? What exactly would happen if my division were to ask for the help of the other divisions? Ragudo. Yes, but the number of bandits is far from what we imagined. We managed to obtain the information this time around, but there's no assurance it will happen again. If we miss this opportunity, there will be even more casualties in the future. Ilias. I see. I could back you, you know? Ragudo. No, Lord Ragudo, you are the last fortress protecting this castle and country. A symbol. You have granted me this opportunity already. I have accepted this as a trial of mine. Ilias. But Ragudo, I am also one of the knights protecting this country. I can't just be dependent the whole time. Ilias. I see. In that case, I will watch over you until the very end. Ragudo. Thank you very much. Well then, please tell the representatives of the ones that agreed to cooperate that there's a strategy meeting outside of the castle tonight. Ilias. The bandit subjugation this time around is a big mission. You can use the meeting room in the castle, you know? Ragudo. No, we have an outsider assisting us here and according to him letting an outsider that's helping out on a whim enter the castle so readily would be questionable, so he requested it to be outside the castle. Ilias. I see, a modest man. Ragudo. I hope that's the case. Ilias. ? There's no lies in what I told Lord Ragudo just now. However, he said this afterwards. It would be difficult to do it if we are not at the place after all. It is night. There were a variety of knights crowding the most spacious room in the barrack. Ilias-san encourages now the representatives here. The representatives of the respective knight divisions showed themselves too. There were captains who sent subordinates and captains who came personally. There's no need to worry about the former. It should be fine to think of them as actual assistants. But for the captain-samers that came here personally, this place must be dirty and cramped compared to the one in the castle. They would be bothered about the dirty parts of the room with a frown, and there's even some who are complaining about the chairs. That group will most likely be making a move. I should keep an eye on them. Once the appointed time for the meeting hit the clock, Ilias-san stood up and began the talk. You have my gratitude for gathering here on such a sudden notice. Now then, regarding the matter of the bandits, I will now be explaining the current state of the situation. Ilias. It must be because there's her superior and knight captains. I can feel stiffness in her tone. And then, she begins explaining the situation and filling in moderately regarding me who came from outside. However, I can now understand why Ilias-san wasn't too into the idea of asking for assistance. Kara-jin and the others who are from the unit of Lord Ragudo were showing approval. But most of the gazes of the knights here are cold. Some would be visibly impressed, and there were those who were honestly happy about having cornered the bandits. But, oi, the one who clicked his tongue just now, I am so gonna remember you. I listen to what Ilias-san says as I am thinking about how I am also biased towards her here, with me getting angry. And then, we succeeded in obtaining the locations of each lair. Therefore, we want to borrow your strength to raid all the lairs. Ilias, can I speak now? One of the people with the red cloak raised his hand. The difference between a normal knight and a knight captain is the quality of the cloak. The color representing their division is shown in their cloak and decorates their armor. The captains have the crest of Taizu embroidered on their cloak. By the way, the color of Ragudo's division is greenish-blue. Lord Lino, go ahead. Ilias, I have no intention of being frugal in my cooperation. We are going to be vanquishing the bandits that bring harm to our country after all, so this is a matter of course. However, it seems like there's some who have been forced to drink boiling water and those who are driven by personal feelings though. Lino, this is an idiom that means to be betrayed by someone you trust. Being offered a glass of water by a friend and it ends up being scalding hot water. Greater than. The yellow cloak man glared at Lord Lino. So that person is the former. We have deviated from the topic here. Lady Ratzel, how many of the Ragudo division will be participating in this bandit subjugation? Lino, around 30. Ilias, Fumo, that's a decent number for the division with the least members. However, us from the Lino division plan on putting in 300 knights, that's 10 times your number. Lino, you have my gratitude. Ilias, there's no need to worry. As I said before, subjugating the bandits is also a matter that must be resolved at once for me, too. However, don't you think it would be ill-advised for the one with the lowest denominator to be holding the reins when commanding a large group of people from several divisions? Lino, that's Ilias. We of the Ragudo division are a small unit of elites. Each one of us will show you we can achieve 10 times more than a single one of your division. Garage intervened, but Lord Lino still maintained his leisure expression. I am plenty aware of this. That's exactly why. Wouldn't it be a waste of a treasure if you valiant warriors were to be commanding instead of out there fighting the good fight? Also, our division alone has 300 people. How do you plan on leading them? Lino, HNGH. Kara, the command should be relinquished to the division with the highest numbers in this raid. Now then, how many can the other divisions ready? Lino, 170, 180, 120. So around 800. It is great to see that we have gathered a decent amount. Also, this Lord Lino readied a large amount of soldiers for this very purpose. I see. In that case, there should be no issues with me being the one taking command in this bandit subjugation, right? Lino, no objections. Same here. There should be no issues with Lord Lino. If we can give on-field orders ourselves, I have no issues. Everyone including the yellow cloak man agreed. According to what I heard from Ilias-san, she is being looked down upon because she is a girl. There's few women in this country who would aim to be a knight, especially Ilias-san who is close to being on the seat of a knight captain. Ilias-san spoke of it lightly, but when I heard about it from Kara-jin later, I learned that it is far more malicious than I imagined. Military prowess to enter the higher ranks in this country despite being a woman, and liked by the one with the highest seniority, Lord Ragudo. Her fast rise is most likely a target of envy in the eyes of the male knights. The average age of the Ragudo division is high, so they are treating her more like a granddaughter and don't discriminate against her, but turning that around, it means that the other divisions are mostly young men or ones in the prime of their life. The other divisions couldn't show results in the bandit subjugation, and Ilias-san ended up taking over it. There was no one who objected to this. If she were to fail, they would use it as an excuse to chide her. If she were to succeed, they could interject like this to steal the most achievements. Man, they really are narrow-minded. They should just throw away that pride about being a man or a woman. Ilias-san is a muscle-head gorilla, but she is a good knight. It shouldn't matter whether she is a man or a woman here. Well, I was told of the possibility this would happen, so I have already consulted with Kara-jin, and have made preparations though. Hey, lad, can you please say anything? Kara: right. Oh, I was curious about it, but who are you? It doesn't seem like you are a knight. Lino: the provider of the information this time round. Because of a variety of circumstances, I am currently helping out Lady Ratzel, and so, outsider. Do you have some sort of opinion regarding me taking command? Lino: not really. If we need a unit that has the spare members to serve as the messengers, it would be better for that one to be the center since it would make the coordination easier. What? Kara: what, so you do get it. Lino: however, it would be troubling if they were going to be taking command and didn't have a proper grasp of the information. As such, I have prepared this. I ignore Kara-jin, who is acting as if he is shocked, and give the bundle of parchments I prepared. That said, Kara-jin is quite the actor. This is Lino: a map of the locations for the bandit lairs which they spoke of before and their navigation routes. The other ones are a compilation of information regarding the respective lairs. Lord Lino was confirming the documents. This is nice. The routes that would make it easier to march through when entering the forest and mountains. There's even the patrol routes of the lookouts and scouts. Lino: I would like to avoid a scenario where we blindly charge in after we manage to get this information through strenuous efforts. That's pretty much my opinion here. I see. It certainly would be rude to not use the efforts of you people. I definitely will be using this. Lino: we have also prepared a bigger map. The representatives of the divisions are here already, so wouldn't it be better to decide the route of the other divisions now? Saying this, I bring out a bigger map and spread it on the table. You are well prepared. It really saves time. Now then, let's finish this up quickly. Lino: you will be centering around the base where it is said the ringleader is located at, right, Lord Lino? Of course. We are not a unit of cowards that don't tread dangers. Lino: what a big mouth, even though you only want those sweet achievements. Now then, what's left would be to assign the respective lairs. What division will be working together with the Ragudo division led by Lady Ratzel? Is there anyone who wants to join up with them? Saying this, I look at everyone, but there's no one responding. Well, I was expecting this reaction anyways, so this helps me out. Then, they will be on standby at the trade route to provide assistance from the back. In the case there's a unit having difficulties in their battle, Lord Lino can send a messenger to have them move, which would allow for a smoother replenishment of troops. Is that okay, Lord Lino? Of course. Lino: do the others have any objections? Then, I will leave the distribution of the lairs to you now. Everyone nodded this time around. I am sure they won't be calling for help unless they are in extremely dire straits. The strategy meeting proceeded without issues, and the representatives left in order to organize their units. Now then, let's proceed with our preparations too. Ilias-san was making a serious face. Speaking of which, I have only told the specifics to Kara-jin. Even though I told her to leave it to me, they were moved to provide assistance at the back, so of course she would feel like this. Kara-jin, can you tell the members of the Ragudo division about the secret plan? I will explain to Ilias-san here. Right, leave it to me. Kara: secret plan? Ilias: yeah. It is the evil scheme Kara-jin and I cooked up together, and so, I tell her the details of the plan. You really have a devious mind. Ilias: the other side was also using their own nasty tricks, so it is 50-50. Also, I am probably leaving some honey. I end up grinning at how smoothly the plan is going. Ilias-san was shocked after seeing my face. The Night Corps were gathering outside of the gates of Taizu. The ones positioned at the center are the knights led by Lord Lino, that use red as their symbol. Lino smiled satisfied while watching the state of the formation. He had already heard about how the other lords were having trouble with subjugating the bandits. The Full Knight division with yellow as its symbol. This Lord Full was just watching without nominating himself until now because he was aware that all methods had been exhausted. That's where Lord Ragudo gave Lady Ratzel a mission in the form of a nomination. Lord Ragudo wanted to give Lady Ratzel a chance here, but the reality is that Even though Lady Ratzel may be outstanding in her battle prowess, she is lackluster in everything else. That's why it was unexpected that she would bring out such results. But she really is a woman that lacks in the finishing touches. She ended up losing her opportunity to earn achievements after all. He was surprised when Lord Ragudo requested assistance, but what he felt the most was that this was an opportunity. He would immediately narrow the possible members for the other divisions, and then gather an amount of knights that easily surpasses this. And then, just as planned, he succeeded in stealing away the operation rights this time around. They should have just gone to subjugate them with their own group without requesting for assistance if they succeeded in obtaining the information of the bandits. Of course, it wouldn't be possible to wipe out all the bandits even with the small number of elites in the Ragudo division. However, dropping a single base would have been easy for them. They would then get new prisoners and more information. It may take time, but they would be able to monopolize the rewards. She really is a woman. To think she would ask others for help the moment she judges it is too much for her. She really lacks the drive to do things herself. Lino. That's when a messenger arrived. What's the matter? Have the other units finished their formation? Lino. No, but they will be soon. The Ratzel unit told me to bring these documents here to you, Lord Lino. Being told this, he read the documents given to him. What was there was information even more precise about the bases and maps than the ones he was given before. Fumo, this is well made. Lino. They said they want you to share this information to the other units raiding the respective lairs. They can't even handle contact with other divisions because of their low numbers. Huh. Or maybe they simply didn't like the idea of using old soldiers to relay messages. Lino. Lino thought about it for a bit. All right. Distribute these documents to my units in charge of each lair, and then, order them to use this and guide them. Lino. There's no need to share it with them directly. If his units are aware of this information and are in a position where they can guide them, the achievements his division will get will be even clearer. Tell the other units to not show these documents to the other divisions. Lino. Yes, sir. However, they were not badly made. They must have prepared someone decently attentive on their side. Lady Ratzel and the old men of the Ragudo division have no such delicacy. The person that showed up in the mind of Lino was the black-haired young man. This was most likely prepared by the cooperator of Lady Ratzel, that young man. He remembered how the young man acted in that meeting. Within the complaints of the knights from the Ragudo division, he acted in a manner that would elevate them instead. That young man most likely doesn't like the idea of that woman, Lady Ratzel, standing in the limelight. He managed to propose moving them to support at the back and whether there were any divisions that would want to work together with them as if it were a passing thought. He is a determined fellow. He seemed useful, so he was thinking it would be fine to keep an eye on him. First, let's check out just how useful these documents are. Lino. This is how the bandit subjugation raid led by Lord Lino began their march in the middle of the night. The ringleader of the bandit alliance, Dokora, heard about the knights heading their way to attack them and clicked his tongue. The chances of them finding the lairs hidden in the forest and the mountains is low but isn't non-existent. That's why he has at least made patrol routes even at night. Despite that, they were not caught by them and have already surrounded the base. They are clearly completely aware of the routes they take. In other words, information has been leaked. Did the messenger caught in the base of Jida leak the information? He scratched his head with his remaining arm. I don't think he was an idiot that didn't understand threats though. Dokora himself is the one who understands the fearsomeness of necromancy the most. In order to make them understand to the greatest extent, he utilized the most unruly gang. He purposely gave them a territory that would be hard for them to act in, and decreased the sweet rewards they could obtain compared to other gangs. He fanned the flames of rebellion by creating a difference in hierarchy. They broke the rules soon after and began doing as they pleased. They are outlaws to begin with, so they would explode immediately if inconvenienced. And so, he got rid of them with the excuse that it is retribution, and made an example out of them by using necromancy on them. The results were stellar. Even the leaders of the gangs ended up fearing Dokora. And yet, would a mere messenger leak the information? It is hard to believe that he has overcome the fear of his soul being shamed for eternity even after death. He was finding it hard to believe that the super torture of the prim and proper knights would make him spill out the beans, but considering the current circumstances, he had no choice but to think he has indeed done so. He had to accept that it was a mistake. He thought the threat was enough and that he had shared way too much information in order to move them more efficiently. If the information has leaked and they have encircled the place, they must have readied quite the numbers. In that case, it would be safe to assume that the other bases are being raided too. Those guys were done for. Well, no point crying over spilt milk. We are escaping. Make the preparations. Dokura, but we are being surrounded by knights. Are we breaking through? Are you an idiot? With the strength of you guys, you would be practically wiped out. Dokura, the bandits themselves have been living in a strenuous atmosphere. Each of them probably has the strength of 10 people. However, the knights train arduously every day and hone their arts. Even weak knights would be worth the strength of 20 people. If Dokura were to give a modest estimate of himself, he would be around the same as a strong knight, which would be 50. Just thinking about the knight captain level would be a pain. However, this only applies for when they fight an upfront battle. The outside tents are the ones dealing with them right now. Weaklings that wouldn't bring much issue even if lost. But weaklings will not last long, so he had to act fast. Each one of you should divide the treasure and carry it. If a hole opens in your bags and you end up dropping the treasure, I am killing you. I will break the encirclement of the knights while you are getting ready. Dokura. Okay. The most efficient method to increase the win rate in a battle is to be stronger than the other party. Even if you are winning individually, there's cases where you can overturn it by attacking with numbers. However, when you are winning in both factors, it is hard to overturn the tides of battle. That's the current situation. The difference between the seasoned knights and the bandits is clear, and they are being overwhelmed by the numbers of the knights too. No knights in sight were falling. On the other hand, the corpses of the bandits littering the ground were increasing. Lino was watching satisfied and continued giving out orders. Now, exterminate the utterly foolish bandits that look down on us. We win in both strength and numbers. Anyone who can't get ahead should be ashamed. Compete for glory. Lino. Yeah, the documents were extremely useful. When he sent a lightly geared scout beforehand, he found a patrolling bandit, and was eliminated swiftly. They successfully managed to encircle their settlement by slipping into the darkness of the night. They used detection while they were encircling them, so they couldn't do a perfect ambush, but their encirclement was completed while they were fighting. Even the settlement of the largest scale is in this state. It should be safe to assume that the other aides are also doing well. At this rate, the casualties will be negligible too. It might even end with just minor injuries. That would increase the valuation of the one in command. That said, their numbers are low. Lino. According to the documents, they should have 50. And they simply killed a few of the patrols. Merchants don't move at night, so it is hard to believe they are out working. Judging from the reaction of the bandits, it is hard to believe that they predicted this raid and escaped. But even when he was looking at the state of the battle, there's only around 30. Those 30 will most likely be dealt with shortly by the knights. Are they hiding in the tent? Fumo? Then the most suspicious one would be the one in the middle. Lino. The cleaning of the bandits ended soon after. Lino gave new orders. The report said there's 50 enemies. There's most likely close to 20 still in hiding. Check the tents and slowly advance to the middle. Lino. Lino also checks the inside of the tents following the knights. And then, he frowned. He could see traces of bandits sleeping just recently in most tents. Food scattered messily from eating, dirty blankets, etc. But he would at times see some strange sights. Is this a corpse? Lino. There's a mountain of rotting corpses letting out a foul stench left just like that. Judging from the clothes, they seem to be corpses of bandits. There seems to be herbs wrapped on top of the corpses, most likely to prevent the stench from getting out, but there's a lot of maggots crawling around in them. Judging from the state of the knights, there's several tents in the same state. Why did he go out of the way to keep the corpses of his comrades? If I remember correctly, the ringleader should be a necromancer. Could it be? Lino. Shivers ran down through his spine. Even Lino is one of the knight captains. It is not like he hasn't gone through his fair share of life or death experiences, and so, Those experiences were ringing alarms about what will be happening, and one possibility surfaced in his mind. Everyone, be careful of the corpses. There's something about them. Lino. The moment he warned them, the corpses sprung out. Lino barely avoided because his eyes were directed at the corpses, and he sent the corpse flying with his sword. That one attack separated the top and bottom of its body, but both parts began to wriggle, creeping their way together and sticking back to its original form. The remaining corpses also began to move, and began to attack the knights nearby with inhuman conduct. It seems like the same thing happened in the tents around. A battle between the knights and the corpses began. So this is necromancy. How nasty. Lino. He was cutting the corpses to pieces as he cursed at them, but they would repair themselves when left be and would resume attacking. They are already not human corpses but undead monsters. Regroup and coordinate. Their movements are nothing to fear. Lino. The face of Lino froze when he once again looked around. Even the bandits they defeated before are getting up. There were around 100 corpses already there. And now, 30 more bandit corpses were added. Impossible. There should be knights that have magic seal stones equipped. They shouldn't be able to activate magic on the corpses at this time, and shouldn't be able to cast necromancy on the bandits that died just now. Lino. A melee was beginning in the place. The undeads seemed to have more speed and power, but there wasn't any sort of technique to them. They were just attacking them by pure instinct. As such, the trained knights wouldn't get outdone by them. However, they don't die. No matter how much they are cut down, stabbed, smashed, they will heal themselves and get up. All of you, don't die. You would just become a part of the undead. The ones who have learned cleanse magic, test out what you can. For the ones who don't know that spell, find a way to seal their movements. Lino. Living bandits entered the vision of Lino while he was giving out orders. It seems like they have begun escaping within the chaos. Sumi-oni-e-e-e. Lino. He wanted to order a chase, but they already had their hands full. If he were to give out a thoughtless order here, there's no assurance there won't be people getting caught by the undead in the confusion. They can deal with them because they are the undead of bandits, but the threat of a night undead would be immeasurable. The sound of grinding teeth rang, and the encirclement that was thought to be perfect was easily broken through. Ha. Those guys were more useful dead. I was escaping through the forest while laughing, overjoyed by how perfectly the plan I set went. As expected of our boss. But just how did you set that up? Those guys even had weapons with magic seal stones lodged in them. You know, magic seal stones are handy, right? They disassemble the magic that enters its field after all. However, you must not misunderstand. What it dismantles is simply the structure. Dokora? The necromancy I used was simple. Have the soul of the dead take over their original body, and have them go out of control as undead. The troublesome part about it is that it releases mana with the same effect on the corpses in the area. That's why, if you get attacked by an undead and die, that person will become an undead, and you can turn them into undead just by leaving the corpses there. A forbidden spell that brings back the corpses in the area as undead one after the other. It is to a degree where a whole nation fell because of this. The method to keep them sleeping is also simple. I set a barrier in the central tent that emitted mana that calmed down the undead. I simply lifted it up. I played around with several magic seal stones in my palm as I basked in the afterglow. The barrier itself will be undone if magic seal stones get close. However, the mana created by the barrier and the mana created by necromancy are simply of that nature and are not constructed. Magic seal stones seal magic. The meaning of that isn't wrong, but the logic behind it is different. The biggest merit of necromancy is the fact that the created undead are clad in special mana. Due to this, even if magic seal stones are used, its effects won't weaken. As long as there's no interference when it is being used, you can do as you please afterwards. Even if I were to tell you the details, you wouldn't get it anyways. Only thing you got to worry about is that you don't die close to those cores. You will end up like them even if I don't do anything. Dokora. Why yes, I drop a single magic seal stone after a certain distance traveled. With this, they won't be able to pursue us to our current location with detection magic. It is not impossible to chase after us by searching for traces of movement, but if they take their time chasing us like that, we can shake them off by moving around normally. Moreover, the place we are heading to has magic seal stones scattered about beforehand. I had prepared an escape route for such occasions, a terrain that's easy to take refuge in. We arrived at our first destination, which is an open place. The only ones who know about this place are the subordinates I have been acquainted with for a long time. It is the place I had them remodel in secret. Now then, let's take a bit of a break. All the guys that ran away are here, right? We are going to be confirming the luggage we grabbed with us, okay? Dokura. What lies beyond here is a hideout only my comrades know and also a lair only I know of. We can just take refuge in the former while I am accompanied by these guys. They must have gotten the other places too from the looks of things. Man, got to be grateful for the knight's armors. There's more for us now. Dokura. The amount of bandits that escaped from Ghani after the new king took the throne was massive. I created the bandit alliance so that we could safely plunder, and even if knights were to move, we could disperse the risks. The result was favorable. I had the ones I didn't like rebel on purpose, used them as an example, had the others be indebted to me, and placed them in easier to find locations for the knights. I thought the chances of those lairs being found out would be low too. But that's how I readied the plan. But the number of bandits has dropped sharply with this. We should be able to lay waste to the hunting spots with a few elites. It is not all sour here. I see. But I am not one bit happy about being thanked by a criminal. A voice rang. A single knight showed up from the shrubs. And then, knights began to show up in the surroundings, matching the entrance of this knight. Whoa, are you serious? Dokura. My name is Elias Ratzel. Bandit Dokura, this is the dead end of your wretched path. Elias. The female knight that showed up introduced herself and unsheathed her sword. Far away from where Elias-san introduced herself in a cool way, there's garages, and behind that back of his, sticking really close to him was the Isekai traveler. I am honestly tired. No one carried me this time around after all. A one-armed man. Looks like there's no mistake here. It is exactly as you predicted, lad. Kara. Now then, let me explain how things turned out like this. The one-armed man, Dokura, escaping was within my expectations from the very beginning. This man that has managed to deceive the knights until now with thorough information control and escaping capabilities, wouldn't be so readily caught just because his base has been surrounded. It would be natural for him to have one or two escape routes ready. I could tell he was relying on necromancy from how much confidence he had with his ruling by fear. I was curious about it. So I had one of the members of the Ragudo division investigate the cave they attacked the other day, and the corpses there were completely gone. They buried them in grief. No way. In that case, they will be using them for something. Obviously for a moment like this. We also identified the name of Dokura in the information Maya-san found. He was in Anbu for a certain country, was said to have broken a taboo one day, and became a wanted person. He apparently turned into a bandit-like criminal at Ghani, but feeling threatened by the new king, he escaped to Taizu. And that leads us to now. Realizing that the know-hows of when he was in Anbu would serve him well in the bandit business was big. In other words, Dokura is the type that, rather than taking advantage of his wit, would make use of his past experiences. This type of people whose actions are inclined towards confidence in their experiences are easy to read once you get the pattern. I judge that he would almost definitely use magic seal stones in his escape. Seeing how they were using the stones like water, I also assumed the possibility that he had scattered them around his escape route beforehand. The reason why I had Elias-san and the Ragudo division positioned to assist in the back, which is a complete free state, was in order to forestall the area of their escape route before the attack. We also decided on the routes in the meeting and narrowed down the possible paths they could escape in. Coupled with that, they have also been using detection magic since before the raid as we explored. That said, Lord Lino didn't even spare a single member to keep tabs on their Agudo unit. He probably didn't have even a sliver of desire to coordinate with us. I would have managed somehow if he did post someone though. And so, we went around the outer circumference of the areas where detection magic was erased, in other words, the places where magic seal stones were set, and sniffed out their escape route. One of the things we found was an unnaturally worked on open space. They were probably using it as a rendezvous point when scattering. It seems like they easily got through the encirclement and came with everyone, though. You could say in a way this was a fine play by Lord Lino. I was wondering what to do if he was the genius type with a clear and fast mind even without experience. Lord Lino is most likely dealing with the undead right about now. I have asked the skilled Maya-san to assist them, so they should be close to suppressing them by now. I doubt he has any room to complain later. He did have the vanguard after all. Now, it is the share of Ilias-san from here on. Oi, are you serious? Dokura showed a surprised expression in front of the knights that appeared, but soon changed into a smile. Young lady, are you the leader of this unit? That's right. Ilias is the guy that found this place here right now? Dokura, I found it. Ilias, don't lie, Knight-sama. I can tell just by looking. You are an utterly straight-laced knight. Do you think such a person would be able to go ahead and block the assumed escape route on the premise that the enemy will escape while her comrades are fighting? You can't, right? Dokura. I can tell that the one that sniffed out this place isn't someone like you guys whose sustenance is pride. It is someone who knows our way of living. Dokura. That man called Dokura. Rather than calling him someone with a fast brain, it is more like his sense of smell is outstanding. I would say it is the sense he has won through blind belief of his experience. Hey, let me talk to that guy. If you do, I will deal with you guys properly. They are hiding, right? Dokura was looking around. No choice but to come out here, huh? Ilias-san told me I definitely should not come out, but I would like him to avoid directing his attention to his surroundings. Kara-jin, I leave the rest to you. Yeah, be careful out there. Kara. I stood up, pushed my way through the bushes, and showed up in the open place. I stopped Ilias-san, who seemed like she wanted to say something. So you are going to fight without running away? Huh. I don't mind tagging along with this talk of yours. You will protect me if anything happens, right, Ilias-san? Why yeah. Ilias. Also, this is necessary. I whisper the last part, so Dokura doesn't hear. And then, I stand right by the side of Ilias-san and face Dokura. This conversation for Dokura isn't to buy time. It is an action led to satisfy his own curiosity. This is something necessary for us too. That said, he is not someone we can smooth things over with. I shall respond freely as well. Who so you are the one? You don't seem like a fighter. Dokura. That's right. I am confident in being the weakest one out of everyone here. Nice. I like the defiant attitude. But are you really the one? Can I ask you a few questions? Dokura. Go ahead. How did you find the hideout of Jiddu? Dokura. I got lost in the mountain and coincidentally found the cave, that's all. Seriously? The possibility I immediately scrapped. Well, miracles and coincidences do happen at least once. Dokura. So he is careful enough to leave coincidences at the corner of his mind, huh? I can see surprise, but no shake in his emotions. Dokura believes in his methods, but he understands they are not perfect. Thus, he prepares the next move and the move after that. He is a meticulous guy. In that case, the chances are high that he has a countermeasure for this current situation. The next question. How did you make them spill out the information? Dokura. I assumed necromancy was involved since they were fearing even their life after death. That part is fine. Even if that may be far from related to knights, there might be ones in the clergy that would be able to come up with that conclusion after all. What I am asking is how you made them talk. Dokura. I had their executions delayed until the necromancer was dead. 3 at most. I see. So I should have said it can be used on the living too? Dokura. If you could actually show it. Falsehoods create seams. Last question. With what did you corner me? Dokura. Understanding. Dokura went silent for a moment. And then, his mouth warped in amusement. Got it. There's no doubt you are the one. I doubted it at first, but I got my confirmation with those eyes just now. Dokura. Great to hear. Who are you? You are not a guy that should be tagging along with them, right? Dokura, how rude. I am a virtuous civilian. A virtuous civilian wouldn't understand a guy like me, or more like, what kind of hellhole did you come from that you would be considered a civilian? What are the bad guys doing? Dokura, I don't know what to reply with if you say that. A bad guy is such a wide term. There's tyrants that leave their marks in history, and also people who leave scars on the heart of just one person. Those I have only heard about from hearsay, and there's even those who I have seen with my own eyes and gotten involved with. I had no intention of talking for a long time here. But how can I transmit this properly? They are doing anything. Anything. I see, black hair, black eyes. It doesn't seem like you are from the tribe I know. No, wait. Dokura seemed to have remembered something and pointed here. You are an earthling? Dokura, ? This guy knows? What he said was unexpected. To think the ringleader of the bandits knows about Earth. But this means it would be troubling if Ilias-san were to kill him. Right? No, could it be that Dokura is also from Earth? Looks like I am right. Man, to think there really was one, and that I would meet one in person. Dokura, I answered your questions. Now it is my turn. Why do you know about Earth? There's no way I wouldn't know about it in my standing. The necromancy that led my life astray, and the resurrection magic that brought the darkest era in the history of this world. That was the parallel world that gave birth to all those taboos. Dokura, looks like the possibility of Dokura being an earthling is out of the window. I moved my gaze to Ilias-san. Judging from her surprise, she must not have known either. At any rate, an earthling created resurrection magic. Is that possible? It is true that, within the history of the world, there exists anecdotes of alchemy and magic that served to create the foundation of fantasy worlds. In that case, I can't deny the possibility that such people came to this world before and created this magic that's called taboo. However, the magic in the modern era only exists in imagined worlds. It is hard to believe, but Dokura doesn't seem to be lying here. In the first place, there's no need to lie about this. Is there anything else you know about? What? Do you want to seal my mouth? Just like that time? Dokura, I simply want to know. I see. Too bad. What I know is barely the entrance of the abyss. Necromancy is basically like an appendix of this. Dokura. If you really want to know, research it yourself. It is enough as a starting point, right? Dokura. Saying this, Dokura unsheathed the knife on his waist. I have seen something nice. I am doomed as a business, but the sourness in my stomach has lowered. Thanks. Dokura. Ilias-san stepped forward, wary about Dokura taking a battle stance. We are done talking here, huh? I honestly wanted to continue talking for a bit more, but it can't be helped. I have fulfilled my objective here. Now all that's left is to believe in them. Now, you guys, they have a bit more people than us. Moreover, they are a lot more dangerous than the knights of before. That's why, hang on for a bit, okay? I will make an undead out of any coward. Dokura. Yeah, their morale is high compared to the bandits of before, and they don't fear the knights. They escaped from the encirclement because they could escape, and they are trying to face us here because they have no choice but to. I can tell by looking at their faces. Contrary to the bandits that feared necromancy, these guys have pure rust on Dokura. They are enjoying the life they have right now. They are bad guys, but I felt a bit jealous of them. If the person I met first wasn't Ilias-san but Dokura. No, I shouldn't be imagining such if scenarios. I have to concentrate on protecting myself in this melee. Where should I stay, Ilias-san? Don't move from there. We will definitely protect you. Ilias. Got it. There's nothing I can do. The only thing I was told was to believe. That's quite the tall order here. The bloodthirst of the bandits is directed here as well. Enemies that can easily kill me are aiming to attack at this very moment. This fear doesn't lose to the time with the bear and the slime. No. There's fears that can be felt exactly because they are humans as well. I bite my left sleeve to calm down the trembling of my jaw. The strength of that bite was more than necessary because I was beginning to lose my calm here. However, the pain on my arm was barely managing to keep my heart tranquil. Then, let's go. Dokura. Dokura threw the knife this way. Ilias-san smacked that down. There's 2 knives stabbed on the ground. He only threw one just now. A hidden knife, a projectile attack where he hid a small knife in the shadow of a bigger knife. I didn't feel a single sign of it in his motion. Ilyas-san being able to smack away such an attack is reliable. The bandits scattered with that throw of the knives, and a melee began in the surroundings. Even in the eyes of a novice like me, I could tell that the knights of the Ragudo division are superior just like before. But the overwhelming difference here is the movements of the bandits. They wouldn't pursue more than necessary and be defeated by a counterattack. They were keeping each other in check, and didn't attack carelessly. Dokura also took out a new knife and began fighting Ilyas-san. His movements far surpassed that of the other bandits. He might even be as strong as the knights in the Ragudo division. 2 knights came close to me to protect me. If they were to use these members for an offensive, they would definitely win. But the weak point of this is that there's an out-of-place civilian here that would die in an instant if targeted. I was grateful for them while being fully aware I am being a hindrance. Haha, you are strong, young lady. You rarely see someone as strong as you even in Ghani. Dokura was fending off the slashes of Ilyas-san with sweat on his forehead. He is skillfully deflecting the sword rush that would take away the arm holding the knife if he were to take it on. That pressure must be intense for the one-armed man. In contrast, Ilyas-san isn't sweating at all. It doesn't even seem like she is having fun in this battle. She is just silently swinging her sword and cornering him. You have good technique, but it is a shame that you are mute. Let's enjoy this more. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to clear away the grievances of your training-ridden life? You know? Dokura, I have no obligation to entertain you scoundrels. And have no intention to either. Ilyas. What a boring woman. I would prefer laying in bed with that man over the 10 times more than you. Dokura, don't say stuff that makes me feel chills on a different meaning. But the balance of that exchange of blows was slowly crumbling. I see. I now get how you can call yourself the leader of these guys despite being so young and being a woman. My arm is going to break anytime soon. Dokura appealed to the fatigue of his arm in a really blatant manner, and then swiftly threw the knife he was holding. Ilyas-san smacked that away without changing her expression at all. Well, me being able to enjoy it to this degree with my skills should be enough. Allow me to use my trump card here. Dokura. He took out a new knife. The blade is different from the ones until now, an ominous black. Ilyas-san must have felt something from that knife too. She readjusts the grip on her sword. Your perception is also top tier, young lady. But don't worry, this is not to use on you. Dokura. Saying this, Dokura raised his arm high and, this is how you use it. Dokura threw it straight up into the sky. The knife reached a point where it couldn't be seen with the naked eye, and exploded. A dark mist began to spread at an astonishing speed and was descending. The battlefield was covered in a black mist in an instant. Set a barrier on him. The same time as this was shouted, my body was wrapped in what seemed like a light film. It seems like the knight by my side has used some sort of magic on me. The vision turned slightly darker. It doesn't look like it is something to steal away vision. The fact that they have set a barrier must mean it is poison. No, maybe it is that. Ooh, nice decision. It is pretty harmful for people with no mana after all. Dokura. Necromancy, Kinai. That said, it is not like I used necromancy. That knife was infused with the mana created from necromancy, ridiculous amounts of it. That's why the magic seal stones you guys have are pointless. Dokura. As expected from a guy that utilizes magic seal stones unsparingly, it seems like using magic while slipping through the special traits of it is right up his alley. Why did he use necromancy here? In order to reutilize the corpses of his comrades? I direct my gaze to the surroundings. There's bandits who have already died, but there's no signs of them moving. The other knights and Ilyas-san must be thinking the same thing. They are not forgetting to be wary about the corpses even within the intense battle. Ah, this is different from the one I used to increase the undeads for escaping. This is the correct way of using necromancy. One to control the undead. Dokura. A scream was raised somewhere. It wasn't from the bandits or the knights. In that case, this means, be careful, we are surrounded. A hand creeped out from the ground. It reminds me of that one scene in a movie. The classic scary scene where zombies crawled out from their graves. By the time we realized what was happening, the 30 knights that were surrounding the 20 bandits were now in turn surrounded by more than 50 undead. These guys move according to my mana. They are not like your regular weaklings that simply rampage. They are pawns that faithfully follow my orders. Dokura. The undead are brandishing weapons, armed undead that obey their summoner. And then, a remarkably bigger undead jumped out from deep in the forest. Rah! The giant undead roared. I have seen it before. The boss of the bandit gang we defeated the other day. If I remember correctly, it was Jiddu. He is carrying a great sword that doesn't lose in size to the stone hammer the other day, and began to charge towards Ilias-san. Ah! This guy was exemplary as material after all. Also, he seemed to hold a grudge against you guys. Dokura. Ilias-san took on the great sword that was swung with those strong arms of his. It seems like she managed to block it, but the pressure of the blade went through the body of Ilias-san and created cracks on the ground. He is far faster than the last time I saw him, and stronger. The arms of Jiddu explode from the recoil of using power that surpasses the limits of his body. But those arms regenerate in the blink of an eye. This is an undead. It is not only a corpse that moves, but the worst kind of soldier that can continue fighting endlessly. We are being surrounded by such enemies. I can't feel distress from the faces of the knights, but the tension has increased. I see, this would warrant a bit of sympathy. Ilias. She swung her sword as she said this and severed the head of Jiddu. But Jiddu began to regenerate. Now then, judging from your gear, it doesn't seem like you have holy weapons that have been baptized. What are you going to do now, Knights Armors? You can run away, you know. We don't chase after the ones that leave. Dokura. What a joke. They simply don't die. What is there to fear about that? Even when facing the bandits turned undead and the bandits that have begun to fight back, the knights were still not being pushed back. We are the strongest knight division of Taizu led by Lord Ragudo. Don't think we will falter just from this. Ooh, that's impressive. But how long will that energy last? Dokura. Dokura had a refreshing face in front of the knights that were releasing fighting spirit. I can understand that composure of his. Even if they can exchange blows with the undead, that's all they can do. The enemies are regenerating one after the other, and the bandits were doing sneak attacks at important points with deft movements. The ones at a disadvantage in this drawn battle are us. We need to consider escaping as one of our options. If we defeat the caster, unfortunately for you guys, I have already given the order. As long as my mana exists in this area, these guys won't stop even if you kill me. I have no intentions of letting you kill me though. Dokura. What an unbelievable pain in the ass. If Maya-san were here, we might have had a way to deal with this, but she is not. I confirmed beforehand, but there's no one in this Ragudo division that has countermeasures for necromancy. They are all muscle-head gorillas. I think about whether there's anything I can do currently, but I lack way too much knowledge about necromancy. These undead are moving through the mana filling the surroundings. Magic seal stones have no effect here. This means we currently have no method to undo this. The actions we can take right now are to move away from here or do something about the mana filling the place. But there's a massive amount of magic seal stones in the surroundings. There's no option of managing something with magic. We should retreat here and corner them again. I see, so we just have to do something about this annoying mana, huh? Ilias-san lowered her waist deeply and took a stance. The sword she is holding begins to shine. I won't let you use magic. Dokura. Dokura scatters magic seal stones around Ilias-san. Just how many is this guy carrying around? But the light of the sword wasn't disappearing and continued increasing its potency to a degree where it was dazzling. It is not magic? Dokura. All members, jump. Ilias. At the same time as Ilias-san shouted, my body floated in the air. One of the knights had carried me and jumped high. How can this old man jump more than 5 meters while carrying a person? Ilias-san did a horizontal slash just when I was shocked by this. A massive amount of light was released as she did this, blowing away the black mist, and the undead and bandits that didn't manage to get away in time were sliced apart by an invisible slash. I choked on the impact of the landing and checked the surroundings while on the verge of a coughing fit. Not only the open space that has become a battlefield, even the trees around collapsed. The undead that were caught by this changed into pieces of meat and didn't regenerate. Dokura, who jumped on the moment, showed an agitated face for the first time as he landed. What unbelievable brute force, oi. You actually blew it away with one swing by charging up a whole ton of mana. Dokura. It was a really gorilla-like method. I covered my opened mouth with my hand. Ilya-san directed her blade towards Dokura. Looks like they won't be regenerating anymore. If you have any other cards, you better use them quickly. Ilyas, I will take you up on that offer then. This is the one thing I didn't want to use though. Dokura. Dokura took out a black ball as he said this. Don't tell me it is another one of those mana-infused items? The Yago. Dokura. Dokura smashed that ball onto the ground. Thick smoke began to cover the area. Wait, a smoke grenade? You are running away, you coward? Ilyas. Of course I am, you innocent fools. Dokura. Dokura turned tail and tried to leave, but collapsed in place. Huh? Dokura. A spear thrown from even further than the collapsed trees blew up both of the legs of Dokura. Kara-jizn was looking over here with a proud face from where the spear was thrown from. Ilya-san was also making a shocked expression at this. Do you have no honor, Knight-sama? Dokura. It wasn't an order from her. It was a plan of ours here. I speak to Dokura. He moved his gaze at me. That expression of his was extremely calm. So this was your intention from the very beginning. Dokura. You escaped once. I thought you would create an opening and try to escape this time too. Of course you would. That was well timed. Dokura. I did fabricate a moment where you would feel certain you could escape after all. Just as planned. That's right. This attack alone was coordinated with Kara-jizn only. I simply told Ilyas-san this was preparation for when they escape, and got this secretly from Kara-jizn. I told Kara-jizn that Dokura will eventually try to escape, and had him maintain his spear in position to throw it at any moment. The reason why I stopped hiding and showed myself was because I wanted to avoid the risk of Dokura finding Kara-jizn by checking his surroundings. Even if it was a pure surprise attack, the blind spot of this being performed by a knight gave this the chance of succeeding. However, I didn't know just how strong Dokura was, so I took a method that would increase the success rate. The instruction I gave Kara-jizn for when he will be throwing the spear was this. Please aim for the moment when someone curses at Dokura once he begins escaping. It ended up being Ilyas-san who said it, but if no one said it, I planned on doing it myself. Dokura must have felt certain of his escape when he heard our criticism. This includes confirming the success or failure of taking action at critical junctures, and evaluating it. Even if I was paying attention the whole time, the precision would decrease to a certain degree. Dokura would have to be satisfied the moment his own plan succeeds as someone who believes in his own abilities. That's the biggest opening we can take advantage of. I didn't tell the other knights in order to create that situation. I believed they would curse at Dokura if he were to try to escape with his underhanded schemes. Understanding? Huh. You really do get it. I was toyed with to this degree, but I am instead happy about it. Dokura. Is that so? Dokura must have thought the same thing. He sighed and laughed. We might have ended up getting along nicely. Dokura. We might have. But it is not to my taste to take away the lives of people from pillaging. You would get used to it soon enough, I assure you. Dokura. Then, I will be careful not to take the wrong path. Yeah, that would be great. Ilyas. Ilyas-san walked here from behind with sword in hand. There's a map in my possession. There's also a number of bases that only I know of. Check the hardest to find base. It is a parting gift. Dokura. Dokura laughed. The sword held by Ilyas-san was already not in his eyes anymore. I'm impressed that you can laugh. Can I ask for your name? Dokura. Okay. I gave him my name and the sword was swung down. The mouth of Dokura moved as if speaking my name, but no sound came out. And he smiled once again at the end. The developments afterwards were being performed silently. The other layers were wiped out without issues. It wasn't possible to confirm the amount of bandits that managed to escape. The seized bandits have all died or been captured. The outbreak of undead in the base of Dokura were incapacitated by the priests and sisters led by Maya-san to assist them. There were many injured, but the casualties of the knights led by Lord Lino were zero. He looked like someone seized by a desire for promotion, but he apparently took command and prioritized the lives of his subordinates. If only he directed that consideration to Ilias-san. After cleaning up the lair of Dokura, we regrouped with Maya-san, and began the purification clean-up at the place where we settled matters with Dokura. The mana of the necromancy has already dispersed and apparently won't be causing any harm. There were a number of corpses remaining, but the battle ended after purifying them. The corpse of Dokura was carried and will apparently be made a gibbeted head. I look at the jute bag where Dokura is stuffed in while on the carriage on our way back. Are you not going to say anything? Ilias-san asked me this at the opposite side with the corpse in between. Not really. Dokura had information about your world. Didn't you want to learn about it? Ilias. He was prepared to die there. That's why he left parting words. He probably didn't have any more information regarding that. I did want to hear more about it if possible though, but it can't be helped. Can't be helped? Why did you think that? Ilias. You cut Dokura down right then and there because you thought you had to, right? There's no assurance he wouldn't have escaped or resisted otherwise. There's no way I would let an enemy with both legs gone escape. If it is just stopping resistance, we can just cut off his remaining arm. Ilias. Well, that's true, but I am not in a position where I can criticize. I set up a sneak attack without telling anyone, even though the chances were plenty enough that the Ragudo unit could catch up to him even if he were to escape. Rather than saying that plan was because you couldn't believe in us, it is more like you believed his actions were above that, and so, you chose the more certain one and acted upon it. I have my grievances, but the logic is there. There's no way I can criticize you for it. Ilias. It is a similar situation to mine. I don't feel like criticizing you. Sighs leak out. She is going out of her way to bring out this topic, so it must mean that if you can't answer unless asked, I will ask then, if that will make you feel better. Why did you cut down Dokura despite all that? Sorry, I got scared. Ilias. Even after showing that much difference in power? What I got scared of wasn't his power, but that sight of you guys. Ilias. Calling it fear would be an excuse. I should say I got disgusted. I told you that you are like a warped mirror before the raid, right? Ilias. Speaking of which, you did say that. When you obtained the information about that guy from Maya, I felt as if you were slowly getting the same aura as that guy. And I felt like that was getting even denser when you began talking to him. Ilias. Unconsciously imitating the other party when thinking about them isn't that rare of a thing. Even if so, when I heard that last conversation you had, you began having an even closer atmosphere to that of him. As if you would become a resident of that same world as Dokura, as if you would change into him. And so I couldn't not swing my sword there. Ilias. I can't deny it. I personally understood Dokura at that time, and Dokura also understood me. We didn't feel disgust towards each other, but sympathy. When he said we could have gotten along, I even felt a bit happy. Despite that guy not thinking anything of others as he killed them and even defiled their souls. That's how it should be. You couldn't ignore the sight of a person that might take the path of evil. You felt disgust about it and took action. Unable to stand by. Isn't that praiseworthy? As if it is praiseworthy. It would be one thing if it is to act courageously and face evil, but to point my blade through disgust and denial is just. Ilias. It is praiseworthy. You managed to move, Ilias-san. You also managed to look back on it. The result is exemplary. There's a variety of people in society. Even if there's people who thought the same thing in the same spot, there would be those who wouldn't be able to move. There's even those who would avert their gaze and isolate themselves in their own work. Within those people, you were one of the people that managed to move for the sake of denial. You didn't push those ideals of yours to me and instead are reflecting on it. That's extremely praiseworthy, Ilias-san. Phew, You are talking as if you are persuading a child. Ilyas-san's expression softened. The strength of my shoulders left matching this. I'm older after all. Huh? Ilyas. You are making that face here? That's a really cute face. This may be rude, but how old are you, Ilyas-san? 18. I am older than you. Ilyas. No, you are younger. I tell the frozen Ilyas-san my real age. She froze even further. Because of this being a fantasy world, there's few who have a Japanese face. And then, I remember the custom of Japanese people being seen as younger by foreigners. We are called child-faced and even mistaken as children at times, short in stature and young. That's my race. She thought I was younger, huh? That's why she carried me like a sack of potatoes like it was nothing. No, that would still be questionable. Do you have elven blood or something? Ilyas. No. My parents and my far ancestors were all human. Lies. You were calling me with san, so I thought for sure you were around 16. I am truly sorry. Ilyas. No, it is okay. It would trouble me if you were to go all formal on me now. No, but... Ilyas. Got it. You won't have any issues as long as I act a bit older, right? That fine with you, Ilyas? Why yeah. Ilyas. I see. The knights use Lord and Lady as a title of honor, so you are not too used to it, huh? On Earth, adults would use san between each other. The difference in age isn't that big of a deal once you are an adult. No matter if you are of higher standing or lower, I have been taught that I should show the bare minimum courtesy in order to respect them. No, that's somewhat similar here as well, but using san for a person younger than you is... Ilyas. You can't tell the exact age of someone else, so you should treat them as another human being, right? I see. That's true. Ilyas. Well, modern society tends to forget this when the standings change, which is a bad part of society though. And so, what do you plan to do from here on? Ilyas. Ilyas pulls out the topic we were delaying. Right, I was borrowing a sleeping quarter at the barracks because I was helping them out with the bandit subjugation. But it is not like I can stay there forever. First, I would like to get permission to stay in the country. I don't think there will be any issues with that. Ilyas. Then, the first thing I should do is to survive the winds and rain. I should find a corner I can sleep in or an alley. Tell me if you know a good place like that. Huh? Ilyas. Next would be to learn the language. I don't know how long this possession spell is going to last. It would be troubling for my san to look after me constantly. I would like to learn to read and write quickly, and be able to have basic conversations. After that, I will go around stores that I don't need to worry about my attire in, and earn some small change even if it is daily employment. Once I get enough to not worry about food, I will buy a single change of clothes, and then increase my wages by working at a place where my clothing is required to be a bit more presentable. By the time I save up to a certain degree, I will have some acquaintances, so I will negotiate with them to see whether I can stay in a horse shed and, wait. Think of us who will have to be shown such sights in our patrols. There's no way we can let the benefactor of our country live such a life, right? Ilyas. No way. Are you telling me to get out? I don't mind living in a cell, so just spare me from sleeping outdoors. Right, that's an option. Put me in prison. That's even worse. Ilyas. No, I don't think living in a prison is bad. It is far better than being bitten by bugs in the mountain and having my life targeted by animals sleeping outdoors. The time I have for my daily life actions will be limited too. But I wouldn't die of hunger due to not having a single cent. Well, as long as it is being provided by the taxes of the people, unnecessary amounts must be avoided though. That said, the harshness of modern society really shines when you begin yearning to live in prison. But security is invaluable. What can I do to get put in prison? Please cease that thought, I beg of you. I can't do that. Ilyas. Leave it to me. What does that mean? Which side of the coin are you referring to when you are saying that with such confidence? Ilyas. It seems like a safe life in prison won't be possible, seeing how panicked she is here. I should seriously consider beginning with the course of crawling out from the homeless life. If you don't have a place to stay, come to my house. Ilyas. Is that okay? I have vacated the house I was in and moved to a small house, but it is still too big for just one person. You see, I have extra rooms. If you can look after yourself, I won't complain. Ilias. I was imagining the buildings of Japan in my mind, but thinking about it calmly, this is a world where there's a lot of unclaimed land. Even if you are leading a simple lifestyle alone, the residences must be decently spacious. The issue would be to have a man and woman under the same roof, but, well, there's no worries of Ilias assaulting me here. The chances of me being the assailant? She is a superhuman gorilla and I don't have the courage to crawl in her bed at night. This woman would be able to crush the head of a person with her grip if she wanted to, you know. What about Trent? No need. As long as you don't forget to clean and keep silent, I won't complain. Ilias. Alright. Could it be that you were aiming for me to propose this? Ilias. No way. This is me showing my happiness for saving me a lot of hassle. Hassle, you say? Ilias. Considering the process between living below a bridge all the way to being looked after in the house of someone, I would say you really have saved me a lot of hassle though. So you are serious about all that? Ilias. And in this way, the pitiful man that was thrown into an Isekai without a single cent managed to secure a dwelling with a roof. Even if I helped them out subjugating the bandits, I honestly have barely any potential for manual labor. Speaking of which, I walked quite a lot, but there's no muscle pain. Has my body adapted? I feel like things will get busy with clearing the aftermath once we return. The treatment of the injured, maintenance of their equipment, confirming the money and goods retrieved, dealing with the imprisonment of the captured bandits. Once that's over, there will be a meeting regarding the celebration party with the citizens included, a conferral of honors from the king, and then arrangements for a buffet. If you include the schedule adjustment for the events in between those, a whole ton of work would be created. According to Ilias, it is blissful work, so it is not harsh. I was guided to the house before she heads to work, a building close to the marketplace, and it is not only plenty big but also has 2 floors. Of course it would be hard to manage something like that when living alone, or more like, just how big was her previous house then? The first floor has daily life spaces like the kitchen, living room, and the bathroom. On the second floor there's 4 spacious rooms of the same size. My room is the first one on the right. The first one on the left is used as a storage room. Please use the deep one at the right as your room. It hasn't been opened in a while, so it might be better to clean it. Ilias. What about the deep one on the left? It is made as a guest room, but it is not being used either. Ilias. In other words, those 2 rooms are the ones not being used. I nervously open my room. There's a wooden desk and chair at the right corner of the room, a window at the middle of the wall, and a simple bed at the left corner. There's a shelf at the left just as you enter. Yup, simple is best. I would like to make my own rack and a shelf, but I am satisfied with what I currently have for now. I entered and smacked the mattress on the bed as I looked around. A whole ton of dust flew around. I opened the window to exchange the dusty air with clean air. Alright, cleaning comes first. The tools are in the storeroom of the first floor, so use them. The water is. Ilias. I confirmed the location of the house facilities and tools. And then, she gave me a small pouch with coins inside and a spare key to the house at the end. I will be away for a while. That should be enough for food and other necessities as long as there's no pointless expenses. Ilias. I am starting as a sponger. Sponger? Ilias. Nothing. I am grateful. I will do my best to return it as soon as possible. You don't really? Well, right, please do. Ilias. Ilias-san nodded and left the house. The new resident left there, rolled up his sleeves and began to clean up the house. After the king of Taizu, Marito Taizu, heard about the subjugation of the bandits, he sighed in relief. The attack of the undead was sudden, but there were no casualties, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was a perfect victory. Lord Ragudo by his side received the same report and narrowed his eyes in happiness. It looks like Lady Ratzel did well. Marito. So it seems, when I heard about Lord Lino getting the rights of command and them being moved to the backlines, I couldn't stop sighing. Ragudo. Ilias managed to obtain the head of the bandit alliance leader, Dokora, with flying colors. Moreover, after Lord Lino had cornered him and let him escape, if they were aiming for the escape of the bandits from the very beginning, I can only praise them for their foresight. Lord Lino must be grinding his teeth in frustration right now. Marito. Yeah, she apparently obtained a good helper. Ragudo. A helper? Marito. Yes, a member of my unit said that Lady Rattle was flourishing as if she were a fish that had obtained water once she obtained the help of that young man. Ragudo. Someone who can make the best of her battle prowess. Huh. That's quite interesting. I would like to meet him. Marito. I will tell her to call that young man over to the conferral of honors where medals will be awarded to Lady Rattle. Ragudo. I see. But it would be difficult to have a long talk in a ceremony. Invite him to the banquet later too. Marito. Of course, that's my intention. Ragudo. Not only am I hearing good news, but also getting future entertainment. I feel like I will finally be able to relive the tastiness of alcohol after a while. Marito. You are still young, so keep it in moderation. Ragudo. Marito was thinking about the young man he doesn't know and hasn't met yet. The person that managed to catch the tail of the bandits that made the knights suffer so much, and cornered them until extinction. He wants to talk with this man, learn what kind of person he is. Meeting new people colors your life and shapes it. Just what kind of tints will this man leave in his life? He was relishing on that anticipation as he worked hard on his duties. Alright. Done. Finished the cleaning. I have also finished cleaning up the rooms on the opposite side too. I am done with all the rooms in the second floor aside from the room of Ilias-san, and the first floor has also been completely cleaned. I worked while using cleaning tools I wasn't used to and was missing the convenience of the modern ones, but I fortunately managed to complete my mission in around 5 hours. Yeah. It is not because I suck at cleaning. There's a dust cloth, but I had to refill the water from a water well nearby constantly. I am grateful that there was a pump, but the result of wondering whether I could use a whole lot of it was that I decided to economize it by wiping everything out without using water first, and then switching to a damp cloth. When I was sweeping with a broom, I used a damp cloth afterwards. I was reminded of my student days. I would like a mop. I am going to injure my waist like this. There were also stuff like weapons, armor, and other things in the storeroom, and I didn't know what to do with them. I can't give them maintenance, so I carried them carefully and placed them on the bed. I then cleaned that storeroom and returned them to where they were. That was the most intense manual labor out of them all. Armor is heavy. My stomach was rumbling. I am sure anything I eat will be tasty now. But where is there an eatery? I feel like asking this at night will make people suspect me of something. And so, I have come to the church. Maya-san, are you here? Oh my, isn't that the boy? Don't ask for a woman this late in the night. Maya. Actually, I told her about how I am currently living at the house of Ilias, how time disappeared with me doing nothing but cleaning, and I didn't know where to go eat. So I came here to ask her. That girl. Don't do something like taking in a man so carefreely. Maya. She will need to learn about her carelessness in the future, but is there any place I can eat? At these hours, just taverns. It would be too soon for you, boy. Maya. When I told her my age, she had the same reaction as Ilias. Could it be that I am also barely on target? Maya. I will place you as a candidate. Can you tell me the location of the tavern? I feel like they will say a variety of things to you with that appearance. Maya. True. It is not like Ilias-san and Maya-san are special. For the people in this world, a Japanese person looks young. At what age can you drink alcohol in this world? At 18. Alcohol will hamper your condition when your body isn't used to your own mana after all. Maya. As for us, you could only drink and smoke at 20 years old. You would be seen as an adult at 20 and, from there on, it is basically your own responsibility. So 2 years of difference in when you treat someone an adult. The time your flames die out must be long. Maya. But it would be troubling if I can't even go alone to a tavern. I will bring you some other time. Eat at my place for today. Maya. That would help me out. And this is how I safely secured my meal of the day. The cooking of Maya-san was more healthy compared to the food I ate at the barracks, and it was slightly lacking as someone who likes meat, but it is a tastiness I can tell was made with a lot of care. By the way, about the possession spell. Bue. Maya. What's with that weird reaction? Was there an issue? Maya, I was just wondering how long it will last. That's right. I am extremely grateful for this possession spell. Communicating with words being the obvious one, but I can even read. I unfortunately can't write though. Because of that, I had Karajan help me out when creating the documents at the barracks. But it won't last forever. Once the effect is over, I will return to being unable to communicate. I infused it with my mana, so it is until that runs out. It lasts for 1 week, so 4 days left. I guess I will cast it on you again if it runs out. Maya, I am grateful for that. I wanted to learn about the language of this world while I could still read, but it doesn't seem like I have to hurry that much. Oh, that's admirable. I will lend you a few great books if you want to learn the letters. Do you need parchments and a writing brush? Maya, I will write on the sand or something first. It won't cost money after all. Oh my, that's a good idea. Maya, the blue sky classroom is almighty, and so, bringing the topic back, is there an issue with the possession spell? Oh, what may you be talking about? Maya, Fumo, I should tell the people that there's a sister in the church that hides the truth. It is a joke. Actually, it has been a while since I have used it, so I might have made a mistake. Maya, what in specific? I don't know. When I used magic, I felt I messed up. You know, it seems like you can talk, so. Well, I thought it should be fine. Maya, it is not fine. Not fine at all. I didn't want to know that behind that convenience, there was such a dangerous episode. No, even if I didn't know, it is still a scary thing though. Let's investigate since there's the opportunity. Maya, would you be able to tell at once? It would take a bit of time. I was prioritizing hearing you out at that time after all. Maya-san placed a hand on my forehead and closed her eyes. Her hand shone faintly and my forehead felt warmer. This here goes like this, and... Oh my, I have done it now. Maya, can you please not mumble scary stuff and check it quickly? Got it. There really was a side effect from messing up. Maya, can you fix it? The body has gotten used to the incorrect magic formula, so there's the possibility side effects could happen from the next ones too. Maya. And what's the side effect? Sorry, it seems to be even more serious than I thought. Maya. Tension permeates the air. It is not a high-risk side effect like my lifespan being shaved off, right? I would need around half a year to learn, but the price would be way too hefty. It seems like it will take a long time for you to get muscle pain. Maya. Can you repeat that? Muscle pain comes to you at a more delayed time than normal. The pain will also increase a bit. Maya. How can this be? Muscle pain would come the next day of exercising when I hit 20, and it would come after 2 days as of late, and yet. You are saying it will now take even longer than that? In that case, could it be that the fortune of nothing happening when I thought I would definitely get muscle pain after going down the mountain was simply because it has been delayed? Moreover, she casually said the pain will increase. Don't just add side effects as if they were an afterthought. Ah, it hurts. My legs suddenly hurt. No wait, my whole body agagagaga. Oh my, speaking of muscle pain, it is here. Maya. Wait a moment. This is no joke. I went to the mountains once more after that, then the forest, and I carried heavy stuff and cleaned up for 5 hours, you know. See, can you heal muscle pain with magic? Muscle pain is pain that comes from healing after all. Mitigating damage from symptoms coming from healing is outside my expertise. Maya. After that, I borrowed a cane from Maya-san, and I returned home with trembling legs like a newborn foal. I pledged from the bottom of my heart to master the language of this world as soon as possible. While reflecting upon the pain coursing through my whole body, I ended up welcoming morning horribly with pain in my whole body. The muscle pain in my whole body didn't lessen but got worse instead. Thinking about the possibility of this continuing for a few more days just depresses me. I must act while being careful of straining my body for the time being. At any rate, this is painful. Have I tasted as much muscle pain as this before? No, I haven't. Even so, I can't just stay in bed the whole time. I must learn as much as possible about this world. I turn in bed a few times and sluggishly get up. I do some light stretches while enduring pain and suspend it. There were men clothes within the tools Ilias told me I could use freely, so I wear those. They are not flashy and give out a modest atmosphere. I like it. Right. According to what they have said, black hair and black eyes, which is a common trait of Japanese people, is pretty rare here. I doubt there's contact lenses in this world, so let's give up on that one. There's a nice piece of cloth that would work just fine, so I wrap it around my head like a bandana. With that, the chances of me standing out will decrease. Now, let's go explore this nation. Come, it is cheap. Very cheap. Vegetables just harvested this morning. How about some freshly grilled chicken? Check out my muscles. The market is overflowing with liveliness. No, what was that last one? I can tell it is a gleaming macho man with oil smeared all over his body doing a performance though. He has a really good body, but that sight of oil first thing in the morning is giving me a heartburn. I threw a copper coin in the basket a little in front of him and continued exploring. I had a faint idea of this, but paper money doesn't exist in this country. There may be specific currencies issued depending on the country, but most countries trade in coin. A rough estimate would be, a copper coin is 100 yen, silver is 1000 yen, and gold coin is 10,000 yen. There might be even higher than that, but I should confirm at a later time. I have 1 gold, 10 silver, and 50 copper coins on hand, making the money I have in possession right now the equivalent of 25,000 yen. The lowest price in the market is obviously 1 copper, but there's things that are too pricey even at 100 yen. It seems like it is common practice to sell those kinds of things in bulk for 1 copper. It seems they have the concept of decimals. I see stuff like vegetables for 0.5 copper or 0.2 copper, so you are allowed to choose which and make a total of 1 copper. Food itself is mostly cheap if you search for it. I feel like I should be able to manage getting ingredients for around 1.5 copper. I eat something that looks like grilled chicken for breakfast. Salt is not used as always, but the spices and the oil were creating a good balance here instead. The monetary value when converted to yen matched pretty decently, making it easy to understand, which is a great help. The next thing I should search for is an eatery. But no place is open so early in the morning. The places for supper will open when it hits noon, but I feel like time will be eaten instead if I just search randomly. Language study is waiting for me once my exploration is over. Should I buy my food for the whole day from food carts? It is cheap, but I know way too little about the ingredients of this world, so I should do that some other time. Wakian, a weird cry rang at my back. When I looked back, a girl had fallen grandly. The groceries she was carrying had scattered here and there. The person herself had both hands up, holding what looked like eggs, and had fallen face first on the ground without mitigating any of the fall. Fortunately, there weren't that many spherical things, so they didn't fall far. Let's help her pick that up. Are you okay? I have picked them up. Ouch ouch. Thank you. She is around the same age as Ilias. A girl with wavy reddish-brown hair that gives off a cute atmosphere. The tip of her nose was red from her face hitting the ground, and it looks really painful, but it doesn't seem like she is injured. Even so, that's quite the amount of groceries. It seems like she had them in a basket knitted with tree bark, but it reached its lifespan and broke pitifully. It would be too much trouble carrying all of that, right? I will help out. How far should I carry it? Is that okay? It would help me out a lot. Should I carry half of the groceries? But it would still be rough without a bag or something to carry it with. I scan the area a bit, seeing whether there's any baskets being sold nearby, and found it. Wait for a bit. Saying this, I buy a largish and sturdy-looking basket. It is the type you can carry on your back and it costs 1 silver. Put that in here. You went out of your way to buy it? If we take our leisure time in the middle of the road, we will be obstructing the other pedestrians. Let's go quickly. Oh okay. We stuff up the basket with ingredients noisily and carry it. I had her continue carrying the fragile-looking ingredients like eggs. It is unexpectedly heavy, Even though I had decided to not do manual labor, I would feel bad if I were to just put out money and end it there when I told her I would help her. I endure pain in my body and begin the transportation. You have really saved me there. Ah, I am Sarah. And you? I am a passing old man. PFFT, old man, you say? Sarah. I tell her my age. No way. Sarah. It is the truth. Leaving aside my face, I do have that presence, right? No, not really. Ah, it is nothing. Sorry. Sarah. He. Well, it is true that I really wouldn't have much of a presence compared to knights though. Ilias has a lot more presence than me in that front. I should try asking her how to give off that aura of seniority. You are not a face normally seen around here, Ana-san. Sarah. I came here to Taizu a few days ago after all. I was wandering around the city today to memorize it. I see. I am working as a waitress in the establishment over there. Please come visit, okay? Sarah. If the taste is good, then that won't work. Sarah. Is it not good? After being guided by Sarah for a while, we arrived at a single establishment. Judging from the atmosphere, is it a tavern? This is my place, Dog's Bone. Sarah. Couldn't they have gone for a bit of a better name for this establishment? Shut up, don't complain about the stores of others. The one who cut into the conversation was a 2-meter man with a big scar on his face. Where did this hoodlum come from? If I hadn't gotten used to it from the matter of the bandit subjugation, I would have gotten scared and cried. Sarah, this isn't your place. It is mine. But owner, I am working there, so isn't it okay for it to be my place? Sarah. It isn't okay. Anyways, who is that guy? I tell him the circumstances. By the way, this big man's name is apparently Gozu. I see. Sorry for the trouble there, Nichan. I will pay you back for the basket. Gozu. No need. Give me something to eat instead. I do bring out food at noon, but I am currently stocking up first. I won't be able to bring it out at once. Gozu. It is okay. I did plan on adding that I wanted to be fed at noon. I see. In that case, either wait until noon or come back again at that time. Gozu. Then, shall I help out inside? Sarah, when you are finished with that, can you tell me about this city? Okay Tilda. Sarah. This must be fate or something. Let's hear information from Sarah since there's the opportunity. Gozu is mainly in the kitchen doing the preparations for cooking and Sarah was cleaning up the place. There's a faint scent of alcohol in the air. I do some light cleaning too at night once work is done though, but it still reeks of alcohol. Tilda. Sarah. Better than having puke around. Let's finish this up quickly. We help each other out and finish cleaning, ventilate the store and enter chatting time. What I asked Sarah about was the variety of stores around the city, population, the division of work, etc. There's no supermarkets or convenience stores, but there's clothing stores, shoe stores, hat stores, smithies, armory stores, medicinal stores, and many other stores. There's apparently a library that has magic books. I should try going there when I learn to read. Anyone can use it, but there's parts of the facility that can't be used unless you are of a certain social standing. Libraries, barracks, military stations, basically, facilities exclusive for the use of officers and knights of the country. Letting civilians approach the prisons would obviously not be good after all. There was a case where a civilian was put in a cell the other day and asked to be put back in there, but let's forget about that. By the way, I was curious about this but, why did you begin working as a waitress here? Sarah? I want to have a clothing store in the future, so I am saving money for that. But if I do this every day, I won't have spare time for my objective, so I chose to have 3 free days a week, and work at noon and night. Sarah. Is this place earning a lot? In the afternoons, not at all. It is pretty lively at night with people coming here for drinks. Tilda. Sarah. Phew, that means I can't expect much from my supper, huh? Well, I am fine with anything as long as it enters my stomach, and it would lessen the expense of the basket. Then, you study about clothes in your free days? Yeah, I would go around checking a variety of stores, see their assortments, buy cloth, and try making them. But I am still far from the appropriate level. Sarah. Aren't you going to become the apprentice of a tailor? I do want to, but but the establishments with artisan nature don't accept apprentices that easily. Sarah. It seems like she asked a number of places and got rejected. Makes sense. In most cases, when you are taking in a disciple, it is to have them succeed their business. It would be like raising a stranger that can become your future rival. There seems to be learning institutions of sorts, but they are places you can only go to when you have a certain degree of social status, and even if you get to go there, what you learn is high education and not specialized knowledge like the design of clothes. To become a future tailor, you either inherit a place, or learn by yourself, but the latter will most likely pose difficulties in the economic and technical front. No, she is currently having trouble. That's quite the treacherous path. Yeah, but it is fun. Sarah. Of course it should be. It would be unbearable otherwise. Sarah. Her smile is dazzling. I have to do something about my freeloader lifestyle or I will die from a sense of inferiority. Speaking of which, you came here just recently, right, Anai-san? What are you doing for your lodging? Sarah. A kind knight lent me a vacant room in their house. Wow, you are acquainted with the knight-sama? Are you actually a big shot, Anai-san? Sarah. No. I just coincidentally had a chance to help them out with their work. It came from that. I am currently just an unemployed guy. I see. Hope you find a job soon. By the way, which division is the Knight-sama looking after you from? Sarah. Ilias Ratzel of the Ragudo division. Gozu, who had shown up right in time, harmonized cleanly with Sarah. I see. Looks like their work relationship is going well. By Ilias-sama, you mean that one? Sarah. I don't know if there's another one, but it is the gory, female knight that can slice down a forest with a single swing of her sword. Is she famous? It goes beyond famous. The ones in this nation who don't know about her are uninitiated. Sarah. What's an uninitiated citizen? But well, being in the division with the most seniority, the Ragudo division, she really must be famous. She has good looks too, but I feel like it is her outrageous strength that is what's famous of her. Ilias-sama is an incredible person who has won the swordsmanship tournament held in Taizu, you know? Sarah. Yeah, the sight of her knocking down the knights confident of their skills with her bare fists without swinging her sword is legendary at this point. Gozu. Compete with swordsmanship, oi. If I had been the referee, I would have disqualified her. She really is a gorilla. I see. Karajizn and the others were strong too, but Ilias was on another level after all. Karajizn. Wait, are you referring to Karajiagujesta Domitaka Fakon-sama? Sarah. Why do you remember his full name? I still can't say his name even when looking at my memo. Yeah, an old man like that. Karajiagujesta-sama is called the Spear God, and is a master of the spear that can enter the top 5 within the Taizu Knights. Him throwing a helmet and bringing down a wyvern flying far high in the sky is still a heroic tale of his being told among adventurers. Gozu. Throw a spear. At least use your weapon. Call yourself Helmet God instead. Man, that person rarely comes out. You are lucky to be able to see him fight, Nichan. The knights in the Ragudo division are all super first-class knights and there's also Gozu. I can't tell them. The fact that I used the members of the Ragudo division to help me do desk work or used one as a sniper for a sneak attack, this pair of fans would probably beat me up. Also, you saw how Ilias-sama fights, right? Was it impressive? Sarah. Of course it was. When she grabbed a stone hammer bigger than herself with a hand and she crushed it in her grip, I had a hard time believing she is a human too. For now, I ended up telling them a summarized version of the first Bandit La raid. The two knight fans were holding both hands with sweat in them as they listened to my story. Then, does that mean Nana-san helped out in the bandit subjugation this time around? Sarah. Basically. It is not like I can fight, so I was more like a guide. Is that so? But I would have wanted to see it too, the spectacle of Ilias-sama fighting. Sarah. The battle was fine, but it was muddy in a lot of ways. She even got the commanding rights of the other knight divisions stolen from her. The two suddenly make gloomy faces. I see. So things like that do happen, huh? Her evaluation within the Ragudo division was high, but her treatment within the other knight divisions was rock bottom. Yeah, Elias-sama is strong and amazing, but there's no few who view her negatively. Sarah, for the guys who think knights are the symbol of a man, the strength of Elias-sama has become a target of disdain. Gozu, she is hated by men and feared by women. That's pretty much the gist of it. But it is not like it is everyone. There's people who are supporting her. Sarah, I can tell when seeing you two are right. Sarah, so the discrimination of Ilias isn't just within the knights but also the citizens. But there's obviously people who admire her. The battle of the other day flashed in my mind. Of course that would be the case. There's no way you wouldn't admire that strength when shown to you. Well, don't worry. The commanding rights of Ilias may have been stolen, but she managed to get the head of the man that led the bandits. She is without a doubt the one who put an end to this matter. I see. Sarah, that's great to hear. It is about time for supper. I am heading off to make a good one. Gozu. Sarah and Gozu were rejoicing as if it were about themselves. That's great, Ilias. You are being evaluated properly. There's no person who has been valued by everyone. Being evaluated highly in the true sense of the word is the highest of honors, even if it is by only a few people. Right now her attention is directed at the fact that she is being criticized, but the day she will understand will definitely come. Right. I should bring her here next time. Does it taste bad as expected? Sarah, the food we make here barely sells after all. I do have confidence in the alcohol though. Gozu, I should bring her here when the quality of the food gets better. Something must be done about this bad taste. I have eaten the cooking of this world a number of times. That goes the same for the food at the stalls. I haven't had an adverse reaction towards the taste of this world. However, the cooking of Gozu honestly tastes bad. The style itself reminded me of British food. It was fine that it had raw salad. Having oil smeared on it resembling olive oil is fine too. But it stinks of too much oil. Rather than virgin olive oil, would it be easier to picture if I were to say it is more oil than salad? Next. The meat is hard. It has been grilled way too much and the sinew still remains, making it almost impossible for me to bite through the steak. I felt like I was biting a sandal or something. There was of course no taste of salt, and the pitiful taste of spice was gone by the time I finished biting through. I should train my jaw next time. He spoke with a tone as if saying there should be no issues as long as you get the nutrients from the food, right? And didn't even try to tell me about the greatness of the taste. I feel like it would be better for Sarah to make it. The owner can't work as a waiter. Also, I have only learned how to make economical cooking. Sarah. Tears almost came out from me. But the fact that they can continue on a business while paying a salary without going under must mean that they are holding ground with their alcohol. I was shown a brief look at their inventory of alcohol. Yeah. This is good. There's a wine cellar made below the kitchen, and there was a lot of alcohol lined up inside that cool and fresh atmosphere. The scent of alcohol that tickled my nostrils was certainly stirring the desire to drink from my throat. Did you not think about improving your cooking? I do think about that at times, but I don't have anyone I can learn from. Gozu, lower your head to a housewife or something. Just that alone would increase your sales, you know? But with my face. Gozu, you have been apprehended by a newly appointed knight after all. Sarah, I see, so his build and face are influencing this, Alright, let's close the store in the afternoon. There's no customers anyways, right? They do come every now and then. Gozu, they are most likely new people who just came by out of curiosity, as if there would be any that would come back again. You are so sharp, Ana-san. Sarah, wouldn't exactly call it sharp when the obvious stares you in the face. Their preparations for the night apparently are already done, so I had them close the store and head to the church with those two. Hey, Nichan, why the church? Gozu, because there's a person who can cook tasty food there. When I asked for Maya-san, she was in the middle of enjoying tea after lunch. She prepared our share too, so you got acquaintances in an instant, boy. Maya. The owner of Dog's Bone. Gozu. The one here is the waitress, Sarah. There's actually a request I had for this occasion. And then, after explaining the gist of the situation, I asked her if she could teach them a simple recipe even if it is for just one dish. That said, the two of them are frozen stiff. This pattern is that, right? Could it be that you were famous in the past, Maya-san? I did indeed create many tears as an exorcist in the past. Tears, you say? Is that true, Gozu? Yeah, of course. Maya-sama is the highest authority in the Taizu branch of the religion that has the most people, the Yugara Church. Gozu. Seriously? Seriously? Maya. Why are they all getting their famous setting afterwards? It makes it harder for me as the person asking them for favors the whole time though. So this is not the time to be asking for stuff like this when you are busy. Huh. It is okay. I am free anyways. Maya. So you are free. To be more precise, I have finished reporting to headquarters and am waiting for a response. The other desk work is done by the young ones. It has been a while since I have done manual labor, so everyone is kind. Maya. She doesn't look like she is at an age where she needs to whip her body into shape, but the others must be burning with motivation to regain their standing since the highest authority in the country fought in the front lines. Or maybe she has a fighting style that scares others like Ilias and has etched fear in them. Let's leave aside the inquiries. Well then, I am counting on you. What about my will, Nichan? Gozu. None. That scary face of yours shouldn't be an issue with Maya-san, right? I'm the one withering here though. Gozu. So pathetic. Even though the boy has enough courage to even threaten me. Maya. What are you doing, Nichan? Gozu. The possession spell matter was a necessity. Leaving that aside. Is it okay to leave it aside? Gozu. Maya-san, does this country not sell salt? Oh my, you know of something quite valuable. Maya. In Japan, the place I was in before, it was a common commodity after all. Really? I think you already know, but Taizu is a country surrounded by forests and mountains. There's no production of that within the country. Maya. So the merchants bring it in? Right. They would have to cross several nations before reaching us, so it is an expensive product. It is traded among a number of nobles for high cuisine. Maya. Because of the forests and mountains, the spices may be abundant, but the salt is in that state. Huh. Salt and pepper would be pretty sought-after products. Hearing the market price, it certainly is high. 1 kilogram is around 1 gold, basically 10,000 yen. It probably didn't cost that much even on the Sanroku coast in the Edo period. If there's no sea, direct production is almost abysmal. Most likely can't hope for a salt lake either. The remaining method would be the production of rock salt. This one is actually more prominent overseas, but seeing this state of theirs, those kinds of methods are not being used. Salt has been used almost with the same worth as money in the history of the world. Despite civilization being this developed, the circulation of it is low. In the hunting era, they would get their salt intake from the organs and bones of animals. When grains and vegetables were consumed more frequently, the importance of salt increased. There was a period when salt was used as salary, and even wars happened for the sake of salt. If salt exists, it wouldn't be strange for this world to have trailed the same history. But what's with this low circulation structure of salt? Salt is being produced in a variety of methods in other countries in order to obtain their necessary nutrition source. Is that not the case here? I tell Maya-san what I know about the history of salt on Earth. Maya-san went fumo and made a pondering face before speaking. One possibility is most likely mana. There's a decent amount of mana inside vegetables and grains harvested in a land with a lot of nature. There's a tendency that the better the land the things were made in, the healthier they are. Maya. I see, minerals with mana. Is that possible? Ah, but that does make a bit of sense. That may be the reason why the amount of mana in my own body is that of a child or even lower than that. The people in this world are consuming food with mana in it in their daily life. Mana is a legitimate nutrition source. It is most likely serving as a substitute for the required nutrients a human needs. In other words, there's no ingredient necessary for intake, so they can just produce the easiest food they can produce in their land. The necessity of salt was lost, and now doesn't move from its standing of just being a product for gratification. In that case, there's the possibility that rock salt might be slumbering among the mountains around Taizu. That said, it is not like I can just grab an ice axe and do something about it. The quality of the food will shoot up drastically with salt though. If you want it that bad, I could talk to a trading company, You know, I think they would give us some with a discount. Maya, I am grateful for that. But even if we manage to obtain it cheaply once, it doesn't change the fact that the supply wouldn't be stable. No, wait. Maya-san, can you tell me the structure of merchants? After a lengthy lecture, I left Gozu, who was uneasy and had puppy eyes, in the church, and headed to the market with Sarah. When we arrived at the trading company, I showed the introduction letter of Maya-san, and we were guided to a room deeper in. It seems to be a room for receiving guests, and it is the most luxurious room I have been in since coming to this world. When we sat there waiting for a while, a man in his prime showed up with a bright smile. He had a sharp attire and tidy hair swept all the way back. That expression of his was filled with confidence, and I could feel clearly how he is a proficient merchant. Nice to meet you. I am the owner of this company. My name is Ban. My name is Sarah. Sarah was nervous again, but it can't be helped this time round. If you are going to be the owner of a clothing store, exchanges with merchants is an absolute necessity. Even if it is a future trading partner, she was brought to a party that is in a high position. We do a light self-introduction too. I have read the introduction letter of Maya-sama. It seems you desire salt. We of course will provide you with some. It is a request from Maya-sama, so we intend to discount the price on a variety of fronts. Ban. No, I don't mind the amount I want this time around being at the market price. It is enough that you are providing it to us. Oh, is that so? Then, what else brings you here? Ban. I am thinking of dropping the market price of salt in this country. Can I hear the details of this? Ban. I would like to increase the demand for salt and then increase the supply of it as well as decrease the cost. Right. If demand increases, the amount of salt entering this country would increase in turn. That way, we would be able to obtain it at cheaper prices too. But it won't be so easy. The market price changes by the day, but that change is lax. It would be hard for sudden changes to happen unless a war breaks out or famine hits. Ban. There's no signs of a war happening in this country, and the worries of famine are low. Also, salt doesn't fall into any of those categories. Salt would enter in the necessary products on Earth, but in this world where it is not necessary due to the nutrition supply of mana, it is a pleasure product that can only be obtained in limited regions, so salt wouldn't get affected by such eventualities. Yes, but you must have a plan if you are proposing this, right? Ban. I will provide dishes made with salt to the citizens in the future and will have them admit its worth. Fumo. It is true that, if the taste improves and sales increase, other stores will try to imitate this, but not many know how to use salt. Can you do it? Ban. Yes. Actually, the country I came from was an area where salt was produced, and salt was a staple in homes. Oh, so you came from an area near the coast. No wonder your attachment to salt is so strong. Ban. It would be enough for me if you were to increase the supply by matching the demand. I don't think it will increase that much at first. However, can you please provide us with enough that it won't run out of stock? That much shouldn't be an issue. You will be a customer buying our product, and if it doesn't work, salt is a product that lasts, so there's no need to worry about it going bad. Ban. With this, the risk of running out of stock is gone. The production cost will increase, but we can't make a drastic increase in price. The profit on the food might actually decrease instead, but with customers increasing, alcohol will be consumed too. If we just use salt in small doses, we can recover the losses plenty enough. The cost of it will decrease in the future. What's left is to tell him about my other idea. I am thinking of leaving it as a luxury product for a while. I would like to increase its demand and lower it gently. Ultimately, I would like this to become a lubricant for the general public to accept luxury items. That's a big objective. Ban. But I think this is a good opportunity. The amount of merchants bringing products to Taizu with the bandit subjugation being a success will increase. Merchants increasing means that a variety of goods will come in too. I have heard that the king of this country is an outstanding king evaluated highly by his subordinates. If the country flourishes, the citizens will also begin having a desire to buy a variety of things. Alcohol is already a luxury product with results. Fume, I agree with you greatly on this point. Using the flow of the bandit subjugation to spread luxury items and widen the market is a thought I had too. Ban. Within those, I plan on making salt trend as someone who understands the most the worth of it. Understood. If you are planning on getting on those tracks, please allow me to help out as well. I have several connections that can contribute to this. Ban. Thank you very much. The cuisine of this country will progress with this. And if I can get a bite of this, I might be able to obtain a bit of profit too. Also, hear me out as if this were just gossip, but do you know about halite, Ban-san? Yes, salt is originally something you get from the sea, but you can at times obtain minerals that have salt in them from the mountains, right? But I have not heard of a mine in Taizu where halite has been obtained. Ban. That's right. However, new caves have been discovered recently. There's a lot of savage land in Taizu, so there's the possibility if we were to investigate the mountains. I am thinking of investigating this in the future. Fumo, if it goes well, it would be a profitable resource. Ban. The chances are low in mountains that have trees growing on them. If anything, my real aim is to see whether I can obtain mountain salt. Mountain salt? That one is a first for me. Ban. Mountain salt is salt you obtain by boiling down hot spring water that contains salt. It is not as high quality as halite, but depending on the location, salt that can be obtained in the mountains which is far disconnected from the sea is a priceless treasure. Ho ho, there's something like that? Ban. There's plenty of chance for there to be underground water with high nutrition properties slumbering in the wealthy mountains where rivers flow and many caves are found. If there's salt within those, we would be able to get it. Being able to get salt in this country would mean that it can create a craze in this nation. If it is a trend that flows from another country, it is possible to make it popular easily. But trends that originated from your own country have the added effect of flowing to the outside. It would be best to have as many means to turn the economy around as possible. Fumo, this is a pretty interesting topic. Ban. But I would just like to ask for your cooperation in the management of it if we were to find this, so please don't put too much expectations on it. No. You have told me something interesting. It is to the point where it would be fine to invest in it. Ban. That would help out. But there's the possibility of ending as an empty shot, you know? That would be the case for salt. Rather, the chances of there not being any results would be higher. However, what I am interested in is the investigation of the unclaimed lands. Ban-san was shining like a young boy in front of an unknown adventure. Looks like he didn't pave his path as a merchant with just book smarts. He hasn't forgotten his adventurous and challenging side. It is true that there's chances of profitable mines to be found if they were to investigate the untrodden land. That would become a new business opportunity for Ban-san. There might still be treasures sleeping in this country, searching for the chance of discovering them. Such talks make me excited as a merchant. Ban. That said, I can't have you shoulder the danger of a heavy loss. Let's keep it as a pastime until chances can be seen. Yeah, but I have heard something nice. I didn't expect I would get so excited despite my age from a young one like you. No wonder Maya-sama would introduce you. Ban. That part is just luck. I met her by luck and I just managed to put that connection to practical use. Luck is also part of one's strength. I would like to work with you from here on too. Ban. We managed to buy salt in that way. 1 kilogram is 1 gold at market price, but I managed to buy it for 8 silver. I was made to promise I will be a patron of Ban-san in the future too, that is. Anyways, my pocket is getting colder and colder. But it is not like success is assured, so it would be harsh to demand Gozu to pay for the salt. If it doesn't go well, I will use it for myself in the future. Let's just accept it as a good purchase. Hey, Ana-san, was I even needed? Sarah. Yeah, in the eyes of Ban-san, you looked like the girl that was brought to learn. On this occasion, we probably looked like people burning with passion for business. That's why even a person in the position of Ban-san interacted with us in a gentle manner. Who, you were thinking that far? Sarah. There's also the possibility that Ban-san was purely a good person though. That part is just luck. I personally thought it would be good enough if I managed to bring the conversation to a point just before the talk of investment. If I can ask about the know-hows when investigating, I can investigate on my own, and if I find material to convince him, I planned on bringing out a negotiation, but he probably has a sharp sense of smell. I myself wasn't thinking only of mountain salt either. There was also information of unknown caves within the map Dokura had. They were not used most likely because they weren't fit to be used as a base, but the landmark information was written down. That means they left that map after exploring the untrodden land beforehand. It is a secret that I stealthily left a copy in my possession, wondering if I could use it somehow. Okay, now then. We have obtained the salt, which was our objective. Let's go to where Gozu is quickly. I would like to think of 1 or 2 dishes made with salt. Got it, Sarah. And then, night came. Customers began to gather one after the other in the Dog's Bone for the alcohol. After finishing a day of work, they come to drink tasty booze as a reward for themselves and to show gratitude to their body. That practice is the same even in a different world. Now, it is time to showcase the renewed cooking of Gozu, is what I want to say, but there's obviously an issue. There's no one who would want to order the cooking of Gozu if they know it tastes bad. I can see several people bringing in stuff sold in food stalls like grilled chicken on skewers to have as side dishes for their drinks. Bringing in food from food stalls into an eatery is normally bad manners. But if you know how bad the food in this store is, I can understand them doing this. And Gozu himself knows that well. Of course, it is not like I haven't considered this. Here are the drinks you were waiting for, Tilda. Sarah. Ooh, thanks, Sarah-chan. Wait, what's this? I didn't order something like this, you know. Actually, this is the new menu of Dog's Bone, Tilda. It is free of charge since it is for sampling, Tilda. Sarah. It is just a small quantity, but we will offer it to them with sampling as the premise. If they are not going to order it, just have them eat it for free. Even if so, we are talking about the cooking of Gozu, right? It really kills my desire to eat it. But isn't it giving off a pretty nice smell? Now that you mention it, that's true. Well, if it tastes bad, I can just wash it off with booze. Oh, this is. The customers who were dubious at first had their eyes change at the taste of it, and then stretched their hand out for a second and then a third. Oi, this is tasty. It really goes well with the booze. True. Did Gozu die? Someone else made the food? Don't just go killing me. Gozu. The shout of Gozu rang from the kitchen. The first thing we prepared was a potato-like vegetable sliced thinly, boiled in oil, and sprinkled with salt. Next would be something prepared with the same steps as the one sliced thinly. Basically, it is potato chips and French fries. It is a staple of junk food, but it can be given taste with just salt. You could say it is effective to show the greatness of salt, and an easy dish. I thought about pickled vegetables too, but considering the use of salt, the cost would be nothing to joke about. The recipe I have prepared this time around is mainly centered on things that can be made with a small quantity of salt. Sarah-chan, can I order extra of this? Yes, right away, Tilda. Sarah, is there anything else that's new in the menu? I would like to try that out too. There's a number of new things. Then, I will bring them. Okay, Tilda? Sarah. Improving the salad with just salt would have been difficult, so we passed on that for now. Olive oil and salt are not a bad combination, but this place is full of men, so I don't know if it will match their taste. Gozu has learned how to do the preparations for the steak from Maya-san, so they can now make it without cooking it too much and prepare it in a soft state. Also, if you add salt, spicy spices, and garlic to grill it, it will be perfect. The soup boiled with meat, bone and vegetables now has enough taste with just that much, but the taste has gotten tighter now with one sprinkle of salt. This distinct taste must feel fresh for these people who have been living a distant life from salt. That said, they were used to a subdued taste with low salt, so it wouldn't be good to suddenly make too salty and spicy dishes. I am stopping it at a point where I would personally prefer it to be just a bit more salty. This grilled chicken is tasty. What I brought can't even compare to this. What's with this soup? Was Gozu my mum? The meat is also tasty. Another round of booze. Wait a moment tilde. Sarah was running around the store busily. I myself am also overwhelmed with chopping vegetables in the kitchen and washing the dishes. Gozu is making new dishes here all of a sudden, so his work speed decreases no matter what. That's why I plan on working hard as a temporary employee. I am scared of the backlash from manual labor. The customers that finished eating and left must have spread it around. There were customers coming one after the other, stretching out the closing time to the very limits, before the day finally ended. Even the ingredients readied for the day after tomorrow are gone. Gozu, for you. That was tiring. Sarah. The two crumble once the last customers left. The helper has also collapsed. I can't take it anymore. Things getting this busy were outside expectations. Something must be done about this lack of employees. It will be difficult for these two to manage this. It might be better to have one or two people who can work as waiters at night after the preliminary preparations are done. We couldn't spare time for preliminary preparations today, so it was especially bad though. If we move at it efficiently, things should be easier on us. Right. Please endure until then, Sarah. I will increase your salary. Gozu. I am happy, but not happy tilde. Sarah. The sales are going well. The consumption of salt is intense, but we are profiting plenty enough. We might have to get more tomorrow or it might not be enough. I gave my farewells to Sarah who left with unsteady steps, finished discussing with Gozu about obtaining salt, and made plans for the supply of ingredients from tomorrow on. By the time I noticed, it was late in the night. My muscle pain was just worsening, and this modern-age boy ended up sleeping in a corner of the store. Going back in time, at evening of that day, Ilyas was standing in front of her house. He has been left alone for more than a day after I invited him to my house. It has been a while since I have had such rough work. I had to stay in the castle, but there should be no issues for me to stay working for 1 to 2 days in the face of my trained mind and body. If I had to point out any worries, it would have to be about him. Thinking about it, I haven't guided him properly around the city. He most likely can manage, but what bothers me still bothers me. Speaking of which, how many years has it been since I have returned to a house with people in it? Ilyas. In the days when my parents were still alive, they would welcome me back. Even at the times when they were not due to work, the servants would welcome me. Since the day my parents passed and I decided to move out due to judging there was no need to maintain the mansion, it has been days of returning to a silent house with no one there. Thinking about it in that way, there's a part of me that looks forward to returning to a house with someone waiting for me. Speaking of which, I have told him to freely use the clothes of my father that I have kept with me. His physique is similar, so I am sure it fits him. Right, I have to tell him that I was told by Lord Ragudo to participate in the ceremony. Will he be surprised? But when you consider his contribution, this is a matter of fact. Also, tomorrow is a holiday. Let's guide him thoroughly around the city. How long has it been since I have thought of anything other than my duties? Looking back at how merry my steps are here, I giggled. I am back. Sorry for leaving you alone for so long. Ilyas. But there's no response. I looked around the first floor, but I couldn't see him. He must be on the second floor, is what I thought, and looked around. I can see signs of someone having cleaned up. This sensation is nostalgic. I went up to the second floor and knocked on the door of his room. There's no response. I opened the door just in case and he wasn't there. Is he out? Even so, he has cleaned up thoroughly. I'm impressed. Ilyas. I confirmed the other rooms too, but everything aside from my own room has been cleaned up. The maintenance of the armor seems to be the only thing that wasn't done, but the place it was left at is all clean. He is diligent. Ilyas. Looks like I will have to thank him once he returns. Let's change my clothes for now. He is late. Ilyas. The sun went down, but he still hasn't returned. I was thinking about having dinner with him, but is he going to eat outside? Can't be helped. Let's have dinner first. That said, the ingredients are all stuff with a long shelf life, and even when I cooked them, it ended up in tasteless food. He wasn't coming back even after I finished eating. I got uneasy and wondered if he had left, so I checked his room, but his clothes had been washed, and has been carefully folded up, so he is probably just out. He will most likely come back by tomorrow, so let's just sleep for today. I sighed as I returned to my room. My muscle pain is not recovering today as well. Pain is starting to become the norm for me, and you could say I have gotten pretty used to it now. I just hope I don't get a weird habit from this. The day before yesterday was from going down a mountain. Yesterday was from the subjugation of the bandit called Jiddu. Then today is the pain from the interrogation. The day I didn't do any exerting movements, so I doubt it will get worse until tomorrow. The issue is the day after tomorrow, when the pain of the attack on all the bandit happens. And then the share of manual labor at the dog's bone and the big cleaning. Just thinking about how there's still heavy work today as well dampens my mood. Gotta find employees. Ooh, Nichan, you are awake. That's a terrible face. Gozu, I am bad at manual labor, you see. You are not an employee, Nichan. You don't have to push yourself. Gozu, is that so? Then, is it okay to leave the shopping to you? We got a new basket, so there should be no issues. I am going to head to Ban-san's place to buy some extra salt. Alright. No, you can rest, you know? Gozu, it is not that heavy anyways. No problem. I see. Or more like, you don't have to do it. Gozu, if you don't find new employees, the stamina of you two won't last. Don't be reckless. I went heave-ho as I get up with a motivating shout that didn't sound youthful at all and left the store. No, that's not what I meant. Gozu. It seems like Gozu was saying something, but it doesn't seem to be important, so I ignore him. Now then, it is still early morning, but has Ban-san already begun working? I arrived at the firm, and when I made an appointment at the reception desk, I was guided to the guest room just like the other day. Ban-san appeared soon after. Sorry for bothering you this early in the morning. Actually, the salt was consumed faster than I imagined. Do you have twice as much as what we bought yesterday? What, at such a high pace? Yeah, there's still a bit of surplus in our inventory. I shall get it ready. Ban. That would be a great help. I did try to economize it, but it still ended up being more than I imagined it to be when it was an eatery. Fumo, what's the name of the establishment? Ban. Dog's Bone, a tavern that originally had terrible food. Yeah, I know about it. I have heard that their alcohol sense is outstanding, but their cooking is catastrophic. Ban. Even a big shot merchant knows about how bad their food was. For the simple dishes, well, I had a skilled woman teach him, and had the simple dishes with salt be added to the menu. We managed to bring out good dishes to that extent. I see. I shall go check it out once. Ban. Please do. The waitress is cute. Ho ho. Ban. And then, someone knocked on the door of the guest room. The receptionist showed up as if apologetic. My apologies for interrupting in the middle of your conversation, but Lord Domitakafakon has arrived. Ooh, Karajiagujestisama has come. Ha. Ban. Is there no person who bites their tongue when saying this name? When I was practicing yesterday, I bit my tongue 4 times out of 5 and forgot 1 time. Wait, Karajizn was an acquaintance of yours, Ban-san? Oh. You calling him by that name must mean that he is also an acquaintance of yours? Then there should be no issues. Please let him in. Ban. Karajizn entered soon after. He is not in his full armor that I saw before, but plain clothes with a pretty decent fashion sense. Ooh, if it ain't the lad. I haven't seen you since Ilias took you, but you were at a place like this? Kara. You have helped me out greatly the other day, Karajizn. Fufu. Karaj is my nickname, so there's no need for the san. Kara. Alright. It is great to see you are doing well, Karaj. That's so nice. I myself would bite my tongue every now and then. Ban. So it really is difficult. That's a relief. I see, because ages vary by people. Some can't just call him Karaj. Ha. Less than is an honorific for old men. Greater than. Also, Karajizama would be the same as adding a san. Don't worry. I myself bite my tongue too. Fewer. Kara. You are the last person that should bite their tongue. Karajiagujestisama, if it is in regards to the product you requested, we have readied it. Please receive it on your way out from the receptionist. Ban. Ooh, sorry for the trouble all the time. So, what brings you here, lad? This is not a place for cheap purchases, you know? Kara. Actually, I tell him about the events of Dog's Bone leading up to this point. That place, the booze there is good, but there's even knights who would order food there to punish themselves, you know? Kara. It is famous even within the knights. That must be just what they wish as night maniacs. Fumo. I see. But you are quite the Samaritan, lad. It is not like you have any debt to those people, and it is not like you are the troubled. Kara. That's true, but they spoke well of Ilias, so you could say I ended up feeling close to them. Fewer. In that case, I understand that feeling. If I can help out somehow, I will. Kara. Leaving Karaja to do waiter or cooking work would be impossible. He has his work as a knight and, most of all, those two wouldn't be able to work. Something I can ask Karaja to do. Right. We attracted quite a lot of customers yesterday and they are lacking personnel. Can you introduce them to people who have time to work as a waiter or cook? Speaking of which, you did say there's only 2 of you. Kara. He went to and hummed his hand. Then, I shall introduce them to my wife. Kara. I don't know about that. There's only my wife and myself at the house since my daughter married. You see, I am mostly out of the house. I feel bad for leaving her all lonely at home. Kara. I see. With the age of Karaj, it wouldn't be strange for him to be retired and leading a leisurely life. But Karaj is still a knight in active duty. That means Karaj's wife would be staying lonely at home with her child gone and simply waiting for her husband to return. Got it. Can you please tell her the circumstances and consult with her? But don't coerce her. Okay? Of course. Rather, I would be too scared to do so. Kara. Just what kind of wife would scare even Karaj? I tried to imagine it, but because of the gorilla called Ilias, I can only imagine a superhuman old lady. I understand that feeling. Ban. Looks like Ban-san is also submissive to his wife. They must have it rough. Right. I think the people of Dog's Bone will be the ones coming here to buy the salt in the future. Alright, I have told the reception about this, so don't worry. Please come here anytime you want for any other business. Ban. I received the package together with Karajia and left the firm. Speaking of which, are you off duty today, Karajia? We finally finished most of the tasks yesterday, and so, I am here on an errand from my wife. Kara. Running an errand early in the morning on your free day, But thanks to that we might be able to solve the personnel issue, so I should be grateful for this. But thinking about it calmly, would a wife like that accept to work in cooking and as a waitress? Okay. An instant answer. We went to Karaji's house. Karajit told her the situation, and she accepted without a moment's hesitation. She is an old lady, but she gives me the impression of being strong-spirited. The wife of Karaja walked over to me. Rather than making food for the household head when there's no knowing if he will return, it is worth a whole lot more to make food for people who I can get a tasty from soon after making it. They won't be telling me conceited stuff like I already ate when they finally decide to come back after all, she said in a loud, audible voice. Karaj is shrinking. How pitiful. Mrs. Domatukafakon. The wife of Karaji laughed in an amused manner and whispered to me. He is trying to be considerate here with me so that I don't feel lonely. That alone satisfies me. No wonder Karaji can't raise his head at her. After that, we finished preparations, guided her to Dog's Bone, and introduced her. Thinking about it calmly, the wife of Karaji is also too much of an honor. I was thinking about hiding her name or using a fake name. But with Karaji being beside us and her introducing herself right from the get-go, I couldn't pull any tricks. As a result, Gozu saluted like a soldier, and forgot about his position as the owner. The performance of Karaji's wife was good, and not only did she manage to pull off the cooking instructions of Gozu, but even the waitress instructions of Sarah. With things like this, I feel like they will be able to deal with the busy work in the near future. Even so, there might be the need to increase the personnel a bit more considering the future. Well, just leave it to my wife and everything will be fine. Karaj, who was told to be in the way and has now curled himself up at the corner of the store, said this earnestly. How long do you plan on staying in the store? You are not a customer, so leave already. He was driven away just when I thought he was pitiful. Do you think you can serve customers in that state, boy? Tag along with my man for a walk or something. Being given the stamp of useless as a man who can't move properly because of my muscle cramp, we comrades both ended up walking the city. Ah, what nice weather. Kara. Yeah. Ah, right. I take out a map from my pocket. A copy of the map Dokura had. Actually, Dokura said he was hiding something in one of those bases. Phew. At the time I was far away, so I couldn't hear it. Kara. Speaking of which, there were undead popping out and Ilias mowed down the trees, and yet, I'm impressed you were alright. I climbed up a tree. I landed just after Ilias sliced down the trees. Kara. He climbed a tree with that armor and spear. Huh. It really is hard to believe this guy is an old man. If we are talking about the hardest lair to find, it should be this one. I read the information written down on the map, and pointed at the furthest base that serves as a landmark. It isn't within the information the bandits spilled out, and it is also at a different direction from where Dokura and his group headed to. It is most likely a base only he knows of. What happened to the real map? It has moved from Ilias to Lord Agudo. I think it is going to reach King Marito after that. Kara. Meaning that the investigation of the bases has still not been done yet. That's right. A unit will most likely be formed tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to head to those places. Kara. The parting gift that Dokura left might be information of Earth he has. There's the possibility the Knights might end up retrieving this tomorrow or the day after. If that happens, will I be able to see it? If it is important classified information, it might be difficult. Dokura entrusted this information to no other than me, a man from Earth. Considering this, the desire to claim it as mine wells up from the bottom of my heart. Even so, going ahead of them and getting it would be, in the first place, I might get lost if I were to go by myself. Phew, then want to go get it now? Kara. You are curious about what Dokura left, right? It would be hard to make it yours alone, but you have the right to know. Kara. Is it really okay? I still haven't been told it isn't okay. Let's go before I am told that. Kara. Garaja said this with a grin on his face, and I ended up curling my lips up too. Yes, please do. It is still too early to sit at a bench in the plaza and lead a day off spacing out. Kara. I agree. That said, we both sighed. I got on the horse that Karaja rode and moved close to the place. After getting down from the horse, we advanced through the forest. Is it okay to leave the horse? That horse is intelligent. If it gets attacked by evil people or animals, it will kick them dead on its own. Kara. Even horses are strong in this country. The horse won't attack passers-by or merchants that try to protect it, right? It should be okay. Kara. This is bad. We gotta find what we are searching for quickly, or casualties might happen. That said, the one guiding the way is Garaja. He was pushing through the obstructive shrub as we advanced. I was desperately trying to follow after him. This is leading straight to an extension of muscle pain. Speaking of which, I heard you threw a helmet and shot down a wyvern. Is that true? You are bringing out quite the old story though. It is a nostalgic memory. Kara. Why did you throw a helmet instead of a spear? If I were to throw a spear on a flying target, the spear would end up flying off somewhere. Kara. Now that he mentions it, I'm beginning to feel like I wouldn't be surprised at all if the spear Karaja threw in his prime were able to pierce through the atmosphere. I wouldn't feel good about treating this guy that has tagged along with me for many years in such a manner after all. Kara. No, you were using it just now to clear away the shrub and cobwebs though. Is that okay? We were having that kind of lively chat and finally arrived at the lair. Even though it is called a lair, it is a cave that's barely touched though. I was going to advance, but Karaja put the spear in front of me and stopped me. Can you tell that the color is different at the entrance? Kara. Now that he mentions it, there's a part that's strangely different in color, as if the entrance had been delineated. It is poison. It has been plastered there to drive away beasts. If you step on it, you would end up having to throw away your boots. Kara. Saying this, he advanced while skipping over the line smeared with poison. I copied him and entered. The inside of the cave is obviously dark. I investigate the inside while relying on the light of the torch Karaji lit up. What I could confirm was a simple bedding made from straws where one person could sleep in, and also small wooden boxes and casks placed here and there. The inside of the casks have stuff like dried vegetables in them. The wooden boxes had a lot of things inside: knives, magic seal stones, and things that look like jewels. Secret savings. You can pocket them. Kara, I would get caught when I sell them anyways. I would only be able to use them as a present for girls. How about Ilias? Kara, I feel like she would crush them by mistake. Right. Kara, Ilias is incredible. I can easily imagine her being able to pull that off after all. As for Sarah, she might end up putting it in her funds rather than holding jewels. If she does, it would be discovered they are stolen, and it would just bring her trouble. As for other girls I know, it would be Maya-san and the wife of Karaji. But I can't go gifting stolen goods to an important person of the church and the wife of a knight. Anything else? I found a single book of decent thickness. I borrowed a book of this world from Maya-san, and if I had to compare it to that one, this doesn't look like the one sold on the market. If I had to describe it, it would be more like a memorandum. Is it the Diary of Dokura? I don't really like looking through stuff like that though. I checked the cover, and there was something written in hand that seemed like the title. I couldn't see well due to the darkness, so I moved close to Karaji, who was holding the torch, and illuminated the title. I saw the letters on it and froze. What's the matter, lad? Karaji felt clear agitation from me. This is it. The parting gift Dokura was speaking of? Fumo, what book is it? Kara, I still haven't read it, but I am sure of it. I want to read this in a bright place, so let's go out. We move outside where it is bright. I look at the letters written on the front cover again. Karaji peeked from the side and made a dubious face. What's that? I can't read it at all. Kara, figures. This is Japanese. Japanese? The language of your country, lad? Kara, yes, and this is what's written on the cover. This is what was written in the language I was most familiar with, Japanese. Sample number 4, Research Record of the Blue Demon Lord. I read the title on the cover, and silence dropped for a while. If I had gotten this in Japan, I would have brushed it off with a grimace, but this is bad. What Maya-san told me and what Dokura said were resonating in my mind. Demon Lord, the fate of the ones resurrected by the forbidden spell and the ones that spun the worst history, and the earthling that's said to have created this resurrection magic. This book is clearly related to this. It is not like I am not curious about it. This is the first time I see something related to Earth in this world. But what's written there is way too ominous. Sample, research record. Because of how those words were swirling in my mind, the contents that might be written in there were showing in my mind. It is something left by Dokura, who lived as an Anbu. His thought circuit moved in that way. Are you not going to read it? Kara. The voice of Karaji brought me back to reality. Right, I am not the only one here. Karaji's here too. Karaji, there's something I want to say first. Please keep silent about this as much as possible since this is only known by Ilias and Maya-san. Got it? Kara, I tell Karaji honestly about my own circumstances, about how I was transferred to this world from the Japan of Earth without knowing the reason why, about how I can communicate with Maya-san's possession spell. I told him everything without hiding anything. And then, I also told him about the details of my conversation with Dokura with that as the baseline. And now we are in front of this book. I see. I can understand why you are shaken right now. However, what is it you yourself want to do? Kara. What I myself want to do. I thought of this and sighed. I won't read it. Not now. You might lose the opportunity if you let this chance go, you know. Is that okay? Kara. Seeking knowledge about resurrection magic is forbidden in this world. If the contents of this book are exactly as the title states, reading this would be stretching my hand towards that taboo. It is true that there's the possibility this book has the relationship between Earth and this world written down in it. But the chances are high that there's a lot I should not know about. I might have been able to read it if I had to shoulder it by myself, but now that I have shared it with you, Karaji, I plan on matching this world. I am good at keeping secrets though. Kara. Even if you can hide it, I don't have the confidence I would be able to. At the very least, I have absolutely no confidence I would be able to hide it if I were to get interrogated. My heart would most likely break the moment a single nail is about to be torn off from me. I give the book to Karaja with a bitter smile. But I am thinking of entrusting this to a person I can trust. I unfortunately don't want Lord Lino and the other knights to find this. Entrusting it to me means that it might end up in the hands of Lord Ragudo or even the king. Kara, I haven't met him yet, so I can't say anything concrete, but if you trust him, I don't mind. I have been entrusted with quite the heavy expectations, but don't worry. Kara. Now then, let's go back. This is fine. In the case this book is deemed dangerous, the ones who have read it will most likely be treated in the same manner. Ending in a situation like that when I stand as an outlander wouldn't be good. Karaj is a knight that's trusted in this country. His testimony of me not reading it in front of him should have had an effect in itself. Even if I did read it, Karaja would probably not say it though. But Karaj is a knight. If he had to put his loyalty to his superior and his king on the balance with his verbal promise with me, there's the possibility his resolve will shake. Even so, he might still keep his promise with me. However, I don't want such a great knight like him to do something like that. I must not make him betray his allegiances, or make him break promises. Last confirmation. Is it really okay? Kara. I want to live safely, together with my friends. Few are fewer. It is fine to be adventurous while you are young, you know? Kara. It is not like my chances of reading this book are completely gone. Most likely, I was about to have hopes bordering on an excuse show up in my mind and decide to forget about it. I have made my decision. Now I will leave it to the flow. And so, we returned to Taisa in that fashion. After Karagiagujesta separated from the young man, he headed to the place of Lord Ragudo. He must have sensed something from the sudden visit. The room was filled with a tense atmosphere. And so, what's this sudden business? Ragudo. I went to investigate a certain base on my own volition using the map that the leader of the Bandit Alliance, Dokora, left. Kara. It is not like you didn't know about Lord Lino's investigation team being the one doing the preparations from this, right? Ragudo. Various circumstances aligned, you see. My apologies. Kara. I don't mind. Explain what comes after. Ragudo. Here. Kara. Saying this, he gives the book he found in the cave. Lord Ragudo grabbed this book and looked at the cover. Fumo, words I have not seen before. Ragudo. He then opened the book and he couldn't read a single word in it, but there would be times when there were what looked like drawings in it. However, the meaning of it was unknown too. Lord Ragudo skimmed through the book and his movements stopped. Karagiagujesta, did you read this? Ragudo. No, I have not opened it once since finding the book until now. I can swear this. Kara. I see, that's a relief. I am impressed that young man managed to restrain himself. Ragudo. Karagiagujesta's eyes opened wide. So you saw through me? Kara. I heard from Maya. Ilyas tried to make it vague though. Ragudo. The other members of the Ragudo division were there when he was talking to Dokora. In that case, there must have been people who heard about how Earthlings created necromancy and resurrection magic. There's no way they wouldn't report this to Lord Ragudo. And if Lord Ragudo heard about his origin from Maya, it would be easy to assume why he went there alone and who was by his side. Karagiagujesta lowered his head. Please forgive me for trying to hide this. Kara. I forgive you. We are not strangers here. Ragudo. Lord Ragudo closed the book after skimming through all of it. I will believe in what you said about not having opened the book. In other words, that person managed to read this cover, right? Ragudo. Yes, I said I couldn't read it, and he read it out loud for me. Kara. What did he say? Ragudo. Sample number 4. Research record of Blue Demon Lord. That's what he said, if I remember correctly. Kara. The face of Lord Ragudo turned even more severe. One of the many Demon Lord that created the worst history, the Blue Demon Lord, was the fourth one to appear. Ragudo. Yeah. Kara. The drawing inside the book he barely managed to understand the meaning of, and the meaning of the title. It seems like there's a need to investigate the origins of this book. Ragudo. Don't worry. You and the young man have done nothing to be punished for. Ragudo. I see. That's a relief. Karagiagugesta was relieved, but Lord Ragudo was shaking internally. In contrast, he has to tell this to Lord Marito and must investigate it in detail. If knowledge of this is located elsewhere as well, they can't just leave it be. Lord Ragudo put the book inside his bosom and stood up. I separated from Karaji after finishing the forest exploration. There was a result from it, but I wouldn't want to step on that landmine. The time it took to move there was decreased with the horse, but it is evening, at the time when the sun is about to sink. My hunger is progressing pretty nicely after I finished a light supper. I would like to show up at Dog's Bone at night. There should be no issues in having dinner the two. My body was all sticky from doing a round trip in the forest. Let's return to the house once, wipe my body, and change clothes. Man, having a place to live and a change of clothes is wonderful, isn't it? It was only for around a day, but living in the mountains served as a good lesson to appreciate my daily life. I am back tilde. Even when living alone, I end up saying that, especially when I am in a good mood. Welcome back. Ilias was glaring at me while sitting in fetal position. Right, this is the house of Ilias. Why is she sitting at the entryway? Moreover, she seems to be in an incredibly bad mood. Something must have happened at work. Can't be helped. As the adult here, I should follow up on her. Don't scare me. This is the entrance, you know. Do you do that on the regular? It is not regular. It has been since morning today though. Ilias. What does that? Oh, if I remember correctly, Karaja was off duty today. In that case, Ilias is also free today, and probably returned yesterday. And she has been at the entrance since morning. What's this? Even though it is so fresh, I feel sweat coming down from my forehead. Were you waiting here this whole time? Don't worry, I managed to feel the sadness of being abandoned for a day. It was a good experience. It doesn't seem like you need to be guided through the city anymore. Ilias. Sorry. She is sulking. She is not giving me the luxury of her gaze. What should I do? Right, want to have dinner together? Unfortunately, there's no proper ingredients. I couldn't go do the groceries, you see. Ilias. It is okay. I found a nice place. The owner and the waitress are good people. I see, so you were there when I was waiting for you the whole time last night. Ilias. Not good. This is extremely bad. So you were having fun in that place today too, huh? Ilias. No, I was with Karaja in the afternoon. Having a walk. You were having fun with Karaja while I was waiting for your return at the entrance. Ilias. What's with her? Being grabbed by the collar and shaken was better than this. Sorry, I was unreasonable there. Ilias. Is what I was thinking, but she apologized. I am still immature, you see. I was a bit too merry about having people wait for my return at home and spending time with someone else on my day off, even though you also have your circumstances. Forgive me. Ilias. So that's what it was. Regardless of how it happened, I betrayed the expectations of Ilias without knowing. She is without doubt a super first-class knight when it comes to battles. But in everything aside from that, she matches her age. No, she might even be younger than other girls in that front. She is just like in the far long past, holding faint hope for others. Wait a moment, I am gonna change clothes. We are heading out once I am done. Oh okay. Ilias. I can't do anything about having saddened her. It is not like any of us was in the wrong. What we must learn here is one thing, properly pick up what you can see at least. And then, both of us arrived at Dog's Bone when the sun had completely sunk. This is that Dog's Bone? Ilias. So she also knows about it, huh? Yeah, that Dog's Bone with an established opinion about the food. I was actually thinking about coming here when I wanted to punish myself. I see, so the time has come. Ilias. That far? No, it really was that far, huh? It is okay. I have had them be reborn after all. ? We enter. There's already a whole lot of customers enjoying themselves inside. Sarah was busily moving around, but when she saw us, she raised her voice. Welcome. Sarah, it is even livelier than yesterday. It is super busy. Sarah. She is half in tears. You are that happy? Yeah, Let's leave it at that. I let my gaze swim and feel something off. No, it would be weirder to not notice it. Aren't there unknown people also working? Tomotakifukun-san gathered a number of acquaintances. There's no way only 3 people can manage when they are bringing out something this good. I will call some of my friends, is what he said. Sarah. It is true that there's lovely women doing their best as waitresses. There's also other people in the kitchen aside from Gozu and the wife of Karaji. It would have been rough even with 3 people, so I was thinking about helping them out after eating, but it seems like there won't be any need for that. Hey, those ladies. Aren't they the wives of the Ragudo division? Really? I am so moved. Saria. If even the wives of her idols makes her happy, she might just end up settling with this job. Now that I look closely, the people of the Ragudo division have come too. Even Karaji is here within the people that are grouped up at the corner of the store. I see. It is a free day for these guys, but their wives have come here, so they had to come here to have their meal. It feels like they are not the ones wearing the pants in the house. I didn't expect such a sad sight. Well, they are eating the food as if they are enjoying it, so it should be fine. I will just ignore the sight of them getting glared at by the wives when they tried to make an extra order of alcohol. Let's sit down for now. I called Ilias, who was peeking here from outside the door. Ilias, that table is open, so let's sit there. Oh, okay. Ilias. Ilias-sama? Saria. Sarah displayed her biggest shocked face since meeting her. Ilias was also surprised by that face. I am honored that you would come to a place like this. Sarah. The waitress shouldn't be saying a place like this. She asked for a handshake and Ilias accepted awkwardly. It seems she really isn't used to getting favorable treatment from the people. Make sure not to crush her hand. Like hell I would. Ilias. We sat at the table and left the order to Sarah. Drinks that looked like wine were brought to us, and we were served chips and fries as snacks. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I drink alcohol since coming to this world. The smell and taste is close to that of wine, but the strength of the alcohol is on the high side and it is sweet. I feel like I would get drunk really quickly if I drink this without care. I stretch my hand towards the food in order to fill up my empty stomach. This is tasty. Ilias. Right? There's normally no food that uses salt after all. Yesterday was terrible. I then tell her what happened yesterday. My meeting with Sarah and how I came to this store. About how I brought Gozu to the place of Maya-san and had him train under her. About how I went to the company of Ban-san to get salt and thought of a new menu with the others. How we worked until late in the night and I ended up falling asleep then and there from how exhausted I was. Even though it is an unknown city for you, you did so much in just a single day of not seeing you. Ilias. I am completely exhausted because of it. Even though you were working hard for other people's sake, I was resentfully waiting for you. How pathetic. Ilias. What did you think when you saw how welcoming Sarah was? I was a bit surprised, flustered even. Ilias. But you were happy, right? Yeah. Ilias. It is not only the knights of the Ragudo division. There's also citizens who accept you and follow you. Looking only at the people who criticize you, but turn a blind eye on the ones who do love you. Isn't that just detrimental? Yeah, I will reflect on that and be careful in the future. I really am immature. Ilias. You are still saying that? I have been living my life in a way so that I can become a great knight like my father, but now that I think back on it, I have been getting happy when people evaluate me highly, would get bothered by it, and would have my heart swayed by it. Ilias. That's fine. Feeling bad about being criticized by others, being happy about others liking you, that's a natural thing to feel as a human. Cutting it off as being immature is in itself a representation of your weak heart. That's Ilias. Did your father not smile at you even once? Was he a cold person that continued killing his own heart even in front of his daughter? My father was a proud, heroic, and strict person. Ilias. Ilias faced down, looking inside the wine in the glass. But I remember that time. When I was young, I made a flower crown and gifted it to him. That smile of his. Ilias. You don't detach yourself from it. You accept it and take it in. If there's things you don't like, change the anger to strength and crush it. If something makes you happy, enjoy it, and turn it into strength to continue onward. Is that how it works? Ilias. It is how it works, but showing it in my attitude still does make me immature. Ilias. I won't deny that. Just be diligent without mistaking your path. To think you would be lecturing me about paths, even though you are even more dangerous than me on that front. Ilias. That much? That much? Ilias. Ilias laughed. It is most likely in part because of the alcohol in her system. That smile dyed faintly in red made her look more mature than normal. Let's bring her here often. There's a lot of Ilias's allies here. This will become her strength. I give a sidelong glance to see the figure of those reliable people. Sarah had tripped while carrying the plates. Gozu was being scolded by Karage's wife and was in tears. There weren't enough tables now because of the increase in customers. The members of the Ragudo division were made to sit on the floor. Maybe bring her here every now and then. Yup. After that, I had to piggyback the dead drunk Ilias on my way back. Looks like the days of muscle pain will continue. Ilias wakes up to the brightness coming in from the window. It is morning. I have to wake up. I lift up my body and it is the usual scenery of my room I am used to seeing. But something is different from usual. My physical condition is slightly bad. I think about the reason why and remember what happened yesterday. I rose up the same way as usual, but noticing that he hadn't returned yet, I was thinking about what to do. I continued waiting, thinking that he might come back, wondered if I should go out to search for him, feared missing each other, and continued waiting. In the end, he returned right before the day ended. After that, he took me out to somewhere called Dog's Bone. I remember the waitress I met, the liveliness of the place, and the delicious food and the taste of the alcohol. And then the conversation I had with him. It was fun. The people of the Ragudo division were all kind to me, but I haven't had any relations when I am off duty. I'm being shunned by the others. If I were to get along with them outside of work, I feared that I might end up causing them trouble. But it is not like everything was that. There's definitely people out there who shun me. However, there were actually people who accepted me and respected me. My lips loosened. And so, Ilias. My memories after that are hazy. I don't remember walking back here. Even when I was at an age where I could drink alcohol, I didn't go out of my way to drink. I got swept away by the alcohol after a while of drinking it. My consciousness was cut off at the end. How can this be? I drank myself unconscious. Ilias. In that case, he carried me. I woke up clean from the shame. I placed my right hand on my face and sighed heavily. Let's wake up for now. I get up, go down to the first floor, and wash my face. I return to my room and change into my work attire. It is not a time where I can make breakfast. Let's go buy fruits in the market or something. Right, I should thank him. No, I should apologize to him. I arrived in front of his room and knocked on the door lightly. No response. Is he still sleeping? Speaking of which, my first meeting with him was me waking him up when he was sleeping. Foo. Now that I think about it, he is a deep sleeper. Ilias. I end up smiling, remembering the past. It is soon going to be time for me to leave. I would like to talk to him about dinner so that we don't miss each other here. I feel bad about this, but let's wake him up. I opened the door and spoke to him. Are you still asleep? It is about yesterday, Ilias. But he was already not here. What was left at the side of the window were the clothes he was using yesterday. They have been washed. Since when did he wake up? In the first place, I was that fast asleep that I didn't even notice someone doing the laundry in my own house. Ilias. A sigh leaked out. Being told I lack tact can't be helped, but you know, the muscle pain is horrible. Thanks to that, I ended up waking up before the sun rose. I didn't feel like going back to sleep, so I did the laundry immediately, and decided to go out. A yawn is going to escape me. It might be better if I take a siesta around noon for 1 hour. By the time I moved to Dog's Bone, the sun had begun rising. Is Gozu awake? If he is, maybe I should ask him to give some of the leftovers from yesterday. I arrived at the store, and met a familiar person at the same time. The wife of Karaj. Oh, you wake up early, boy. Good morning. Same goes for you. Waking up earlier than your age is a staple. After all, the wife gives me a guts pose. She is really energetic. I would like her to share some of it with me. I wanted to manage the ingredients and the preparations, you see. What brings you here? boy? Ah, I wanted to talk with Gozu to confirm the number of customers yesterday, the sales, and the funds management, with the salary of every one of you being the first thing to consider. Oh, if it is that, I will do something about it. Despite appearances, I am good at management. You know, she does look like she is properly managing the salary of her husband after all. Wonder how much allowance Garage is getting? Well then, I will just ask how's the progress and leave. There's still a bit of leftovers from yesterday. Eat before you go. I thought I shouldn't be intruding here, but I got the invitation I wanted. Then, I will take you up on that offer. At any rate, salt is really handy. It really tightens up the taste by just using a bit of it on pretty much any dish, and it amplifies the flavor. I actually wanted to not only make dishes that use salt, but also seasonings that are made by using salt, which would increase the array of dishes that can be made. Though, I have to decrease the price of salt first for the sake of that. You can do something like that? It is not certain, but I plan on making moves to achieve this from here on. Then, I will put my hopes in that. Everyone hesitated using salt when they heard about the price. You see, we talked about that as we entered the store. Good morning, Madame Domitukafakon. You look dazzling today as well. Gozu welcomed her while saluting. This is the owner. I hear about the sales and expenses from Gozu while having a meal. We talked about the direction of the store with the wife of Garage joining in. With how things are, there should be no issues with the management of the money. The employees have increased in number abruptly, but it seems like they will be able to maintain profits from it. If I had to point out an issue, it would be that the amount of ingredients transported will increase, but they have apparently already arranged a cart. It doesn't seem like there's anything for me to do in the near future. Now, if we could increase the recipes for women in supper, the percentage of customers coming would increase. If I think up anything, I will write it down on paper and bring it here. Even more? Gozu, what are you talking about? We are plowing through. Hi. Gozu, a 2-meter-tall man trembling profusely against an old lady. What a nice picture. Right, I have to give you your share, Nichan. Gozu, you don't have the leeway with the increase in employees, right? I am fine with just getting the money I used for the salt. I will be able to eat food made with salt here after all. That being my payment for the manual labor of these few days is enough, even if you say that. Then, please come eat here anytime you want. It is on the house whenever it is open. Gozu, I see, then I will come when the place is packed. You really hold your ground, oi. Gozu, that said, let's enjoy a meal here every now and then. I am currently a freeloader after all. It is about time I get a job. I get the money for the salt, the basket, and 2 days' worth of wages, so the money in my pocket is now slightly on the plus side. That said, if I take away the expense of buying food outside and the dinner, it is not like it increased that much. I have to return this money to Ilias in the end. I have to think up a way to earn money. Well then, I will be heading off on a journey to earn money. Yeah, be careful. No, if you are troubled with money, at least accept the compensation. Gozu, I am heading to Ban-san's place. When it is about a topic that will make money, relying on a merchant is the basics. Despite having come here 3 days in a row, Ban-san received me with a smile. I have visited Dog's Bone. Imagine my surprise. That was some wonderful change. Ban, you have gone there already? That was quick. Of course, what I can trust the most is what I have seen with my own eyes after all. Even so, I was completely dumbstruck by the personnel. Ban, they are the wives of famous knights after all. The ones who know would be understandably frozen by this. The ladies themselves were burning with motivation from the lively lifestyle they haven't had in a while, and they can even earn some spending money, so it would be 2 birds with 1 stone. My work is gone thanks to that. I am now free, so I was thinking about bringing out a different proposal here. Is it about the exploration of the unexplored lands? You already have a target? Ban, yeah. But I would like this conversation to be kept a secret. I spread the duplicate map of Dokora on the desk. This is Ban. It is a copy of the map from the Bandit Alliance's ringleader the other day. The knights had made bases on forests and mountains to escape from the hands of the knights, and they also investigated the information on the surroundings as the meticulous people they are. I am impressed you managed to obtain this. But this is impressive. To think their perimeter of activity was this wide. No wonder the knights of our country were having a tough battle here. Ban. The investigations to the bases will be performed today and tomorrow to retrieve the stolen things, but the marked caves that aren't being used as bases will most likely be left untouched. I am thinking of investigating those ones. Next would be the order of the investigation. Fumo, it reminds me of the time when I saw a treasure map. Ban. A treasure map, you say? Were you an adventurer in the past, Ban-san? Yeah, my talent as a merchant was higher, so I have settled now, but I was pretty wild in the past. Ban. I wonder why. Aren't the specs of the people I meet way too high? I feel an incredible sense of familiarity from Gozu and Sarah, but maybe they also have some sort of specialty too? Ah, the eye of Gozu for alcohol is evaluated highly by Ban-san too. Maybe Sarah actually has talent as a tailor. But this is careless. Did you not think I would get ahead of you? Ban. When that happens, I will just accept it as Ban-san being that kind of person. Ha ha ha, that's scary. Then, allow me to act as a good helper. Ban. The problem is, even if I want to investigate it, I have no confidence in my skills and stamina. I see. So you would need mercenaries or something of the sort. Ban. The funds to hire them too. Costs for personnel, food, transportation, and miscellaneous expenses. I have nothing of those. There would be no issues if I had a knight like Garaji, but I can't have him work for free all the time. No, wait. How about bringing in interested sympathizers like you, Ban-san? It would be possible to divide the costs like that, so it wouldn't be a bad idea. However, bringing in sympathizers has the possibility of the information leaking to other businesses. Ban. Right. There would be people who would try to profit by getting ahead of us. There's the need to create a hierarchy in this plan beforehand. I can prepare 1 or 2 trustworthy adventurers. It will be on a small scale for a while, but let's check the results with that first. Ban. Right. I will think about the funds at that time. So you won't try to make me put in the money for that, huh? Ban. If I depended too much on you, it wouldn't really be considered much of a team. I can't just bring out an idea and end it with that. After obtaining the resources, Ban-san will be moving as the core. If I am already being piggybacked by Ban-san from the point of the investigation, the necessity of my presence would be gone. I have to solve this one on my own somehow. But I feel like I will be depending on you on the arrangement of the first adventurers and their pay though. Regarding that part, I will just bring it out as a reward for the future increase in the supply of salt. Ban. The best result in this plan would be to find resources at an early stage. If there's good prospects, there's even the choice of a loan. If we pull it off well, we might even be able to convince the country. In that case, it might be better to learn as much information about the geography as possible, and improve my sense of smell. After that, I had Ban-san tell me about the mines currently being used, and other detailed talk. Ilias, have you received a response from the helper regarding the ceremony? Ilias showed a face of oh no at the words of Lord Ragudo. Speaking of which, the time she was together with him was short, and a lot happened, so she had no chance to tell him about it. Not yet, huh? Weren't you off duty yesterday? Ragudo. My apologies. Actually, he was out the night before and only came back in the evening. Ilias. Could it be that you were waiting in vain for a whole day? Ragudo. Why yes. Ilias. Lord Ragudo sighed. Wasting a rare free day like that is not good. You can leave for today. Ragudo. But. Ilias. Ah, right. Let me change my wording. The mission of Lord Ratzel today is to tell the helper about the invitation and to get him to accept. There's not much time left. Commit yourself to just that alone. Ragudo. Why yes. Ilias. Ilias leaves as if running off, and Lord Ragudo smiles kindly as if saying good grief. She is a lot less stiff than the few days before. Just what happened in that short period of time? Lord Ragudo thinks of Ilias like a daughter. Seeing that good change of hers, Lord Ragudo felt appreciation towards this young man he had not seen yet. I wonder what the king will do? Ragudo, he has told the king about the book. The king entrusted the book to Lord Ragudo after making a complicated expression. He was given the order to chase after the origins of the book, but there was nothing more than that. The king is looking forward to meeting that young man. May they forge a good relationship if possible. Now then, it is the beginning of an adventure. According to Bant-san, there's apparently nearby areas where dangerous monsters don't show up. There was a single cave that matches this when I confirmed the locations in the map, and so, I have decided to move by myself in order to reduce the costs. This high motivation despite the muscle pain. I am so active I would like my Japan self to learn from this. I greeted the gatekeeper and exited the gates. Ban-san is also following me by my side. When I told him I would go check it out a bit, he said he would let me borrow a horse. But once I told him I couldn't ride a horse. Then, I will go too. It has been a while, so I want to move my body too. Ban. It seems like his switch got flipped while I was explaining the adventure plan. Is that okay, president of a trading company? We went in a different direction from the usual, through the path towards the mines. And then, after advancing for around 1 hour, we got down from the horse once it was a third remaining until the mine, and entered the forest. Is this horse not going to attack people? It has been trained to escape to the city, so don't worry. Ban. That's a relief. Karaji's horse is wild and I remember it almost biting me when we were heading back. Compared to that, the eyes of this horse are kind. We separate from that horse and advance through the forest. Maybe because he was a former explorer, he is not losing to Karaji and the others in terms of speed. No, if we are talking about his walking speed, he is above them. Moreover, he is making it so it is easier for me to follow. Was he in a scout position when he was an adventurer? I also can't feel a single bit of hesitation in his trek. You are skilled at this. Of course. Can't say the same for battling, but if it is scouting work, I wouldn't lose to the young ones even now. Ban. That's reliable. We got through the forest and the number of trees decreased. Rock surface came into sight, and it began to change from a flat path to a mountain trail as we went up. I was huffing and puffing while trying to keep up, and we safely arrived at the base we were heading to. This one is different from the caves we have found before. It is full of bare rock around. It is more of a crevice rather than the entrance of a cave. From here upwards, it is pretty much a rock mountain. There's no information further up in the map of Dokura. It probably means this is the limit to the base candidates they could hide in. Now then, let's go. The both of us held torches and entered the cave. A narrow pathway continued on inside. It is one way and easy to advance through. But there was only bare rock and nothing worth of note. But it would be nice if there were a path that leads lower though. It seems like it is just a pathway. Right. Oh, it is a dead end. Ban. How can this be? Is it already a dead end? We did hit a cavity that was big enough for one room, but the path was cut off there. Looks like the first investigation ended in a blank shot. This is a shame. It probably was not used because it was too cramped as a base and it is only long. Ban. Right. It would have been different if we had seen minerals on the rock surface though. Can't see anything of the sort. Oi ah. Ban. While Ban-san was observing the wall, he seemed to have noticed something. Is something the matter? This place alone has a wall created by magic. Ban. There's something like that, is what I thought as I looked at the wall pointed out. But I can't tell the difference between other walls. It looks like the same material to me. It looks the same to me though. Ha 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 ha, right? But a pro in that field can tell. Ban. What Ban-san took out while saying this was a thing that looked like a stake with a twist at the head as if to hook onto something. It reminds me of the stake used to set up a tent. They most likely used earth magic to create a wall using the aura around, but... HMPH. Ban. He stabbed the stake on the wall with force. The next thing he took out was a hammer with fancy ornaments. Ban-san gave me the bag he had and faced the stake. Move away a bit. It is dangerous. Ban. I silently take distance. Ban-san swung down the hammer after taking a deep breath. When he did, A thunderous sound echoed and the wall crumbled. What's that? It is an enchanted hammer that amplifies the impact tens of times. It is a priceless treasure when breaking through walls. Ban. Something as convenient as that exists. Huh. The detriments are that it uses a decent amount of mana and can't be used when holding a magic seal stone though. Ban. So that's why he had me carry his luggage. And it seems like it can't be used by a Japanese guy with negligible mana. I thought I could use magic and battle if it is with a weapon infused with magic. There was a pathway beyond the crumbled wall. This is Fume. Ban. I understand why Ban-san is falling in thought here. Right now we are here to search for resources. But what we found was a passage that was purposely hidden. This smells. The bandits most likely turned back at this point. Alright, let's go. Ban. The eyes of Ban-san are those of an adventurer. He most likely wants to satiate his curiosity rather than having it end in a missed shot. That's the same for me. So I nodded and continued. After going ahead for a while, we saw a light further beyond. Looks like we got through the mountain. We got out of the cave and were dazzled by the light of the outside, but I tried checking the surroundings. There was a new forest here. The density of the plants aside from the trees were giving me a docile impression when compared to the forest we were moving through before. I wonder what this feeling of emptiness is. Was that a pathway utilized in the past? Is this the end? No, wait for a bit please. Ban. Saying this, Ban-san moved to the forest. I can't just be left behind, so I follow after him. Ban-san seemed more like he was checking the forest rather than advancing through it. And he is nodding over and over as if extremely interested. It seems like we have made quite the important discovery. Ban. I obviously tilt my head. Please look at the map here. Ban. He takes out a big map. It doesn't have detailed information like the map of Dokura, but it gives you an idea of the whole topography of the Taizu region. We advanced through here. Judging from the amount of time we were walking, we would be around here. Ban. He said this and the place he pointed at was the mountain range. The inside of the mountain range. Yes, in other words, this forest is a hidden forest surrounded by the mountain range. Ban. I see, so there's a space within the big mountain range, and there's a forest in it. This can certainly be called a discovery, but isn't it just that there's an unknown forest nearby? No, I checked the plants around here, but they are different from the ones found in the Taizu region. Ban. I observe the trees and plants around once again. Now that he mentions it, this does feel different from the forests I've been walking through these past few days. Right, this place is close to there. The shape of the plants resemble that of the ones in the Black Demon Lord Killer Mountain. Ooh, I'm impressed that you know. Ban. Yeah, I was attacked by a slime there. I'm impressed you survived. Ban. This reaction is nostalgic. But that's true. The trees are not transparent and are not luminescent. But the plants seen at my feet were close to those. Well yeah, luckily it is not a place where luck can save you, but the plants here reside in locations with high mana. I thought there were no other places in Taizu aside from the aforementioned mountain where these ones would grow in though. Ban. Basically, you are saying there's the possibility we can find rare plants? Yes, this will become a new business opportunity. Ban-san is extremely happy here. He has begun to investigate the area with that intention now. But if we manage to not get food-related stuff like salt but rare medicinal plants, that in itself would call for big profit. To think we would draw an unexpected jackpot in this exploration we thought of as a missed shot. Must be the positive karma from my good actions. I nodded as I headed towards Ban-san who was about to disappear from my sight. I then lost consciousness from the sudden blow that assailed me. Author, annoyance warning. Important note, nameless. Pretty much everyone set on calling MC that, haha, has a certain habit of calling himself with different types of I like Watashi and or and maybe even Boku. Watashi is normally a more formal way of addressing oneself, Boku is more neutral, and or is more informal and even rude at times. It would lower the dramatic factor in some scenes if I were to point out which it is at every instance, so whenever he uses Watashi I will use I in italic, when he uses or it will be I in bold, and in the off chance it is Boku I will use I underlined. Hope it shows clearly enough to make it noticeable. I might post reminders every now and then though. I have been constantly waking up to muscle pain lately, but this time around, I woke up from the pain in my head. Did you call Grandma? Yeah, she will be coming shortly. My vision is hazy. My surroundings are noisy. It reeks of beast. Oi, he woke up. Can you hear me? Someone has approached me. Who is it? I trace back my memories. After I discovered a rare forest with Ban-san. I am asking if you can hear me. Please keep silent. My head hurt. Wait, who are these people? I was surprised by this sight and woke up in one go. I am surrounded by several people, but the people in front of me seem to be human, but have appearances unlike that of humans. The first time in this world that I saw black hair, red eyes, with ears and tail covered in fur like that of an animal. Tail. Speaking of which, I think Ilias said before that there's demi-humans in this world like elves. In that case, are they demi-humans mixed with dogs or wolves? Putting that aside, I should be taking more of an issue in the fact that both of my hands are tied up behind me and am on the floor. This is that kidnapping, right? Sorry, but can you please explain to me what's currently going on? What's with this guy? What is he saying? Who knows? He seems to be saying something though. Oh, what a weird reaction. Could this possibly be? Do you not understand what I am saying? I mean no harm. Can you please undo the restraints? He seems to be appealing to something. No idea at all. Doesn't seem like my words are getting through. Could it be that the possession spell ran out? It has been 6 days since the possession spell was used on me the day I got caught, so the chances are high if I have been out for a day. No, wait, they don't get what I am saying. But I get what they are saying. It is not like they are talking in Japanese. In that case, my words should be getting through. What did Ma-san say about the possession spell? It is a method that doesn't have a name though. We have the target be possessed by a spirit temporarily, insert the common language in the consciousness of the target, and have their speech translated into common language. It does the same when on the receiving end, matching the words with the consciousness of the target. Something like that. I see. My words are being translated to the common language, but their words are being translated in a way that I can understand. Basically, this possession spell isn't the kind that allows you to speak English, but it is not like it allows you to understand English. You can speak English and are capable of understanding many languages. This is a lot more convenient than I thought. But not being able to use it in such a half-assed manner is a really vexing feeling. He has black hair just like us, but he is not from ours. Could it possibly be a demon? I shake my head to the sides. One man noticed this. This guy shook his head just now. You understand us? I nod and the people around notice too. Who are you? Answer. I can't speak. What is he saying? If you understand our words, speak them. I shake my head to the sides. Could it be that he can't speak? As if that's possible. If he understands, he should be able to speak it too. I shake my head. It seems he is trying to say he can hear but not talk. Nod. What's the meaning of this? It doesn't look like he is lying though. Can't be helped. Let's leave it to Grandma. I heard that before, but is Grandma like the chief of the village? Fortunately, they don't seem to be cannibals that don't hear reason. If we can communicate properly here, there's the possibility we could bring this to a negotiation. An old woman showed up with accessories decorating her all over. The color of her hair has been lost to a certain degree, but rather than calling it white hair, it is more like gray. Is it that boy there? Isn't he still just a child? The ones who were out hunting found them and captured them. There was apparently one more nearby, but he disappeared by the time they noticed. Thank you for explaining the situation. In that case, there's the chance that Ban-san managed to hide properly when these geese attacked. The chances of him coming to save me are half. The other half would be him returning to request assistance for the rescue. Considering the personality of Ban-san, there's a high chance he will ask for the help of Karajo people in that line. Also, it seems like he can understand our words, but he only talks in words we don't understand. Phew, that's strange. Well then, let me get a look. This so-called grandma placed a hand on my forehead. I feel like this has happened before. From the time with Maya-san. This child has been possessed by a spirit. I see. In that case, if I do this. The hand of Grandma shone, and something hot began to flow in me. How is it, boy? Did you modify the possession spell somehow? He talked. He freaking talked. Looks like we can communicate now. It seems like there's someone who has created an interesting spell out there. But the method of output was different from ours, so I have soaked the spirit with my mana. Has that also done something to the side effects? Now that ye mention it, there was a place that was strangely distorted. Sorry, but that's as much as I could tinker. The person that casted that spell is extremely outstanding. Maya-san, if you are that incredible, please do something about the muscle pain quickly. If she has poured mana, that means I will be able to communicate for a while more. It helps out in that point. Being able to communicate makes this easier. I intend no harm. I plan on answering whatever you want to ask within my power. And so, my communication with them began. They are a race called Black Wolfkin, and they are apparently a bit different from humans. They moved to this hidden forest and closed the path to it in order to escape from the fear and destruction filling the world by the demon lords a long time past, and they have been living quietly until now. That's the roots of these guys. I myself also received a good amount of questions. How did I get here from outside? Where did my other comrade go? Has the outside world fallen? I answered as much as I knew. There's no demon lords anymore. That's impossible. It is not like I am certain of it. But there has been no new demon lords seen since they disappeared a long time ago, and the humans have now created nations in this continent and are living their lives. Are you telling me that Black Demon Lord has fallen? That Black Demon Lord was apparently killed by a slime, but let's not say that. I pretty much answered honestly to whatever they asked. That goes the same for Ban-san. I don't know if he is hiding nearby or has returned, so there's no issue with me telling them. He is not the type of person who would abandon an ally. He doesn't excel in combat, so there's a high chance he will gather people and come back. What? Does that mean it will end up in a fight? The young ones began to make a ruckus. No, we can stop that. Fortunately, I am still alive, so I should be able to convince my allies that have come to rescue me in a peaceful manner. We did enter the forest unannounced after all. Aren't ye gonna tell us to free ya at once? That would leave unease. I plan on doing the persuasion in front of you all so that you can rest easy. As such, I will have to stay in your village for a while. Is that okay? Alright. But can ya listen to my request while at it? Depends on what it is. Please tell me. We have been living for a long time in this forest and have cut off our connections with the harmful world. However, our tribe is slowly treading the path of decline. I feel like living in this cramped forest forever really would be difficult. So you want to ask for interactions with the people outside? Indeed. Ye can understand our words and the words of the outside. Boy, can I ask ya to serve as the bridge? I don't mind that. There's a lot of valuable plants in this forest to begin with. There will most likely be a lot of people who would want to support you if there's anyone who can move in the locale. I feel like there will be a qualitative difference in the trade with indigenous people. However, from what I see of Ban-san, who is a merchant of Taizu, I don't think they will be treated that badly. It would be troubling to throw everything onto me. I will serve as a bridge, but I will have your representative be the one doing the negotiations. We have a deal then. Grandma, is that really okay? This person didn't tell a single lie. It is okay to trust him. Is she the type that can see through lies too? Is there some sort of technique to it? Even though I am here doing my best to act in a fashion where I can still manage even if I get deceived. How enviable. By the way, how long have I been out for? For a brief period of time. The sun has not gone down yet. Sorry about that. Looks like this man is the one who attacked me. No, even if you were to talk to us, it would have been hard to reach an understanding. Considering my one other companion, the chances are that we would have run away and come back with more people in the future. Negotiations would have been more problematic at that time. In that sense, you could say it wasn't all bad. Is that so? It is not really as an exchange, but can you please show me the lifestyle of this village? It is necessary to deepen the relationship on our side, and so, I was guided inside the village. There's somewhat archaic houses lined up. There seems to be cultivation fields a little further away too. There's people gathered at the center that seems to be a plaza, and they are giving each other the fruits and game they have obtained in the day. You can hunt animals despite being an isolated forest. Animals can go over mountains. They would at times come down and attack the livestock, so we don't neglect our daily explorations. I see. That's when I hear a sound resembling the clashing of wooden tools. The men at the side of the plaza were training with wooden sticks in hand. Their movements are far faster than that of the bandits. Compared to the knights, they do have flexibility, but I feel like they fall behind in terms of technique. I don't think you need to train that much against animals though. There's no knowing when the army of the Demon Lord will come. That's why we never forget our daily training as warriors. Speaking of which, it was that kind of village, right? It is an isolated village, but their population seems higher than 100. There's people who are looking at us with interest every now and then, but most of them are filled with curiosity rather than fear and unease. Despite that, they seem to be receptive towards people who come from the outside. The details of it have already reached the village. So everyone in this village is a neighbor. The more the population increases, the less proactive people are in getting involved with others. Obviously, it is not like all the people will be involved in your life. But with a village of this size, the amount of people you meet are limited, to a point where you can count them. That's why communication with each other becomes essential, and they can live as a tribe where it is one for all. This is most likely valid in its own way. It is a bit scathing as someone who is bad with human relationships though. After that, I was brought around the village by the guide, and I managed to obtain a rough picture. And then, I was guided to the entrance of the village at the end. The sky is already bright red. He probably won't guide me outside, and making him worry about me escaping would be harsh. I look around in a broad manner to show as if I have no interest. I suddenly saw children at the side of the entrance. The mischievous children were picking up rocks and tree branches noisily and were playing around by throwing them to something outside the entrance. A trash can or something like that? But it has a shape someone could be put into. It is way too crooked to be called a hut, and it feels more like piled up litter made from randomly gathered straws and branches. What's that? Ah, it would be better for you to not approach that place. You might get cursed. Cursed, you say? Is there something dangerous? Yeah, that's the dwelling of the Blight Child. Blight Child? The moment I thought that, someone showed up from inside. I was on the verge of feeling disgust at that appearance that reminded me of vagabonds and the poor who suffer overseas, but the moment I saw the whole picture, I felt beauty in that figure, and ended up gulping unconsciously. Pure white snow hair that was unkempt and had grown endlessly, and yet, it felt crystalline. She was wearing ragged clothes that I find hard to even call clothes, and even though her whole body is dirty in mud, white skin could be peeked at from there. The shape in itself may not be different from that of the black wolfkin, but a girl so white it wouldn't even be dyed by black was standing there. That's the girl called the Blight Child. Hesitantly looked at the children. When she did, the children screamed loudly, and threw rocks and sticks. The girl hurriedly hid inside the rubble. The children laughed. Not only that, the adults around were watching over the children with a smile. What's this? My vision shook. The smiles of the villagers were nauseating. It is not like I don't know this feeling. Ah. This is something that I have tasted in Japan too. Now, let's go back. It is getting late. Why is that girl at that kind of place? Why, you ask? Because she is a Blight Child. You saw that figure of hers, right? The guide man tilted his head in wonder. I closed my eyes and sighed. It is just that this guy doesn't understand it at all. In that case, this man isn't the one I should be asking for an explanation. I once again directed my gaze at the rubble and headed to Grandma. Have you seen the state of the village? Yeah, and so there's one thing I want to ask. It is about a girl called the Blight Child. That's a cursed child. White mixes into the hair of the aged ones. But even an old one like me only gets this much of a mix. The hair of that thing holds an eeriness that resembles death. I endured my desire to object and urge her on. That thing was suddenly born despite having a black wolfkin mother. Her mother lost her life when it was born. That thing's father, who tried to raise it, was caught off guard by a beast and never returned just a few days of its birth. Thinking it eerie, we left it in the forest, but the grass around that thing had withered the next day, so we couldn't throw it away. If a warrior was to take that thing's life, that person might get caught in the curse and die, so we couldn't take its life either. As such, we have let that thing live outside the village, and have given it the duty to take in the calamities that enter this village. So you are using her to ward off evil because she is ominous? It has no other use than that. Yeah, see, I don't like it, but this isn't the place to spill out those feelings. I stand up and try to leave the house. Don't get involved with that thing. Tragedy will befall you too, boy. Also, it is already late. I can't guarantee your safety outside the village. I have no intention of moving away from this village, so don't worry. And then, I will confirm it with my own eyes. Do as ye please. Ye will understand once ye see it with your own eyes. I arrive at the entrance of the village. While holding the torch I got back from them, it might turn into a fire if I were to enter with this, so I extinguished it. It shouldn't be too hindering with this moonlight. I advance to the place that seems to be the entrance of the rubble. It smells. My nose feels like it is going to bend with the stench of what seems like rotten raw food. There's the organs of animals and dirty fruits at my feet. They probably put the leftovers of what they distributed in the evening here, but that's no reason to stop my feet. I peek inside the rubble. A girl was there. She was watching the moon from a place that has a hole opened, on top of spread out straws. The moonlight was lighting up the girl and her white hair and skin was shining as if luminescent. That appearance of hers is as wondrous as the sight I saw when I first came to this world. Oi! Ah! I spoke to her. And at that moment the girl noticed me and raised a scream. She raised a hard-to-describe scream and retreated deeper in while shaking her head. There's tears accumulated in her scared eyes. It is okay, I won't do anything to you. I spoke to her, but the girl continued letting out incomprehensible noises, and tried to move away from me. No, that's not it. Grandma said both of this girl's parents died soon after she was born, and she has been avoiding communication with others until now. It is not that she can't speak because of fear. She doesn't know any language. I thought my words would get through this girl since she is also a black wolfkin, but I was too shallow. The downside of the possession spell is showing here. This spell is used on livestock. Make them understand your words, and turn their will into words. But there's no understanding to begin with towards a person that doesn't know words. Even if she tries to turn her will into words, she doesn't know those words. I might be able to communicate with her if the possession spell is casted on her, but I myself had someone else cast it for me. How vexing. We won't be able to communicate like this. I see. After thinking that far, I finally understood the reason why she is trembling. This girl has been tasting this frustration the whole time since the moment she was born. What she understands is that the villagers hate her. Even if she is told something, she doesn't understand what it means. Just that she continues being persecuted even after that. She has no way of knowing why she is being treated this way or why she is being allowed to live. She has simply been living in fear to the point she trembles just from being spoken to. She takes distance, but she doesn't run away. She can't. There's chains on her legs, and it is connected to a giant stake. I don't know if it's because it's scraped on her or she tried to escape countless times, but there's a large number of blood stains on her leg. She is not being treated as a person, not even as livestock. My eyes grow hot. My vision gets hazy. I probably won't be able to understand all the pain she has tasted. However, my tears won't stop. As if that tragic past of hers was being transmitted to me. I couldn't endure it and hugged the girl that tried to take distance. She stiffened and thrashed around as she screamed, but that body of hers was cold. It must have been sad, it must have been tough, you must have been scared. Don't joke around. There's not a single person with the right to corner you into a lifestyle like this one. You must have wanted to complain. It must have been frustrating, being in this world where you can't even seek help. All alone. Damn it, since when was it that I stopped crying like a child? By the time I felt like the world was dry, even the effort to cry was a hassle. There's things in society you can't make come true. There's also things that might have possibly been made true. There might have been things that could only be fulfilled with time. By delineating them in that fashion, I thought I had settled my feelings on it. I just have to become strong to a degree where I can. It is fine as long as I can live safely. This girl has destroyed that wall I created unconsciously. Unrestrained aimless anger and sadness that was kept on a lid deep inside my heart was leaking out. I would like to cry tears in place of this girl as much as I can if possible. I want to complain to the world that it must have been painful. Even if there's no point to it. Even if I am told it is hypocritical. Yuan. I hugged the girl and wept. The girl was scared, but seeing that state of mine, she began to change her reaction. She must have understood that I was crying and screaming. Those are the only things the girl knows too. That's why she was pulled by this and raised her voice too. We cried together while shedding tears. The lad has been caught by dummy humans. Ban considered rescuing him when he was kidnapped, but after seeing their numbers and strength, he hurriedly returned to Taizu. He did plan on saving him if it had been one or two, but there were way too many. Judging that he won't be immediately executed, he decided to call for help. The person he went to is someone he knows too, Karajiagujesta Domitakafakon, who is deeply acquainted with Ban as well. After explaining the situation, Karajiagujesta dashed into action immediately and spoke to the Ragudo division. He only managed to gather 10 in such a short notice, but that's enough numbers. The population of the village is around 100. And probably half of them are the ones who can actually fight. There would be room for worry if it were a normal night division, but there's no such thing if it is the Ragudo division. Alright, let's go. Kara. Speaking of which, what about reporting to Lord Ragudo? That can be done later. The life of the lad is of utmost priority. Kara. It is not like he is scared of being stopped by his superior. Lord Ragudo would most definitely tell him to form a rescue team. He might actually get reprimanded for taking his sweet time by reporting it. Ban was following the knights that dashed out from the gate, got on their horses, and rode off. To think Ilias would be off duty at a time like this. Kara. I have at least told my subordinates to search for Ilias-sama and have them explain the situation. Ban. That's fine then. Ilias would come here with her own 2 feet and be faster than with a horse. Kara. Karajiagujestu is affiliated to the Ugara church, but his devotion was faint. But he had no choice but to pray right now. That boy is perceptive but his weakness is top class. Lad, be alright. Kara. After crying for a while, I noticed that I had been hugging her the whole time and released her. I showed a pathetic sight. Sorry. I tell myself there's a point in directing my intentions at her even if words didn't get through. When I did, the girl shook her head to the sides. She shook her head. Did you shake your head just now? She nodded this time around. Do you understand words? She nodded. And then, she groaned with an oh. I think of the reason. This girl shouldn't know any words, but she suddenly can understand my words. I searched for a similar case in the past. I observe the girl, and then, I stretch my hand towards the hair of the girl. The girl didn't show any fear and silently watched me. I touched the hair of the girl. She must not have washed her hair in a long time. It is stiff, dirty and sebum, and dry. But, even with it, her hair illuminated by the moonlight was as if it were luminescent. No, it is actually emitting light literally. A single conjecture surfaced in my mind drawn from my memories and experiences until now. I have no certain proof of this, but it is most likely the case. The girl was looking at me with interest. Of course she would be. A person she can understand suddenly appeared when she didn't know how to speak. What's fortunate is that she knows about the gesture of shaking her head. She most likely observed the villagers and learned about its meaning. I remember how she was shaking her head to the sides when I entered this place. What this girl who wasn't taught anything had learned in desperation was this as her sole defense mechanism. I grabbed the shoulders of the girl and tell the surprised girl, "Do you want to leave this village?" The girl froze for a moment at that question, but she eventually nodded. Of course, I planned on saving this girl regardless of her answer, but this girl is currently carrying trauma that she can't clear away due to her life until now. That wound will probably follow her the rest of her life if I were to forcefully save her. She needs to win against her trauma herself in order to clear herself away from it. I couldn't think of a way in the time I came here. The moment I learned that I couldn't communicate with her, I thought I would have to do this even if forcefully. However, She is showing her will here right now. Is there any good method? It is not like I don't see some faint hope here, but I would like more certainty. Quiet. I heard a voice behind me. All of a sudden, I was flustered to a degree where I felt like my heart would jump out from my mouth. Who? Since when? Did they hear what I said just now? No. This voice is. Don't scare me like that, Ban-san. When I look back, there was Ban-sa. Who? No, now that I look closely, it is Ban-san. The attire of Ban-san is like that of bandits you normally see in fantasy worlds. It looks somewhat fancier than the attire of the bandits I have seen before. I have come to save you. I was thinking about infiltrating the place just now, but then I heard, manly cries from here. Ban. It has been discovered by a close acquaintance that I was wailing despite my age. I have no choice but to erase him. No, calm down. To erase the person who came all the way here to save me is. Please keep it a secret. That said, Karajiagujestasama and the Ragudo division are on standby outside the forest. Ban. That's fast. Has Ilias come too? Actually, Ilyas-sama is suddenly off duty. I am sure my subordinates have told her by now though. Ban. That might be good in itself. I feel like Ilias would have rushed straight on and it would have been a big ruckus right about now. Well then, let's escape. Ban. No, please wait. I call Ban-san to a stop and tell him about the talk of the Black Wolfkin. I see, so their side is already willing to accept peace and trade. In that case, it would be better to come here tomorrow. Ban. Yeah. We will end up needing Karajia and the others to wait though. Got it. I will go tell them to be on standby at the cave. Ban. Normally, I should be leaving this village as soon as possible to bring peace of mind to Karajia and the others who came here in worry. But Ban-san most likely also wants to see what comes ahead of this too. That's why he easily accepted this proposal. Also, there's something I want to request of everyone. What is it? Ban. It is about this girl. Don't be scared Tilda. Speaking of which, I directed my attention at Ban-san, and I completely forgot about her. The girl is scared of Ban-san and is trembling at the corner of the room. Is the bandit style not to her liking? Ban. About that, I tell him about her circumstances, and tell him about how I want her to separate from this village. Ban. Ban-san cried. He is a good person. Is that how it was? I see, I get it now. I am sure Karajiagujestasama will cooperate as well if I explain to him. Ban. Right. Also, there's something I would like to confirm with you first. The plan I had put on reserve is looking realistic now that Ban-san has appeared. And with the seal of approval from Ban-san, the plan will be executed tomorrow. It is about time I return. My clothes are pretty dirty and smell terrible because I hugged her. If I remember correctly, there was a water spot, so let's clean myself there. The girl looked at me when I was about to leave. It is okay. I will definitely free you. I have gotten used to taking a step back in things unconsciously since the moment living safely became a habit of mine. I avoided standing out, and even if I moved, I took the stance of pushing someone to the front. I am sure Karajia and Ban-san would be able to save this girl too. It would actually be an option to leave it to those two if I want a higher success rate. But I ended up thinking, I decided on it. I want to save this girl with none other than my own hands. I might end up deviating from the path of living safely. No. Not really. Choosing the path I won't regret is also the safe choice for the stability of my heart. That's why, for this moment alone, I will say these words I have been trying to avoid. I will grant you freedom. I emphasized myself as I promised this to her. Ilias ended up having a day off under the orders of Lord Ragudo. Her objective was now to find him and invite him to the ceremony and banquet. The serious Ilias walked around the city at once and began searching for him. But she couldn't find him. She went to Dog's Bone, but he apparently left after having a meal. They haven't heard about where else he would be going. The church where Mayo is, their house, the market. She went through many places, but there was no shadow of him. Going this far, it makes her even wonder if he is hiding on purpose. The sun was already going down by the time she noticed. I can't find him even when waiting or searching. What should I do? Ilias. The cry of a stray cat echoed pitifully to answer her. She went back to the house several times, but there was no sign of him having come back. There aren't many stores open when it is night, and so, she decided to go around the stores including Dog's Bone. She will most likely find him. Most likely. Why? Ilias. She couldn't find him even with that. Even if there was no fatigue from stamina, her mental health was certainly being shaved away here, and that was showing in her face. Can't be helped, let's return home. At this point, being in the house should be enough, is what she thought as she returned home. That's where someone was waiting. Finally found you. It seems like they were searching for her. But Ilias had no clue as to who that person was. Who are you? Ilias. I am a messenger of Ban-sama. Ban, speaking of which, the owner of a big firm had that name. Since the death of my parents, I haven't had the opportunity to go to facilities like that. Is as far as she thought, and then remembered that she had drank with him at Dog's Bone. A merchant with that name has come to her place. And then, she realized, he is there. She found it more relieving that she finally knows where he is rather than despair at her own lack of foresight. Could it possibly be about the young man at my house? Ilias. Yes, actually. He has been kidnapped by demi-humans. Ilias. The girl's overtime continued. The next day, I went to the place of Grandma and broached the topic about yesterday's negotiation. I would like to add one condition. The Black Wolf in around grew noisy. Only Grandma looked silently over here. That's sudden. Ye already accepted our talk yesterday, boy. Are ya trying to overturn that? No, I will prepare the place of negotiation regardless of whether you accept or not the added condition. However, I promise adequate compensation if you do accept. What is it? I promise I will definitely manage an equal relationship when negotiating with them. Does that mean that ya won't let us create an equal relationship if we don't accept it? No, it just means I will prepare the table but won't do anything. It would fall under your own ability. Sounds as if you're saying it will be impossible for us. You don't have to accept it if you are confident about it. I will simply prepare the negotiation table as I promised. Can you tell us your condition? I want you to give the opportunity for the Blight Child to leave this place. The surroundings got noisy again, but it was a lot noisier than before. Grandma raised a hand to shut them. Is it okay to ask ye one thing? Of course. I knew ye were attached to that thing, boy. But why is it that you're not asking to give it to ya? 2 reasons. For the sake of the Blight Child, and for the sake of you people. That thing would happily leave this village. We would also happily give it away. What will it achieve to simply give that thing an opportunity? Regarding the details of this opportunity, who is the strongest here? I look at the Black Wolf in around. A single man raised his hand after brief silence. His physique is good and his presence as a warrior left nothing to be desired. It is me. Then, have a duel with the Blight Child. If the Blight Child wins, you free that girl. Are you telling me to have a battle to the death with the Blight Child? No. It is fine as long as either side can't fight anymore. I won't complain if you go overboard and end up killing the opposing party though. I see. I understand. Grandma, boy, you're the same as us. Even when you think of it as pitiful, you disdain it. That's why you're making it have a duel and have it die in peace. You want to have us win since you would dislike the Blight Child to be there when you will have economic relations with this village in the future. I see. You are free to think as you wish. So, do you agree? I don't mind. We shall accept. I have gotten your consent. But there's no one in this village who would want to kill that and take the curse upon themselves. Even if we are to soften our hand and ends up with just hurting it, don't complain, okay? No, regardless of whether the man will kill or not, he will be fighting seriously. Me? That's when a Black Wolfkin came in from outside. Grandma, there's people with weapons at the entrance of the village. Looks like they have come for you. And so, everyone headed to the entrance of the village. There's Courage at the front, the Ragudo division, and also Ban-san. Everyone is armed and creating a thorny atmosphere. Courage walks straight here when he saw me, but stopped in the middle and turned back. One more knight of the Ragudo division walked and faced straight at Courage. The knight was holding a giant hammer. A man that did work at the time of the bandit subjugation. Boru Brakuti. This man is called Boruji. The two take a battle stance, ignoring the black wolfkin that were taken aback by that sight. Phew! A strike of Karaji's spear was unleashed at Boruja with that shout. He takes on the spear going at a speed invisible to the eye with the hammer. A shockwave and a thunderous sound was created at that instant, and everyone in this place felt it with their body. The thrusts of Karaji didn't stop, but Boruja created an opening while deflecting those and swung down the hammer. Karaji avoided that with paper-thin difference and the hammer sank onto the ground. The vibrations were so strong they shook the houses of the village. Yesterday I compared the black wolfkin with them and created a decent degree of superiority. But the movements of those two don't even need comparison. They are overwhelming. Shockwaves were being spread to the village with each exchange. The black wolfkins can't drop their faces of shock while watching this. They then made one last clash with everything they had, creating a shockwave bigger than the previous. Some buckled at that shockwave, and there were some who fell on their butts. Something like this should be enough. Kara, you haven't fallen off at all. Boru, same goes to you. Fewer. Kara. The two of them laughed as if nothing happened. I walked to the side of the strongest man in this village and spoke to him. They have no intention of fighting. It is because they have come in small numbers that they have shown their fighting prowess, so that they won't be looked down upon. Well then, let's begin. They won't do anything, just be observers to the duel of the strongest man in this village. The man tightened the grip on his weapon. There's already no room for him to hold back. After being shown such a performance, if he were to show a lukewarm battle while holding back in front of the knights and in front of his tribe, it would end up being a public display of their difference in power. Even if they have a negotiation as equals, they will end up being pressured in the future. If they don't manage to show their strength as a tribe, they won't be able to think of themselves as equals on an emotional level. Karaja walks over here in the time the villagers were bringing the girl. And then, he bows to Grandma and stands by my side. How was that? Did we manage to do it as you wanted? Kara, it was a great dance. We will be able to see something interesting with this. Really? I am a bit worried though, about my role after this too. Kara, sorry. You are the one who I can ask the most of in the Ragudo division. Karaja, it doesn't feel bad being told that. Oh, looks like they have arrived. Kara, the girl was brought by the villagers. She was pricked by stakes and made to stand on the plaza. Grinding noises of Karaja tightening his grip on his spear were made when he saw this. Please do your best at controlling yourself, okay? I think that will be the hardest thing though. Yeah, I believe in you lad, after all. Kara, can I speak to her? I faced the direction of Grandma and pointed at the girl. I don't mind. I stood up as she answered and walked to the side of the girl. The girl is trembling. That's understandable. The gazes of the people directed at her were evasive. I whispered in her ear. The girl's eyes opened wide as she looked at me, but I returned to Grandma and sat down. The village's strongest warrior and the hated girl were facing each other at the center of the plaza. Ye did a good job at kindling them, boy. If ye do that, we can't hold back as a tribe. It will most likely end in an instant, ending the blight child with our bravest youngster. Once he is cursed and loses his life, our standing will be gone. So that was your true aim. You've got us good there. You will soon see my true aim. Begin when you please. I see. Both sides. Get ready. The man readied his stone axe, and the girl simply stood there with the sword given to her hanging languidly. She is looking over here, uneasy. Counting on you, Karaja. Karaja slanted the spear he had pierced on the ground. Begin. The man roared and jumped forward while raising his stone axe. That speed of his didn't lose to Karaja. It is a full power dash no matter who sees it. The girl shut her eyes tightly, dropped her sword, and tried to protect herself with both arms. The girl not only has no skills to use a weapon, she doesn't even have that thought to begin with. The stone axe swung down with the force of a planet, was drawn accurately to the raised arms of the girl, and was destroyed completely. It is not only the man who was shocked here. All the black wolf in here made faces of disbelief. And then, seeing the man who stopped moving, I shouted this. Now, finish that life of yours with your own hands. The girl shouted and pulled her right hand heavily backwards. And then, putting all the strength she could, She pushed her right hand out towards the chest of the stopped man. A dazzling light rushed out violently. This is a torrent of mana. It is not weaved at all. Accumulated mana was simply stupidly leaking out to the surroundings. There's no polish like the one attack of Ilias that wiped the undead, and its destructive power is far below hers. However, the man that was hit by that torrent of mana flew on the air, passed overhead the spectators, and was smashed onto a house far at the back. Everyone was speechless. The strongest man in this village was defeated by the blight child who had the weakest standing in this village. He pulled out his everything and was defeated in an instant. They were unable to understand this and were simply frozen there. I sighed in relief and told Grandma, "This was my true aim." I stand up and walk towards the girl. The girl herself didn't understand properly what happened. She was looking at her palms and making a questioning look. "Everyone, listen. This girl that you abhorred wasn't a cursed child." I bring out my voice as if wringing out my resentment, my anger, from the pit of my stomach. "This girl has a genetic disorder called albinism. The curse of this girl is not a curse but just a personal trait that occurs in 1 out of 10,000. The albinos who are known far and wide on Earth have existed for a long time, and it is simply one of many phenomena. A mother losing her life from giving birth and a man getting distracted against a beast when he has lost his wife and his child is being repudiated is a tragedy that can happen in any country. It is because of such overlaps of rare happenstances and tragedies that this girl ended up having to shoulder a life of persecution. But you people feared the overlapping of tragedies, and without knowing, you feared and created a cursed blight child that doesn't exist. The foolishness of not understanding your own ignorance and just assuming the easiest conclusion, that's exactly the sin you people have perpetrated. Even when I say all this, the fear in their hearts towards her will most likely not change. The only one who can believe what I said just now is Grandma, who can see through lies. But that's fine. That's why I will tell these guys the words that will make them regret the most. But there's most likely going to be people who won't believe me even if I say this. There will be people who will cover their ears, believing that the delusions they have created for themselves are what's real. That's why I set this duel. In order to prove the worth of this girl. I hold the white hair of the girl. Plants and trees change their appearance in accordance with the mana contained in the air. That's because an excess of mana would instead dry those plants out. The reason for the vegetation of the Black Demon Killer Mountain matches the case of this girl. There's a place near here where transparent trees inhabit. Those trees grew with the bulky mana in the air as their nutrients, and the excessive mana leaks out from the leaves as light, just like the shine of this hair. That's right, that's the reason why the hair of this girl was shining. The excess of mana was leaking out from her hair. Black is the color that takes in the most light out of any other, but this girl didn't need the black to take in the light of the outside. Because she had overflowing light inside of her in the form of mana, she was born with excessive mana contained in herself from the very beginning. The reason why the possession spell began working on her after I hugged her was because the mana leaking out from her affected the spirit, and was soaked in her mana. That's how abnormal the amount of mana she has inside of hers is. When I confirmed my thoughts with Ban-san, he said that in the past, her talent rivals that of the hero that defeated the demon lords in the past. The expressions of the Black Wolfkins shake. This girl isn't a blight child. She was the miraculous child that the heavens had gifted you people who lived in fear of the demon lord. This is the reason as to why I made her have a duel. This girl had enough talent to make her win certain. She was leaking out mana to a degree where she could dry out plants around her from excessive nutrition when she was just a baby who should have sub-paramounts of mana, and has special mana enough to affect the spirit inhabiting someone just from touching him. Even as someone who can't see through the intricacies of mana, I could feel the signs of it from her looks. I had no hesitation after confirming this. I requested the assistance of Ban-san and simply taught her the way to emit that mana. It is the same principle as Ilias grabbing a stone hammer with one hand and crushing it. It is simply accumulating mana to a violent degree to enhance your body, a feat that can't even be called a technique. Her body can't stop leaking mana to begin with, so she managed to learn how to bring it out in one go almost instantly. I thought at first it would be fine to just show them as a demonstration, But when Ban-san muttered it is as much or even above that of Ilyas-sama, I set up this place. If it is on the same level as that gorilla, there's nothing to fear. Also, there's two big reasons as to why I took this method. First one obviously being for the sake of the girl. This girl has the power and talent to die away the fear of this village. She was simply not given that opportunity. That's why I gave it to her, and had her win her freedom with her own hands. She still hasn't felt the reality of it, but that's fine. This experience will certainly become a foundation for this girl. The one other reason was just as Grandma said, for the sake of this village. If they were still caught up in their superstitions and uncertain information while having economic relations with Taisa in the future, they would eventually be exploited by ill-intentioned people. That's why I had them understand what they themselves have done and had them regret it. I pushed onto them the reality that they have killed the talent of the girl that could overwhelm their strongest warrior. However, me blaming them instead of reprimanding them by putting my personal feelings in between is plain proof of my own immaturity. If the village changes with this, I will have no complaints. If it doesn't, it will most likely end in an equal relationship even without me doing anything. Now then, I will be taking this girl as promised. I will definitely fulfill the remaining promise. Saying this, I left the village with Karagia and the others. The girl was looking at the forest she was seeing for the first time with interest. Not a single black wolfkin tried to stop us. It would be too soon to assume what this means. Lad, that it was impressive acting. Kara. The one who broke the silence once we returned to the cave was Karaji. He smacked my back and strength left me in one go. Man, it is a relief that, even though I went at them real hard there, they didn't lash back at me. Really, to be honest with you, I was scared the whole time. You know, even if they are weaker than the knights, the tribe is far stronger than the bandits. A youngster preaching right in the middle of a bunch like that, who does he think he is? Right? This girl isn't a blight child. She was the miraculous child that the heavens had gifted you people who lived in fear of the demon lord man. That gave me shivers. Boruja teased me by even imitating my expressions. Please stop. Just thinking up that line was super embarrassing. I'll have you know. Just how much courage do you think I needed in order to say that with a straight face? It would have been impossible if I hadn't strengthened my resolve for this girl. You know? Please spare me. I'm begging you. No, it really did feel good. Ain't that right, young lady? Karaja smiled at the girl, but the girl took excessive distance from Karaja and was directing a gaze of caution. Lad, can you undo the misunderstanding quickly? Kara. Yeah, got it. I honestly feel apprehensive about explaining this to a girl, but the reason why Karaja came to us wasn't for the sake of bodyguarding, it was in order to set the girl up. Thanks to the lecture of Ban-san, she learned how to emit mana, but there was an issue with the plan that seemed infallible. This girl has strong fear towards the villagers ingrained in her. If she got swallowed by that fear and she forgot about what we taught her is the worry I had. That's where, yeah, I created an act of sorts. She had opened her heart to me. I utilized that. If you lose this duel, you will die, but don't worry, if it doesn't work, I will die together with you is what I told her, and had Karaja point his spear at me. This girl is a really nice girl, so when she thought that the first person that treated her well was going to die because of her, or something like that, let's just say it was to have her ignore her fear towards the villagers. I will do it, eventually. What? Kara. The amount of guilt I feel from deceiving a villain like Dokura and an innocent girl like this is different, you know. I leave Karaja who is making a shocked face and advance through the cave. The girl is following behind me real close. What should I do? This time around, things ended with a refreshing feeling in my chest thanks to the talent of the girl. But what if she was simply an albino girl? I probably wouldn't have been able to die away the trauma of the girl and have their villagers understand the mistake they made. I drew a non-existent scenario in my head and thought, accuse them of discrimination and persecution to Taizu, and use their standing as economic partners to attack, tear her away from the village, and have her forget about her past by teaching her the way to live while just facing forward. Have true proud heroes like Karagia and Ilyas save her. What would I have done if that didn't work? The tears I shed for her were the real deal, but the anger and hate that welled up were also real. If I had left that take me over, just what kind of method would I have taken? Well, there are things that you would only know when the time comes. Let's clean this girl up first once I am back in Taizu. Will Sarah make clothes she can wear if I ask her? I also want to have her eat the food of Gozu. It should be possible to communicate on both sides if I ask Maya. What should I do after that? Right, we have to think of a name for her. There's still a lot that must be done, but let's do it slowly. I can do most of everything if it is for the sake of the future. What's the matter, lad? Stopping all of a sudden. Kara. What's the... The knights that followed after also reacted. That appeared as soon as we left the cave. Fu. Judging from that reaction, it seems like everything is over now. It was Ilias smiling with blank eyes. Oi, what do we do about that? Like I would know. Why did she come here now? An emergency meeting was being held between the Ragudo division in whispers. They have also noticed the strange state of Ilias. Ilias suddenly got off duty and we couldn't make contact with her until now. That she is here now must mean, I think my people had difficulty in searching for her and she must have taken quite a long time before reaching this place. Ban. You have to go through a forest to get here, you know? You didn't leave a guide? We heard that you were alright, lad, so everyone went to sleep at the cave in relief. Kara. I was teaching that girl how to release mana. Ban. Then, that means she was searching the forest for the whole night, right? Everyone glanced at Ilias. What's the matter all of a sudden? Well, I am jealous to see you guys getting along so well. Ha ha ha. Ilias. We immediately returned to our strategy meeting. Lad, do something. Kara. Karagia and the others should be a better fit for the job. Aren't you guys her seniors? That's hopeless. She is basically a wife on the verge of exploding, you know? Boru. She came here to save you, so it is basic manners for you to be the one to do something about her, right, lad? Kara. You are using that? And I was pushed back by wonderful teamwork. Why you guys, I will remember this. Well then, now that it has come to this, I have no choice but to face Ilias. Let's think about the current state of mind of Ilias. She was working through the morning, and yet, she was suddenly given the day free. The reason is unclear and the actions after that are unknown. After I got kidnapped, Bansan made contact with Karagia and formed a rescue party. They couldn't get a hold of her at this time either, so that means she wasn't at home. If Bansan and his subordinates couldn't find her after searching for her, it should be safe to assume Ilias was moving from point to point. Could it be that the reason why she went around the place on her day off was because she was searching for a certain someone who had gone out of the city on an adventure? She searched around the city that day, and Bansan's subordinate finally found Ilias and gave her the message. Considering the personality of Ilias, she must have rushed here, but she was simply told the general location and there was no guide. She had no choice but to enter the forest. And then night passed and we did a variety of things at the Black Wolfkin village, but she continued searching in that time. By the time she finally found us in her desperate search, it was all solved, and the person she was searching and worried about for a long time was right in front of her eyes. I feel like emptiness would take over rather than anger at this point. I am sorry for worrying you. This is not the time to be thinking about a detailed plan. I should apologize first. Yeah. Just how worried do you think I was? Ilias. I hug Ilias. What are you? Ilias. Unlike the time when I hugged the girl, the body of Ilias was hard due to her wearing her armor, and most of all, it hurts. I felt as if I crashed onto a rock. No, this is not the time to be thinking that. Oi, gallery, don't just go whistling there. You were desperately searching for me to the point of looking this ragged. Thank you. Well, that's natural as a person. Ilias. This is where I should make an overreaction to tell her my gratitude, and wash it all off with the momentum. You must have been uneasy the whole time, searching without even knowing the details. I am truly sorry. And I am happy. Yeah, I am glad you are alright. Ilias. I could feel the dangerous aura of Ilias receding. Alright, I can return safely. Now I just need to give proper follow-up, treat her to tasty food and drinks at Dog's Bone, and I am sure, that's the matter settled then. but it would have been wrapped up faster if Ilias had made it in time. Kara. No, he said if Ilias were here, she would try to solve it all with brute force and would instead make things more complicated. Ban. True. Kara. Ba'awan. Garagi. What's with you guys doing that conversation at this moment? I heard you guys harmonizing and crap there. Oi. I heard a heavy voice right by my ear. I run away by reflex, or at least try, but I for some reason can't move. Why yes, I am currently frozen in place still hugging Ilias, or more like, Ilias has wrapped her arms around my back and kept me clean in place. What's this? It is so hard she isn't even shaking here. Is this some sort of steel restraint? Is what they said just now true? Ilias. Why you see, Yum. Speak the truth. Ilias. There were a lot of complicated circumstances, so I consulted with them since I would like to solve things by using strategy rather than force. So it was great that I wasn't there? Ilias. No. It wasn't my true feelings. It was just a slip of the tongue. Ouch. Stop please. Oi, you idiot, gorilla, my ribs and spine were screaming here. I have seen this on TV before. If I remember correctly, it is a bear H. A nostalgic memory flashed back, and my consciousness was cut off. Good grief. I understand the situation, but there's a way to say things. Ilias walked at the front on the way back from the forest. The moment an obstructive thicket entered the vision, I would unsheath my sword and mow it down. Karaja was carrying the unconscious man on his shoulder. In the first place, losing consciousness with just that much is shameful. Ilias. No, even that would be hell for us. That would actually be more effective on us cause it would hit our waists. How scary. Moreover, it is through the armor. Yeah no, there's not a shred of happiness from it. I raise my sword to cut down the obstructive tree. I couldn't unsheath it again. I hit it while still sheathed and broke the tree. It seems like rust has been collecting inside the scabbard. There are times when I can't unsheath my sword on the notice. There's normally no issues even with the scabbard on, but I have to bring it to a blacksmith soon. Garage. Boruji, did you say something? Ilias. No. Nothing. But what did he mean at the end by gorilla? I can imagine it is an insult, but let's ask about it in the future. I heard the situation. He was doing his best for the sake of the girl that is currently peeking at that guy from the back of Ban. I managed to understand what he was trying to say after hearing the circumstances of the girl. If I had been shown the state of this girl, I probably wouldn't have even been able to maintain my self-control. I would have unsheathed my sword, threatened the Black Wolfkin, and brought her back by force. I would have moved with the desire to not let that girl be in that hell for even a second longer. Even if so, what's with that way of saying it? Anger, frustration, sadness. What emotion would be winning? I vented my grudge on him, being made to search for him for an eternity and how it ended up in a pointless endeavor. But what are the remaining feelings right now? You could have relied on me. Ilias. My tongue ended up slipping there. Fortunately, it seems like no one heard me. Right. He came from a different world. It would be a lie to say I haven't been treating him specially. There's a lot of things he has done that pull the eye. I am interested in him. I would like to see what he does. While close to him, I want to get included, so that I can be part of that effort. But he is not trying to depend on me. From what I heard, the core of this time's matter was because he wanted to raise his funds. He is in a state where he has been thrown into a different world with nothing on him. He should be allowed to depend more on others. When I was hugged by him and I hugged him back, there's something I noticed. He is frailer than I imagined, far more than the average adult, maybe even lower than a woman, and on the same level as a child. The strength of his peers must look like a threat to him, not only from criminals, but even the knights. And me. But if we turn that around, it also means that we should be reliable as allies. Will this be good training in itself? Ilias. If I get to the point where he relies on me, I feel like I will surely grow into a better knight. I have only been progressing my path in obscurity, but it is not bad to form objectives like that. I imagined him pleading for my help and having no choice but to take sword in hand. What am I thinking? Ilias. Rather than imagination, this is more like a delusion. I shook my head lightly and began walking. But what should we do after this? Ilias, we would stand out if we were to bring the girl back into the gates like this. We should bring her to the barracks first and clean her body. After that, well, he should be able to manage somehow. I have to report about the new tribe. It seems like it will be proceeding peacefully without any collisions. I doubt His Majesty will treat them badly. We get through the forest. It seems like today will also be a busy. I forgot about the invitation business. Ilias, the pain in my waist is horrible. Geez, what's with that gorilla? I regained consciousness inside the barracks. Karagia and the others have returned to their respective work. Bansan apparently went to the place of Lord Ragudo to explain the matter about the negotiations with the Black Wolfkins. He left me a message, leave the rest to me. There should be no need to worry right now. There's no demi-humans in this country. But it is not like there's discrimination towards them. Them still holding on to old customs like the roles of men and women is an issue, but that's an issue for another time. It is true that there's countries where demi-humans live like normal, but it is just that there were coincidentally settlements of demi-humans nearby, and that's when they began to have back and forths. Taizu still hasn't found any such settlements, so they have been inhabiting this territory with just humans. We might be able to see Black Wolfkins doing business at the market in Taizu in the near future. Now then, it is about time. Ilias is apparently washing the girl at the showers of the barracks. She almost squeezed her benefactor dead, so she understandably resisted a lot. But it seems like her resistance was futile and she was dragged there. You won't be able to escape once you get caught by that inhuman strength. I would hear screams and mana emissions, but let's not worry about that. It got silent after a while, and Ilias appeared. Ooh, finally done. And you finally woke up. She wasn't listening to us at all because you were unconscious. Ilias was holding the arm of the girl. It is not in a horror kind of sense. It is simply that the girl attached to that arm was being powerlessly dragged with it. It is plenty scary already. When the girl noticed me, she cried while running my way. Ilias had already finished her business with her, so she let go of her arm. When she did, the girl charged onto me with excessive momentum, and crashed onto my stomach. I have forgotten. But this girl is also a Black Wolfkin. She hasn't trained, but she still has decently high specs. This girl has washed herself and doesn't stink anymore. Her whole body is now clean, and the whiteness of her skin is showing itself more than before. Even though it is daytime, that hair of hers was still supple and shining. It is pretty, but she is going to stand out like this. Right. She would stand out just by being a demi-human, but this hair would outshine that. Ilias. For now, I get a big towel and wrap it around her head. This should work fine, I guess. Her ears have been hidden too, so it would be hard to tell the difference at a glance. Her tail is currently being covered by the male coat she is being made to wear, so it can't be seen. However, the area around her butt would wiggle when she wags her tail. But we can't do anything about that. Whichever the case, don't stand out. Well, let's compromise here and bring her to Maya's side. If we use the possession spell on her, we will be able to communicate with her. Right. I was thinking the same. Ilias. It is the same as that time after all. We bring the girl with us. Ilias made a face as if she just remembered something and opened up the topic. Right. If I don't say it now, I might end up forgetting again. Ilias. What is it? Actually, Lord Ragudo told me that he would want you to participate in the conferral of honors for the bandit subjugation and the banquet after that. Ilias. I will refrain from it. Of course you would. The honor to be called to such events is, wait a moment. Ilias. She grabbed my shoulder tightly. My body tried to move forward following the law of inertia, but because my shoulder was fixed in place, my body floated for a second there. Whoa, ouch. It hurts. It is going to break. Why? This invitation was brought forth because your achievements were acknowledged, you know? Ilias. I hate standing out. Let go. It really will break. Oh, okay. Ilias. I was released. Seriously, this girl is hopeless at controlling her strength when she moves on reflex. I thought my shoulder would be dislocated. No, be crushed. I wipe away the tears while rubbing my shoulder, and return to the topic. Honor is important for a knight. Not only for the sake of promotion, but it also builds trust, and there are clear results that can be shown. It is the same even if you are not a knight. If you want to live in this world, achievements can become a veritable weapon. You are already weak as you are, so you will only suffer if you have no standing either. Ilias, you should understand too the meaning of an outlier standing out. I think it is unfair to bring out a topic like this, but it can't be helped if it is for the sake of illustrating a point. Ilias has left splendid achievements as a knight despite being a girl. She should understand what issues that has created along with it. But even with that, I have been, Ilias. The reason why you can still manage is because you have reliable allies. Ilias shut her mouth. It is not solely the strength of Ilias that has allowed her to maintain her current position. It heavily hinged on the assistance of Lord Ragudo, who acknowledged her abilities, and the Ragudo division. Without them, considering the mental fortitude of Ilias, she would most likely. Are you saying that we are not reliable? Ilias, you are. Garage, Maya-san, Ban-san, you as well are people I consider reliable. Then, Ilias, listen here. Relax a bit. I pulled both cheeks of the girl that looked worried at me. It has only been 1 week since I came to this world. I am in a state where I don't know left or right. I use her weird face as a shield to continue talking. There's no knowing who will become my enemy or ally. I don't know who I should rely on, how much I should rely on them. It is a period of time where I would like to carefully gauge those things. I am not saying your perspective is wrong, Ilias. What I am saying here is that I am a coward. Coward? You? Ilias. Obviously. I was on the verge of dying from the get-go the moment I came to this world. I have been having nightmares of that time when I was attacked by the bear and the slime. The killing intent that was directed at me by the bandits as well. Even if I know I can rely on you, I don't have the courage to. I want to avoid any actions that make me stand out unnecessarily and would increase my enemies for the sake of my own safety. That's all there is to it. You can't rely on us completely yet. Ilias, it is not like you could entrust your own life to people who you have met just a few days ago either, right, Ilias? That's true. Ilias, I will be saying something convenient here, but the one who I am relying on the most is you. Ilias. That's an unfair way of putting it. Ilias. Therefore, I refrain from the invitation. I see. I was told by Lord Ragudo to convince you to participate, but it looks like I have to give up on that. Ilias. Then, I will participate. Huh? Ilias. I love that kind of face. I obviously would want to tread carefully, but it wouldn't be safe to worsen the standing of my benefactor. If it were just a normal invitation, I would refuse. But your reputation is at stake here too, right? That's true, but Ilias, you are looking after me. It is common sense to at least pay you back with that much. Why yeah, that's true. That's true? Ilias. Ilias is looking confused. It is an amusing face. But I must not laugh. I would be squeezed again. In the first place, you should have said that first if it was an order. I am a member of society too, you know. Sorry. Ilias. Ilias was making an unconvinced face, but her objective has been achieved, so let's wrap this up here. By the way, what should we do about the name of this girl? I pat the head of the girl lightly as I consulted Ilias. Name? Now that you mention it, I haven't heard it yet. Ilias. She was simply called the Blight Child in the village after all. Her parents died a few days after she was born, but even if she was given a name, I don't think there's anyone who would know it. I see. Then, we have to give her a name. A Black Wolfkin girl, huh? What kind of pronunciation does black have in your world? Ilias. Something much like Kuro, Koku, Baraku. You need a certain degree of awareness in order to speak in Japanese while the possession spell is active. If it is an unknown term, it will be told just like that. But when it is an already known term, it gets translated on its own. It doesn't fit her image that much. What about white? Ilias. Shiro, Haku, white. If we are mixing them, there's also Byaku. What about the wolf? Ilias. Ru, Okami. Ufu, a famous wolf would be the Fenrir, also referred to as Rothvitna Vanagandra. Well, thinking about the meaning of it, It is a name I would like to avoid. Urufu sounds nice, but most people that call themselves Urufu in this world are men. Ilias. In that case, switch it up a bit. How about wolf? It is just changing it up a bit, but it does make it sound softer. But isn't this like placing a ko at the end of Taro to forcefully make it sound feminine? Like ending names with a or ro. Maria and Mario. Well, I don't dislike the sound of it. Wolf. It doesn't sound bad. It is settled then. I look at the eyes of the girl and speak to her. From today on, you are Wolf. That's your name. Oh, Waru? Wolf. Wafei. Wolf. 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 She seems to have liked it. Ilias and I look at each other and smile. Today is the beginning of this girl's life. The life of Wolf. We brought Wolf, who was saying her own name in happiness, to the place of Maya-san. Lord Ragudo was in the office room of the king of Taizu, Marito, and was telling him about this time's matter. To think there would be an unknown demi-human tribe inside the territory of Taizu despite its long history in existence. The untrodden land is something I would like to tackle in the near future. Marito. Yeah, and the ones who discovered this were the merchant of this country, Ban, and the helper of Lord Ratzel. Ragudo. The bandit subjugation, the book regarding the demon lord, and now the discovery of demi-humans. That person really does stir things up. Did you manage to have him agree to the banquet? Marito. About that, I confirmed the other day with Lord Ratzel, and it seems like she hasn't been able to. I have given her a free day until she manages to tell him. Ragudo. Haha. It is going to be a tough job for the hard-headed Lord Ratzel. If it proves difficult, please move as well. Marito. As you will. Ragudo. If that doesn't work either, I will slip out from this room and meet him. No need to feel pressured. Marito. Looks like I will have to do my best. Ragudo. Lord Ragudo smiled bitterly and Marito laughed amused. Also, the merchant Ban has requested to form as much of an equivalent relationship in our economical relation with the Black Wolfkins, but their military force is sorely inferior to ours. Ragudo. What of it? They are people who have lived for long years in our territory. Even if it is the logical course of action to eliminate the people who have been living in our territory without paying their taxes, it is not humane. Just let them do as they please until they want to come under us. Marito. From what I have heard, that forest is a valuable one. If used properly, it would benefit our nation. Ragudo. Let the contributors of the discovery sip on the nectar. Results merit payment. Marito. As you will. Ragudo. Marito stretched and walked to the window. There's someone who is providing change to this country. He wants to meet him soon. His heart was dancing even more than when he was told he would be meeting the daughter of a noble who was a famous beauty. If the helper were a woman, he might have even awakened to love. A king filled with curiosity. Marito was thinking about the man that's somewhere in his country and smiled. Here, I'm done. No failures. Maya. The possession spell of Maya has safely finished. I wasn't internally thinking it would be okay for side effects to show up, you know. I am not such a narrow thinker. Probably. By the way, she has also resupplied mana to my possession spell. Just thinking about the possibility of the mana running out in the Black Wolfkin incident, it sends shivers down my spine. Wolf, can you understand my words? Ilias. Ilias speaks to her. Wolf looked a bit surprised, but she nodded in response. Good. Try talking. Oh okay, Yume. Good weather. Wolf. It doesn't feel like it has failed. How rude. It is not like she is you, boy. Maya. Can you please feel a bit of guilt towards your mistake? Wolf is panicking at how she is able to transmit words through her own will. I explained to her beforehand, but I can understand how she ends up like this once it has actually happened. Her only way of communicating until now has been to move her head after all. You are. You. Wolf is Wolf. Wolf was looking over here as she spoke flustered. This one here is Ilias. That's right. Ilias. And you? Wolf. I see, she is wondering how to call me. Huh. It is fine to have her call me by my name, but she is younger than me. It would be rough to have her call me without honorifics like I do with Ilias. What should I have her call me? Brother? Doesn't sound right. Papa? Nah. Master? No. She is not a summon. Isn't darling good? Maya, there's a limit to danger. I block the statement of Maya-san and think. I ponder about my relationship with Wolf from here on. I obviously plan on supporting Wolf so that she can live on her own. I had the resolve to shoulder this when I decided my actions leading to this point. I plan on teaching Wolf a variety of things. In that case, Sensei or Shizu, I guess. How conceited. Ilias, leave me be. Sensei tilde, Shizu tilde? Wolf, whichever is fine. Sense, Shizu, sense, Shizu tilde. Wolf, good, call me that from now on. Shizu tilde, Shizu tilde, Shizu tilde. Wolf, Wolf was repeating it happily. Now that I think about it, Shizu can be translated to master. Maybe that one would have worked too? No, I prefer a more Japanese one. In Japan, master reminds me too much of the ones that tend a bar. Now then, let's think about the tasks I should do for the future. First, I should think about the meals and lodging of Wolf. Of course, I don't mind considering the burden. She can take your place too. Ilias, I will properly pay the rent, so please spare me. The empty room in Ilias's house became the room of Wolf. We should be able to do something about her meals too. If we indulge on Gozu, we won't need money for a while. Next would be the clothes. These baggy clothes like those of a man would not do good. In the first place, is she even wearing underwear? Maya-san, can you teach Wolf how to restrain the emission of mana? No problem. There's no issue with her excessive mana as long as she releases it frequently, so I don't think it will prove detrimental in her daily life even if she were to hold it back on the regular. Maya, the shining of her hair should be dealt with like that. Even if so, her almost transparent white hair would still stand out. She doesn't have the towel wrapped around her head at some point in time, but we haven't been told anything until now, so there shouldn't be any issues. Next would be the clothing. Let's have her wear that first. What? Cute. I brought Sarah. She was free today, so I went to her house and called her. Why did you know where her house was? Ilias. Exchanging addresses is the #1 way to friendship after all. I ignored the gaze of Ilias that looked as if she doubted my personality. Can you make clothes that would fit Wolf? This city probably doesn't sell specialized clothes when there's only humans here. Since I am going to be requesting clothes to be made, I thought it would be good practice for you, Sarah. Leave it to me tilde. My creative juices are flowing. Sarah. Wolf was somewhat flustered by the excited Sarah, but she safely finished the measuring. Now then, Wolf, you can talk to others now with the possession spell of Maya-san, but you won't be able to be independent if you rely the whole time on the possession spell. I know, Ilias. This is also directed at me, so stop those eyes. That's fine then. Ilias. What should be done first is learning the words, then learning common knowledge. And so, Maya-sensei, I will be counting on you. I had Wolf sit, and have her hold parchment and pen. This is the sight of a student. Boy, do you remember what you are making that girl call you? Maya. I will teach her how to live. But I am also a beginner when it comes to language and common knowledge. And so, Maya-sensei, I will be counting on you. And so, I sit beside Wolf. I don't mind, but it just feels somewhat wrong. Maya. It is not like I can't learn a language by studying on my own, but it would be faster to be taught common knowledge. We finished preparations to welcome Wolf in this manner. It is because she hasn't been able to earn anything until now that she has to put in the effort to earn from here on. It is not like only happiness is waiting ahead of her. Even so, I will support Wolf so she can have a good life. We had a simple lesson in common knowledge and it hit evening. Sarah then came back and I got shooed away. After waiting for a while, they told me it is okay to enter, so I did. Dada. What was there was Wolf wearing pretty avant-garde clothes. It is completely opposite to the heavily armored Ilias. It is a rough image with ease of movement as its concept, short sleeves, top and short pants. Also, it seems like the amount of cloth on her sleeves and around her leg are different, but maybe it is something like an open shoulder. She has also tied up her hair, and at one side of her fluffy ear, there's a piercing. No, she hasn't opened a hole there, so it must be an earring. It is mainly black color with golden lines drawn. Her color sense is like that of a gangster. No, Let's forget that. Wolf-chan is white after all. I thought black would make her shine the most. Sarah, not like I don't get it, but isn't she showing a bit too much leg? Anna-san, you are like Papa. Sarah, I wouldn't have a child this age. Ilias and Sarah are 18 and Wolf would be around 16. I forgot to ask her age at the village. I should confirm with them next time. Then, how about this? Sarah then used the leftover cloth to add an accessory like that of a skirt plate. You can see the dazzling bare legs at the front, but that certainly did reduce the skin exposure. Not bad, or more like, you are skilled with your hands. In just a few hours, she managed to prepare clothes for her whole body, boots, and even accessories for her ears. She even adjusted the clothes right in front of my eyes. I can only call that impressive. Yeah, this is also my first time seeing such work, but I was fascinated. Ilias, I am honored to have Ilias-sama say that. Sarah, no, I am a novice when it comes to clothes. Ilias. Sarah is incredibly happy. Her technique even made Maya-san groan. Looks like her skills are the real deal. The next issue would be the design sense. If I were asked whether it looks good on her, I would say it does. But I only see these kinds of clothes in manga and anime. And in anime conventions. You don't usually see this in my world, but it does seem like it would be well received. What do you think, Ilias and Maya-san? Right, it is not bad. But Ilias, it is a bit avant-garde, I would say, but it does seem like it would be a hit on me humans. Maya, I see, so you both have the same opinion. But in the sense that it has been made for the sake of Wolf, it is well done. That seems to be the general consensus. Can you make the clothes of Ilias too next? Is that okay? Sarah, mine? Ilias, I want to see the clothes she makes for humans, but I have no other acquaintance who would wear it. Is there no choice of you being the one? Ilias, right. I would like to see clothes for men too. Please give them a quiet vibe. Got it. Leave it to me. Sarah, as for the ones for her, please boost it fully to your taste. No, I would like a quiet vibe too. Ilias, you are young, so be more adventurous. You also look young yourself. Ilias, that's why I want to look more my age. What I am wearing right now are the clothes Ilias owned. They are apparently from her father. This is not bad in itself, but it makes me look young. Maybe I would look different if I had a tighter physique. Shizu tilde. Wolf pulled my sleeve. Wolf's clothes. Wolf, yeah, you look pretty. Yup. Wolf. Ilias seemed to be pensive here. But the person I have to talk to is Sarah. Speaking of which, I have to pay you. How much is the cost of the materials and the handiwork? Just pay me for the materials. I had fun making them after all. Sarah, that won't do. Having others make you things means you are also buying the technique of that person. If we acknowledge their results, there's the need to pay for them. It certainly would be cheaper to pay just the cost price. But there's a variety of other expenses like food and groceries, tools, materials, transportation costs, maintenance of facility, buying the time of the person making the product, and lastly, the production fee from buying the technique they have honed until now. It is because all of these things are put in order that the manufacturing industry can create high quality from cheap cost. But even after putting all those expenses together for the production, she is even trying to shave that off. It is my pet theory that people who think that's how things should be should have no right to seek quality. Then. Is this much okay? Sarah, what are you doing by making it the same as your cost? It should be around this much. Wait a moment. It is not like I am in that trade just yet. And my skills are not worth such praise. Sarah, then understand it. Different from mass-producing the same clothes to lower the cost, making order-made clothes is a position that deserves that much of a payment. That's why you need to polish your skills. It is in order to create a value that matches the payment. Why yeah. Sarah, if your hands tremble when the payment is too much, polish your skills more. At the very least, the people here are certain of your growth. Ilias, yeah. Maya, yup. Wolf, if you lose sight of the worth of things, what awaits you is hell. The idea of demanding low-cost yet high-quality as if natural from the producer will be spread. Only the ones who can maintain that can survive, and the newcomers will lower. The result is unchanging products being lined up. Yeah, I got it, Ana-san. Then, look forward to the next clothes. Sarah. Fire must have been kindled in Sarah's artisan soul. She answered me with a smile filled with motivation. All right. Make it a mature one for me and a flashy one for Ilyas. Don't point the spear at me there. Ilyas. It would look good on you anyways, so that should be fine. After separating from Sarah, we studied for a bit more and left the church. In the future I feel like I will have to confirm the schedule of Maya-san as I sent Wolf off and come pick her up. The language study will be done together at home. I can read thanks to the possession spell. If I write that down to memorize it, it should assist me decently in my learning. I will also have to consider having Wolf learn fighting techniques. It would be a waste to throw that talent of hers away. If it goes well, we could have an easy bodyguard. No. Let's leave that aside. That said, Wolf really stands out. The gazes of the passers-by were stabbing us. Thanks to the instructions of Maya-san, her hair has stopped radiating light, but her glossy white hair is still beautiful. Her awfully white skin is also part of the reason eyes are being stolen. Add animal ears and tail, and there's no soul who wouldn't stare. There's the need to advance the mingling between black wolfkins quickly so people get used to demi-humans. That said, the black wolfkins have also been living in an isolated world. They will most likely have a hard time learning the rules here. If they were to be suddenly thrown in here, a variety of problems would occur. Haste makes waste. Now, this is our home. My house. Ilyas. Wolf. The room at the deep right of the second floor is my room, the front right is Ilyas's room, and the left front is a storage room. That naturally makes it so that the open room at the leftmost side is Wolf's room. This will be your room, Wolf. You can freely use this room, but don't forget it is your own room and keep it clean. Got it? Wolf. If you are lonely at night, you can sleep in Ilyas's room. Got it? Wolf. No, shouldn't you be the one, or not, huh? Ilyas. I can restrain myself, but it wouldn't be good in the mental health department. I will have to teach her how to clean at a later time. Wolf literally doesn't know anything. She doesn't even know about obvious manners like not dropping food or not dirtying your clothes. There will be a lot of trouble in the future due to her not knowing common sense. We must teach her patiently in those instances. By the way, the first thing Ilyas taught her outright was how to use the toilet. I will omit what tragedy happened. Alright, let's head to Dog's Bone. Yeah. Wolf. A wolf and Dog's Bone. I would lose if I am bothered by it. Speaking of which, can't you cook for yourself? Ilyas. I did so in Japan, but I don't know much about the ingredients in this world, you see. I learned a bit at Dog's Bone, but preparing them is difficult. I have no issues with chopping the vegetables, but I am still not clear on the combinations. If it is dishes that use ingredients with pretty much the same taste like meat and egg, there's no issue though. Also, salt and sugar are air products. A lot of things are just different here. The basic sashish is so of Japanese cooking. Sata equals sugar, shio equals salt, su equals vinegar, sho equals soy sauce, miso equals fermented soybean paste. Within those, salt and sugar are rare ones. Soy sauce and miso don't even exist. What do you even want me to do? There's a lot of spices, so I might be able to make something similar to curry, but it is not like I am that in depth yet. In the first place, the names of the spices are different from that of Earth. I need to study. Fumo, then I will teach you next time. Ilyas. No, I will learn in Dog's Bone, so it is okay. I see. Ilyas made a disappointed face. Of course she would feel down after having a talk about relying and not relying. But there's something else I want Ilyas to do. I would like you to teach Wolf how to fight on your free days. Ilyas. You are the only one who can do that. Oh okay, but can't the other knights do it? Ilyas. If it is basic training, but the amount of mana in Wolf is similar to yours, Ilyas. You are the only one who can teach her that kind of battle style, right? Right, got it. Leave it to me. Ilyas. However, Please teach her holding back as the number one priority. Deaths might happen otherwise, especially the man here. He would most likely become a pitiful corpse. Let's not mention the fact that the damage from the tackle at the barracks is still there. Holding back, it is not something I am good at. Ilyas, I am impressed you are aware. Right, how about you participate too? Ilyas, there's a lot of other things I have to do, so I think it is going to be limited to just tagging along though. Better than not doing it. Ilyas nodded. I am worried she might bully me to vent her grievances. And then, we arrived at Dog's Bone. Right. At the time when it was just Gozu and Sarah, they had 3 free days a week. But that apparently has changed to 2. Gozu must be having it rough now that he has begun working even in the afternoon. The burden of Sarah has not increased that much. It is because the wives of the Cheval Recorder, with the wife of Garage at the front, they have begun to work there in rotation. Most of the customers are probably thinking I want younger waitresses. But obviously, there's no one who can say that out loud. They all treasure their lives. Sarah's existence has probably become an oasis for the regulars of this store. But well. No, let's leave that for later. We sit at the table on the corner for now. Wolf stood out even with that. Gazes were being directed at us. But there's no customer who comes to mess with us. Ilyas is sitting at the same table as us after all. It is natural that they would freeze at the thought. Oh. Boy, you brought a cute girl there. The wife of Karajit placed drinks on our table with a bang. We still haven't placed our order though. Something that's not alcoholic for Wolf. Please. Ilyas is 18, so it is barely okay in this world. But Wolf is most likely out. If it is a matter of the mana in her body getting used to it or not, then it should be okay a long time ago already. But we have to obey the laws. I will bring it at once. Is there anything else you would want to eat? I skimmed through the menu placed on the table. There's quite a lot of new dishes. The recipes of the wives must have been added. I don't know what kind of dishes they are, so I leave the ordering to Ilyas. I listened to the explanation of the dishes that were on the menu while we waited. Fumo, it is that kind of dish. As expected from dishes made by women. There's a lot more dishes tailored for women. With how things are now, it might be a good idea to consider the next step. Next step? Ilyas. Yeah, this establishment is beginning to prosper as a store where dishes with the salt nobles use is provided. The next step would be sweetness brought out from sugar. I thought it would be questionable to have in a tavern filled with men, so I have been delaying it, but from what I can tell by looking around, female customers are slowly showing up too. It is most likely something like, the husband was satisfied with the taste and invited his wife. The spread of it will increase in one go once the salt gets cheaper. Now I just need to slowly take advantage of the other preferences. Sweet stuff. I don't hate fruits. Ilyas. I will surprise you by the time you have forgotten about it. Looks like it is here. The food we ordered has come. Wolf was smelling that scent with interest. We had her hold a spoon and begin the training. We did give her food at noon, but that figure of hers was the very definition of an animal gorging on their prey. There's the need for her to learn a certain degree of etiquette if she wants to live among humans. Wolf, eat just like I do from here on. Okay. Wolf, I say this and show her how I eat. Oh, this soup is tasty. Did the wives of the senior night division have opportunities to deal with salt before, or is it simply because their cooking skills are high that they are also adept at using salt? I feel it is still somewhat lacking. Probably because my tongue remembers the taste of Japan. Wolf was copying my movements properly and bringing the soup to her mouth. Her tail stood upright for an instant there, and then it began waging to the sides energetically. She then went for the next and went on and on. She single-mindedly continued eating. I would at times stop her on the dishes that require a knife and fork, and show her how to do it. Wolf would immediately copy them and eat the dishes with glee. Just watching that was enough to stir my appetite. I exchanged gazes with Ilyas and began eating while smiling. Make sure not to collapse this time around. I know. Ilyas. More. Wolf, I have muscle pain today as well, but I have gotten used to it. In the first place, what's horrible is the unreasonableness of muscle pain coming in a delayed fashion. It is without doubt the price of exercise. If I tell myself this, it is not something I can't endure. At this rate, My body will adapt to a decent degree, and I will eventually be able to go on with my life without much difficulty. What should I do today? Ilyas apparently got off duty the other day, so she should have worked today. Maya-san is apparently busy today, and so, we are going to be talking about our schedule management from here on. I get down from the bed. How's Wolf doing? I don't think there's any point, but I knocked on the door. There's no response. I don't even know if she is in there or not. I haven't taught her the meaning of knocking the door in the first place. Wolf, it is morning. I opened the door. There's no one in the room. Fumo. In that case, is she in the room of Ilyas? That's what I thought, and my head moved at the sound of the door of Ilyas's room. The sleepy face of Ilyas showed up, the memories of her in work mode with her armor, and the sharp outdoor clothes are fresh in me, but this is the first time I see Ilyas in her pajamas. It is pretty fresh. Good morning, Ilyas. Yeah, good morning. So you were here today, huh? Ilyas. Speaking of which, I have been missing Ilyas a lot. And this is the first time I greet Ilyas in the morning like this. Is Wolf in your room? Yeah, she came in at night. I might be lacking a bit of sleep compared to normal. Ilyas. Ilyas stretched lightly and pushed away her drowsiness. But well, it didn't feel bad. Ilyas. You were sought after and relied upon after all. I personally am surprised that Wolf has so frankly gotten attached to Ilyas. Ilyas almost squeezed her benefactor to death, and after that she forcefully washed her whole body despite her opposition. That was Wolf's first impression. It felt like she had gotten attached by the time it was night. Was there some sort of change in opinion there? You got work today? Yeah, I got the day off in order to invite you to the ceremony, and yesterday I went to the forest to save you. Ilyas. That's not a decent holiday. Thanks to you. Ilyas. I did plan on going back to report, but Karagia and the others said they would do that job. They must have wanted Ilyas a girl to remain in the barracks to wash Wolf. What do you plan on doing? Ilyas. Maya-san is apparently busy today, so maybe go to Ban-san's place and get clothes. Clothes? Ilyas. Can I show up in casual clothes at the ceremony the day after tomorrow? Ilyas. This girl didn't think of that. I would like to ask this of Sarah since it is about clothes, but her being off yesterday means that she should be working in Dog's Bone today. Also, I am curious about the fashion of normal clothes. You won't be bringing Wolf with you, right? We will need to think of where to entrust her to. I am sorry that I can't help you at all in the preparations despite me being the one inviting you. Ilyas. I caused you way too much trouble in the invitation front. Exactly. Ilyas. Both of us finished our preparations after that. Wolf woke up. She used the same clothes she borrowed at the barracks as pajamas. It should be fine leaving it just like that if she has no issues with it. She can change clothes herself. But since she can't do her hair just yet, Ilyas does it. Ilyas went to work after that. She also gave me money for the food expenses of Wolf. There's 2 freeloaders now. Well then, let's go out. Okay. Wolf. We have breakfast at the market first. We can fill up our stomachs well enough with grilled chicken and fruits. It seems Wolf is feeling happiness from eating. It is not like we are going to be eating that much. She was having a lifestyle like that. It wouldn't be surprising if her stomach had gotten smaller. She asked for more in Dog's Bone, but that's probably just how delicious it was. Yesterday's food was number 1. Wolf. I get that, but don't say that in front of the stores, okay? Okay. Wolf. I gave up on the fact that we are standing out and arrived at the firm of Ban-san. We were sent to the usual room and Ban-san showed up. We reported on each other's progress for now. Ban-san was left in charge of being the commercial intermediary between Taizu and the Black Wolfkins, meaning that the merchants will only be able to have negotiations with them through Ban-san. The Black Wolfkins will be exempted from taxes within their territory until they decide to come under Taizu's protection. They are apparently going to leave the decision to them after explaining the details of the patronage from Taizu. The troublesome bandits have been wiped out, and they should be able to manage against animals, so it seems like we will be maintaining an equal standing for the near future. Yeah, but if they were to learn about how developed our techniques are, there's the possibility they will seek our support. Ban. So you plan on using Maya-san's possession spell in the negotiation table? Yes. Considering the contents of what was said the other day, I plan on having Maya-sama use the possession ability on trustworthy subordinates. Ban. The thing is that, in order to talk the language of the residents there, you need to infuse mana of the people there into the spirit. So would it be better for me to accompany you guys the first time? I don't think there will be any issues, but there would be the need to if we are to fulfill the promise regarding the matter of Wolf-sama. Ban. Being in a position where I have to speak sharply is burdensome, but it can't be helped. We will be getting rewarded, so we gotta work hard. Ban. We have also talked about our share, helping out in the discovery of the Black Wolfkins and being intermediaries for the negotiations is mainly what we are rewarded for. And then, after doing the trades with the Black Wolfkins, we can obtain a certain % of the profits after deducting the expenses that come from it. It is kind of like being able to obtain a few hundreds of yen if you get a profit of 10,000 yen, meaning that we will be able to increase our share depending on how high their earnings are. With the condition of being able to renegotiate the intermediary fee each year, we also receive the privilege of being able to bring in the ones we want to. This matter came in by coincidence and I would like to make good use of it. But I can't just grow dependent on it. I will use this to lubricate the search for new resources for my original objective of spreading luxury products. Right, I had an invitation from Lord Ragudo to attend the ceremony tomorrow, so I was searching for clothes to wear for that event. Ooh, well, you are the helper that obtained hidden contributions in the bandit subjugation after all, so you could say it is natural. Ban. Will you be able to make it in time? Of course. We will measure you right now and inquire with the clothing store. Speaking of clothes, about the attire of Wolf-sama. Ban. Wolf, I think for a moment. This is something that I requested of someone who is aiming to become a tailor in the future. Do you remember the girl I brought here before? Yeah, the waitress from Dog's Bone, Sarah-sama. So she made this. Ho. Ban. We might be able to use this as an exported product if it is clothes that fit the Black Wolfkins. We really are on the same wavelength. I will inquire about that next time. Ban. It would be a wonderful opportunity for her. Considering Sarah's standing, the clothes of Wolf will become a good advertisement. Wolf stands out regardless after all. The avant-garde clothes of Wolf will of course attract attention too. Sarah might be going independent in the not-so-far future. Also, I am searching for a place where I could entrust Wolf for a day. If I exclude Ilias and Maya-san, you are the one that would bring me the most peace of mind. Ban-san. Wolf has also opened up to Ban-san to a certain degree. The one who taught her the technique to cut off her chains was Ban-san. Karaji can be trusted, but Wolf is wary of him because of the play we did, so I gave up on the idea. I don't mind. I shall receive her tomorrow when you come here to change clothes. Ban. And that's how it is. Wolf, I would like you to wait here tomorrow in Ban-san's place. Okay, I will. Wait at Ban-san's place. Wolf, good girl. After that, we had a chat over tea, had my measurements taken by a tailor that came, and arranged the order for the clothes. This should be enough preparation for tomorrow. There's extra time on our hands and a decent amount of money in my pocket. I think of the plans for today and head to the market. After finishing our shopping, we returned home. Alright, Wolf, it is time to study. Yeah, Tilda. Wolf. The first thing I will teach you is the facilities of the house and the way to use the tools. I passed on the cooking tools for now and decided to move mainly around the use of cleaning tools. I explained to her how to use the bathroom and the well outside. After I finished teaching her what I could think up on the moment, we began studying language. We were writing down the words with a stick on a container filled with sand while reading a book for children. There's the need to write it pretty big, but that works just fine for memorization. You not only see the figures from the books through the possession spell, it also tells you the meaning of the figure and allows you to understand it. Of course, it is not like understanding the truth of it. It is simply that, when I read the word red, an image of red floats inside my mind for me to understand. I tried reading the book called The Growth of the Ugara Religion, but I gave up from the first page. Differences might be created depending on the experience of the possessed themselves to a certain degree. In that case, the speed of learning from Wolf might fall compared to mine. But seeing that earnest figure of her learning, that worry ended up being pointless. Alright, Wolf, continue writing for a while. Okay, got it, Shizutilda. Wolf, the time is just before evening. Gotta stack up the work little by little. We are heading to the kitchen. That's right, cooking. When Elias asked me the other day, I responded that I can't cook, but the reality is that I don't have experience trying by myself. Saying I can't when I haven't tried it yet really isn't good. And so, let's begin cooking. First is soup. I boil the water, throw in the bird carcass, and wash it. I throw in a bird carcass again, a ginger-looking thing, a garlic-looking thing, and an onion-looking thing into the pot and boiled them. I check the state for a while and scoop away the scum. After boiling it in a gentle flame for a while, I filter it with a colander, and finish the groundwork for the chicken soup. I then put in a moderate amount of vegetables that have been in the soups I have seen in Dog's Bone, and throw in bird meat in the same fashion, a bit of salt and spices, herbs for fragrance, and done. Fumo, it is a bit rough, but it should be good. The risk of getting wiped out should be gone. I look at the other dishes I was preparing at the same time and nod. This world has wheat, but I wanted to investigate what kind of flour this one is classified in. The gluten ratio in the wheat differs depending on whether it is regular or high-grade flour, but this world only has the word flour, and so, I am currently experimenting with the wheat I can get within Taizu. If there's stuff similar to bread, I think it is high-grade flour though. This stickiness is close to high-grade flour. With all that in consideration, I begin trial and error with the perspective that this is high-grade flour. I put in egg, water, and a bit of salt, and mix it. I endure stickiness and continue mixing. I ignore my doubts as to whether this really will work for a good few minutes and continue mixing. Looks like it has mixed now. I knead it over and over. Knead, 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 knead. And then, I put a wet cloth on top of it and leave for 1 hour. I bring it out. My second partner wouldn't. Actually, when I went to retrieve the book that Dokura left together with Karaji, I picked up one that had great thickness and size from the forest. I have been polishing it up these few days before sleeping. I didn't expect I would be using it for cooking though. Now, I stretch the dough, fold, and cut it. I then boil it and the noodles will be made. The springiness is lacking a bit. It feels more like ramen noodles than pasta noodles. It is made from wheat, salt, and egg, so there's barely any taste. Well, this isn't bad in its own way. Let's make the sauce on the free pot. I mince what looks like tomato, boil it, and sprinkle salt. I then mix the cooked vegetables and meat, and boil them once more. Salt, spice, and herbs again to adjust the taste. Pour it onto the noodles, and the tomato sauce spaghetti is complete. No, tomato sauced ramen. I don't really like the texture, but it should be fine to give it a passing mark. Is the baking soda in this world? I am back. What's this smell? Ilyas came back at a good time. I had a bit of time after all. I was cooking as practice. This is similar to the soup I saw at Dog's Bone. This one is. What's this long and thin thing? Ilyas, I honestly don't know. Don't know, you say. But it smells good. I will change first. Ilyas. The three of us then have a meal. Chicken meat soup and tomato sauce noodles. Let's dig in. Fumo. The soup feels a bit bitter compared to the one in Dog's Bone, but it is tasty. Ilyas. There's the possibility that I missed a few steps in the preparations for the vegetables. The food here has a peculiar texture, but this is good. Ilyas. It is tasty, after Dog's Bone. Wolf. I didn't mistake the amount of salt, so it seems like it is better than the food you find around. That said, I can't give this a passing mark as a product to sell. I should have the wife of Karaji sample it, and have her give an opinion on it. The ceremony tomorrow begins at noon, right? Yeah, are you ready on that front? Ilyas. I plan on changing into the clothes that the place of Bansan prepared. I will entrust Wolf to Bansan too. I see, Karaji said that he would come get you, so I will tell him to head there for you. Ilyas. Are you not going to change to that type of clothes, Ilias? I am heading out there to have my achievements as a knight be recognized. I am obviously heading there in my knight attire. Ilias. Now that you mention it, you are right. I was so concentrated on changing into a formal outfit, it completely slipped my mind. This girl is a knight. What's the matter? Tired? Ilias. No, I was just thinking about you being in a dress when I was thinking about my own formal outfit, so it simply came out from my mouth. I see. Ilias. Shizu tilde, I want to sleep together with Shizu tonight. Wolf. Sorry, my waist got injured the other day when Ilias squeezed me. I have to rest alone for a while. You, Ilias, pain not good. Wolf. You really spit out lies so smoothly. Ilias. I stand up silently and turn my back. And then, I roll up my jacket. There's the arm traces of a certain someone on my back. Can you say the same after seeing this? The eyes of Ilias swim around. You see. Sorry. Ilias. And so, Wolf, I will tag along in your naps, so endure at night, okay? Okay. Wolf immediately began to study. She apparently still isn't sleepy and wants to do this. What an industrious girl. I cleaned up the tableware while I was moved. This world doesn't have the concept of water service and detergent. They use ash to wash their tableware. They make the ash absorb the dirt, wash it with water, and wipe it. Honestly speaking, this culture gap feels fresh but at the same time leaves me uneasy. But there's the saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Let's try making soap next. Yup. You are wiping it pretty thoroughly. Ilias, who I thought went to her room together with Wolf, had come back. No need to help me out about that. Does it hurt that much? That bruise? Ilias. That. The bruise remains, but there's not that much pain. If anything, I would say my head hurts more from the time when the black wolfkins attacked me. There's a bruise, but it is to a degree where I can't distinguish it from the muscle pain. What hurts the most is the back of my head. What? So you were bothered by it? That's obviously. Ilias. The amount of people in my world who train their bodies is pretty low, you see. On top of that, I barely did manual labor, so my body is frail. That's how it is, so there's no need to worry. That might be the case, but... Ilias. Well, hold back for me. Okay? Treating me on the same level as your average man is already rough for me. If you treat me the same way as Karagia and the others, it really would be bad. Yeah, got it. Ilias. If I do this in a light mood, it would be even more awkward and serious for the other party. Don't feel so down. I myself also soured your mood because I said something I didn't mean. Just consider us even. Got it. Ilias. Good grief. If you make a meek face like that, it makes it awkward for me too. I approach Ilias and sandwich her cheeks with both hands. The face of Ilias warped. Mug. Ilias. In instances like this, making a face like this works just fine. Mug. Ilias. PFFT. Yahahaha. That really hit my funny bone there. So painful. I am dying here. Why you? Ilias. That's right. That's how it should be. I like you better when you are energetic like that. Nah. Ilias. Your achievements will be recognized in front of the eyes of many knights. Throw away that sour face. Fine already. I am heading off to sleep. Ilias. Ilias returned to her room. I might have angered her too much there, but I doubt there's the need to worry if it is just to that extent. But I didn't expected her to worry that much. Or not. Ilias is trying to maintain the image of a strong and dignified knight, but internally, she is actually sensitive to the evaluation of others and is a worrywart. That's why she tempered herself and has been erasing those doubts. Now that I think about it, the inhuman strength of Ilias is her own way of... I am overthinking it. My way of interacting with others has been tilting since after the matter of Wolf. This trend isn't good. Let's sort out my heart a bit. I have to quickly return to my usual self. I remember the things before I came to this world. I remember and trace them. Yeah, it is okay. The usual me is properly here. That looks good on you. I changed into a formal dress at the firm of Bansan the next day. Man, I thought I asked for something that doesn't stand out though. A design that reminds me of medieval nobles. Is this fashion sense shared between worlds? But if that's the case, The fashion sense of Sarah is a bit worrying since it would work on a part of the customers in the modern era. She really should find a mentor that can teach her the basics instead of learning by herself. Wolf saw my appearance and was wagging her tail with interest. Shizu, you are kind of different. Wolf must be. This suffocating feeling that's different from the clothes of Ilias is extremely rough. I just have to think this is better with no corset and wig. I was missing that suffocating feeling from the first time I wore a business suit, as I learned the bare minimum etiquette from Ban-san. As we were doing all that, Karaji came in with a carriage. Ooh, lad, dressing sharp there. Kara, it is nice that you have your usual armor on. No, it is not. Kara, he showed me his armor. Yeah, the design may be the same, but there's an increase in ornaments here and there. The armor itself is barely injured and pretty clean. So there's armor for ceremonies. It was picking up dust. Washing it and giving it maintenance was pretty rough. Kara, I get you. There are times when you would have to whip out those leather shoes you normally don't wear on sudden ceremonies. I got on the carriage after that and headed to the castle. Taizu is surrounded by giant walls. When we cross the gates, the first thing that comes into sight is the area where the market and the residences of the people are. Dog's Bone and Ilias's house are located here. When we advance further than that, the amount of fancy buildings that the affluent would live in increased in numbers. Maya-san's church is right in the middle of those. As we advance, there's the company of Ban-san, and the houses of renowned knights like Karaji. And then, as we go even further, the Taizu Castle surrounded by walls enters my eyes. The height of the Taizu Castle's walls is astounding, and there's moats with water around it. The bridge at the very front is the only path to come and go from the Taizu Castle. We finish the inspection at the front of the bridge and cross the second wall. The castle itself reminds me of the Middle Ages, but the impression the surroundings give me is that of a military facility. I see a lot of horse sheds and barracks. I can also see training grounds for knights here and there. I could only see knights patrolling or keeping guard on important points, but they are active here every day. And then, we got down the carriage in front of the castle and got inspected again. I see decently sized magic seal stones as decorations at the entrance. So they have also thought about countermeasures for magic. It is most likely to ward off people who change their appearance with magic. We advance inside the castle and arrive at the venue of the ceremony. There were a whole lot of knights and nobles forming files at their respective position. It doesn't seem like it has begun, so I could hear conversations every so often. There are no few gazes directed here. There's a lot of knights, but there's more nobles. An uncommon black-haired young man showing up together with a senior knight like Karaji. This is enough reason to direct gazes here. Karaji followed me to the space where the nobles were. It should be beginning in a little bit. Kara. I can hear a variety of tropics coming into my ears. There's those voicing their happiness at the bandits having been subjugated, and discussions about the future trends of the nation. However, I also hear unsavory things like, even though she is a woman, what kind of underhanded method did she use? She doesn't know her place. I glanced at Karaji. He is not showing his anger outside, but I can't feel the gentleness I normally feel from him. If he were to reprimand them here, it would be pouring cold water on this ceremony. Also, stuff like this must be a daily occurrence. It makes me truly glad that Karaji and the others are allies of Ilias. Someone that looks like a high official eventually showed up at the front and announced the beginning of the ceremony. They talk about the details of this time's bandit subjugation and the results of it. And then, the king of Taizu shows up. A young man. I was imagining a dandy king with a nice beard, but he gives me the impression of a young politician. But as expected from a king, the way he carries himself is majestic. I feel like our eyes met there, but it must be my imagination. And then, the king gave his compliments and the proceedings to receive the medals began. The knight captains of the respective divisions that participated in the operation were called and kneeled in front of the king. Their achievements were praised, and they received gifts from the king. Lord Lino with a red cloak, Lord Fall with a yellow cloak, and a green cloak. Old knight stepped forward. I listened to the name that was called. I see, so that's Lord Ragudo. I have not seen him once before, but I feel authority fitting of his image. And lastly, Lady Ratzel. I didn't know where she was until now, but Ilias showed up. She is wearing armor that's several notches more splendorous than the one she usually dons. She has the bearing of a gallant knight, which I have seen a number of times in the bandit subjugation. That figure of hers that she polished through her strength. I give praise to the many achievements in the bandit subjugation at this instance, and the splendid valor of smiting the ringleader of the bandits. Different from the knight captains that received medals as representatives, Ilias was the only one who received a medal for herself. A sight with significance where her own achievements are being recognized in a public space. The faint clicking of tongue I heard just now was from a pure inferiority complex. I have remembered your face. The ceremony continued on without issues after that and ended. We moved venues after the ceremony ended, from an elegant hall to a dazzling and beautiful hall where a buffet is being held. Karaja went off to the place where the other divisions are. Karaja told me I can drink and eat as I please, so let's enjoy the cuisine of nobles at once. There's barely any dish that makes use of salt, but I can tell even at a glance that all the ingredients used are of high quality, and it made it even clearer when I ate it. The thing that looked like a giant pistachio has a nice taste, but eating it is a hassle. The grilled fish wrapped in herbs has a taste I like. I prefer the drinks at Gozu's place, so I keep it moderate here, and concentrate mainly on the food. That said, the gazes directed at me every now and then hurt. If you are curious, you can come talk to me, you know, Tilda? But I am a man that's constantly getting food on my plate, so they might be gauging the moment to talk to me. In that case, that does put me at ease. So you are here. I thought someone had finally spoken to me, but it was Ilias. What, so you are done with your business? Yeah, I have finished my greetings. Ilias. I could feel mental fatigue from the light sigh of Ilias. She must have had to speak to a variety of people as this time's biggest contributor. There's obviously going to be a good deal of people within those that are not in favor of Ilias. Actually, most of the knights and nobles outside of the Ragudo division would fall in that category. There's no doubt there was sarcasm and snides within that. It wouldn't be a bad idea to celebrate together with Wolf when we go back. Speaking of which, I wonder if Wolf is doing well at Bansan's place. I wonder if I can bring the food here back home. Is the Tupperware? Lord Ragudo said he would like to meet you. Please come. Ilias. Got it. Right, Lord Ragudo invited me here, so I have to greet him at least once. There's food and drinks set at the center of the venue. It is a space where the knights and nobles were interacting with food and drinks in hand. I was guided to a spot in that place. The ones there were Lord Ragudo and the King of Taizu. Seriously? The king is here? I glanced at Ilias and she was also making a face as if she didn't expect this. Why, your majesty? Ilias. No need for formalities. If you were to get all tense even in the buffet just like in the ceremony, you won't be able to enjoy the taste of the alcohol, right? The King of Taizu smiled candidly, and then Lord Ragudo walked here. You are that young man, right? I have heard about you from Ilias and Karajagujesta. I am Salvat Ragudo. My division has been in your care. Ragudo. I myself have been helped greatly by the Ragudo division by sheltering me when I was stranded, and also the rescue team in the matter of the Black Wolfkins. He most likely has already heard a variety of things about my origins. The book must have reached the hands of this person. He must have a variety of opinions regarding me. I see, so you are the helper of Lady Ratzel. The Taizu king came in at that point. Marito Taizu, the king of this nation. Marito. He showed an amicable smile as he walked his way here. Lady Ratzel is outstanding in her fighting prowess, but she is a knight that lacks in many other places. I have been thinking about speaking with you once as the person who splendidly led her as her helper. Marito. Saying this, Marito Taizu asked for a handshake with hand stretched out. My heart danced when I saw him at the ceremony. Black hair and black eyes. I felt my mouth on the verge of curving the moment I saw that figure of his that was just like the reports. I heard that he will be participating in the banquet that follows too. I want to talk to him soon. I want to personally confirm just what kind of person he is. I was thinking about that and cooked up a plan. It is the handshake I am offering right now. I have heard that he is close to Lady Ratzel. This is a request for a handshake after making a fool of her. I want to see what kind of person he is with this. Call him here. I would like to test him out a bit when greeting him. I am a bit sorry, Lady Ratzel, but could you tag along in the acting? Is how we arranged this beforehand. Lady Ratzel is making a complicated look behind me. He has seen that in his vision. There's two big divergences in the way he could act here. Reject this handshake or accept it. Will he be angered by a close person of his being looked down upon? Will he say words that will help her? Or maybe he will stretch out his hand indignant. Will he push down those emotions and shake my hand? Will he consider her honor and snake his way out with a smile? Will he throw crafty sarcasm? Will he be obsequious in front of the king? I don't mind what kind of choice he makes. This is an action to learn more about him. Now, what will you do, young one from a parallel world? He was silent for a bit. He looked at the faces of Lady Ratzel and Lord Ragudo. He observed the state of the two after seeing my actions as the king. It doesn't seem like he is an impulsive person, but I can't tell that just yet. Some emotion might well up from him after looking at the complicated face of Lady Ratzel. He then looked around even more, looked back, and began walking. He rejected the handshake and decided to leave, is what I thought. But he went to a certain place and came back soon after. And then, he gave me the food he brought. Marito, please have some. Did he take my outstretched hand as a demand for food? Is it that kind of sarcasm? It doesn't look that way. But how should I react to this? Should I pretend I am angry? No, if I do that, it would be the end. For now, let's try showing confusion and eat. Alright. Marito. But this food is something you need to peel the skin of before eating, and it takes work. If I put too much strength to it, the fruit inside will break and spill. Is he trying to make fun of a king that pitifully drops food on the ground? But something of that degree is nothing. I carefully peel the skin off, take out the fruit, and bite it. It is something I eat often. There's nothing really different from it. What next? He turned around again. What do you plan on bringing next? No, in the first place, this is a handshake, but now that he has left, I don't really want to call him to a stop. I must speak up about this once he returns. He went to the place where the food is at, passed by that place, and left the hall just like that. Marito. I didn't understand what was going on for a moment and let out my voice. I looked back at Lord Ragudo and Lady Ratzel. The two of them are obviously also speechless at this. Of course they are. When I requested a handshake, he gave me food, and then left the place. Even I don't know what to say here. There's no sign of him returning. Did he leave? No. Wait. Even though we finally met, this is the end? I thought of a lot of topics and questions to assess him. It would trouble me for it to end like this. I will have him brought back by the guards. No, what am I doing escalating the issue? At a glance, it simply looked like he did a round trip between me and the food, and then left the place. Wait, this is not the time to be thinking this. I must call him back quickly. I head to the exit of the hall. I walk so that it doesn't stir the surroundings. Even so, my feet were still slightly hurried. The guard at the entrance lowered his head. I answered with my hand and left the hall. I look around the corridor. I can't see him. After confirming that there's no eyes around, I run towards the way back. I turn a corner and head to the entrance, in a hurry. Your Majesty. And he was standing there with a smile. I am standing in front of the surprised King Marito. You didn't go back? Marito. It seemed like His Majesty was requesting some tomfoolery, so I responded in kind. I could soon tell that was an act. I heard from Karaja that King Marito is a person with no prejudice to men or women in the first place. That goes the same for the greeting of Lord Ragudo being so light. He went as far as to give a free day to Ilias to invite me. Yet that was all he said to me. A person higher than Lord Ragudo himself must have wanted to meet me then. When considering who that person could be, there's none other than this one. By the way, the acting of Ilias gets a failing mark. When I felt something off, got requested a handshake, and saw her face again, I was certain this was an act. Ilias told me that he is a good king, so if she was made fun of by the person himself, it would be strange for her to not show surprise. But what she showed was a pained expression. She should have learned from Lord Ragudo with his iron expressionless face. It seemed like he was trying to check whether I would answer the handshake or not, so I took the third choice. Wolf holding food in her hand left an impression on me, so I immediately thought of it. I gave him the giant pistachio-looking thing that is skin on and had him eat it. A normal king would be indignant at this point or would try to amend the talk of the handshake, but King Marito ate it. In other words, he took the option of waiting for my next action, and so, I acted as if I was going to get food again and retreated. It was an action with the assumption that King Marito would be taken aback and hurriedly try to call me back. I didn't expect your majesty to be coming personally. There was no need to be so hurried. I thought Ilias would be the one who would call me back, but he must have wanted to meet me a lot. So you tested me instead? Marito got a satisfactory result? Put. Ha 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 ha. Marito. King Marito erupted in laughter. Man, you really got me. I couldn't hold back my curiosity. Marito, you could have called Lord Lino. That wouldn't have been wrapped up with just an act. I feel bad for Lady Ratzel. Marito, what a prankster king. Sorry. Now then, let's have a talk once more, resident of a parallel world. Marito, and so, we both returned to the banquet. Only Ilias was waiting with a worried face. Just what brought that all of a sudden? Ilias. I couldn't endure my laughter from that bad acting, you see. I left to let a good laugh out. What? Ilias. You have piqued my fancy. I would like to talk to him about a variety of things. I will be borrowing him for a while, Lady Ratzel. Marito. You understood. Ilias. Ilias sighed and Lord Ragudo was laughing in amusement. It was just as I heard from Karaja, but it seems like King Marito has a bit more of a jolly personality. After that, King Marito brought me to a private room that can look down on the banquet venue. Lord Ragudo is at our side. Ilias was talking with the members of the Ragudo division at the hall. Now then, you can take it easy. Relax and call me Marito without honorifics. Marito. That's an incredible way to relax. I don't know what tucked his strings. But was there anything that made him like me that much? There shouldn't be. The most I did was act in a way where he would think this guy can do work. It reminds me of the time when I was playing a dating game. I made a single choice, and that boosted the affection of a girl in one go, and I got dumbstruck by it. My gaze swam towards Lord Ragudo, wondering what to do. He is that kind of king. Please go along with him. Ragudo. If that's the case. Marito sits on the chair with a relaxed posture, different from before. Rather than a young and capable king, it is more like the stance of a young friend. First, let me thank you as a king. Our knights are tied up to their chivalry and were being led by the nose by the sly bandits. Marito. No, that was because Dokora had good ability, and because coincidence was on our side. Seriously? What's with this informal tone? Lord Ragudo isn't looking over here. The reality is that, if I didn't have my first contact with the bandits in that fashion, we wouldn't have been able to trump them, and we wouldn't have been able to draw the information from them. That may be true, but you drew the information from them, and it is thanks to your smarts that Lady Ratzel managed to take down the ringleader, right? Marito. That's, well, true. So you won't brag about it? Marito. There's no way I can brazenly brag about methods that take advantage of people's weaknesses. The one that should be praised is Ilias. Fumo. What should I be praising of Lady Ratzel? Marito. Even when she aimed to be like her ideal her further and walked the chivalric path, she had the resolve to accept such methods. Ilias didn't find the methods I took to be agreeable. Even so, I still managed to do them because she understood and accepted that it was necessary. She might be slandered for using underhanded methods. She might be smearing mud on her own chivalry. Despite understanding this, she still prioritized the fastest solution. It is true that even when she handed the glory to Lord Lino and the other knight divisions, those are things you would find hard to do with a dedicated heart towards your country, especially in her position. Marito. Can't you correct it with your authority, Marito? If I threaten them, they might stop doing it on the surface. But if I do that, I feel like their movements in the shadows will grow even nastier. Marito. Yeah, don't worry, it is the truth that they have no choice but to acknowledge her abilities. Now all that's left is to shut them up with results. If they still howl despite that, it would be the cries of a sore loser. Marito. It would be nice if the person herself can distinguish that though. Lady Ratzel is still immature on that front. Marito. I was poured a drink and I just gave it a sip and continued speaking. I would like to thank you regarding the Black Wolfkin matter too. It should have been easy to seize them with the military power of this nation. Please don't make me into such a dangerous king. My reputation as a virtuous king would drop. Marito. How to say this? Ah, right, I know the identity of what was bothering me. The inside of his head is similar to a certain someone when he is peppy. I would like to hear a lot of things about your world, but let's wrap up the main topic first. Marito. Marito raised his hand and Lord Ragudo walked over here in response. Lord Ragudo takes out a book after getting close. A familiar book. The book that Dokura left behind. You have smacked the topic I have been trying to avoid right on my face. Ah, sorry, but it is an important thing after all. You didn't read it despite it being a language from your own world, right? Marito. I heard that even the act of wanting resurrection magic is condemnable to death in this world. After all, it wouldn't have been discovered if you just gave it a stealthy look. Marito. Karaja was there. I didn't want to make him an accomplice of a lie. By the way, I couldn't read the inside at all. There's no doubt it is the language of your world. Marito. Must be. But there would be places where things like the structure of magic were shown in illustrations. According to an analysis, it is the basics of necromancy that the bandits used. Marito. Dokura most likely lost his job as an Anbu thanks to that book or the necromancy. If that book is related to the demon lords, it wouldn't be strange for resurrection magic and the taboo of the same kind, necromancy, to be depicted in this book. The reality is that research of resurrection magic has been agreed upon between nations to be a forbidden practice even now. If this were the nation that's strict of the forbidden, Megis, they would have dug you out and executed just like that. Marito. Even when I haven't read it? If you can read it, they won't even ask questions. Marito. What a fearsome country. That's on the level of a witch hunt. That's nasty. There's still a lot of land in the Megis territory that's inhabitable because of the demon lords. That's just how sensitive the regions with the most harm caused by the demon lords are. Marito. I see. That does make sense. The hate towards nuclear weapons is especially high in Japan because they have been hit with nuclear weapons before. It is because they know the fear with their own bodies. If there's still places where they can't live because radiation still remains, their actions against it would be even more extreme. However, the nation where Dokura was working as an Anbu before was also Megis. Marito. It is starting to smell fishy. An Anbu from the most sensitive country towards taboos obtained an avenue towards that taboo and was driven away from the country. It is not clear whether it was in that nation or he stole it from a neighboring nation, but Dokura managed to obtain it and looked inside. He then was driven out from that country and fled towards Ghani. He hid in Ghani, acted as a bandit, learned necromancy, and then fled to Taizu next. It is fine if this book was simply sealed there, but if it existed as part of a research, it would be an issue of that country. Therefore, we are currently investigating the origins of this book. Marito. I would like to not be involved in this if possible, and so, I would like to request an analysis of this book. Marito. Did you hear what I said just before? Now, I will assure your safety. You can tell it's a decently necessary measure, right? Marito. What you want to know is just how much information this book has, right? He nodded. Marito wants to know just how close to the forbidden this book is. If this is just a biography of the Demon Lord, it wouldn't be that much of an issue. However, it is certain that there's at least enough information to learn necromancy. On top of that, it is hard to say whether there's information regarding the forbidden resurrection magic. If there's a nation that's researching this, that's the crux of this matter. Who knows about this? Only me and Lord Ragudo. I haven't told the Ura devotee, Maya. Marito, even Maya-san? The holy grounds of the Yugara church are in Meges. Marito, I see, makes sense why he wouldn't be able to tell her about it carelessly. There's the possibility that the nation that chased Dokura away, Meges, knew about Dokura having this book. Maya-san is the highest ranked person of the Yugara church in Taizu. She most likely has no small amount of interactions with Meges, which is the holy grounds of the Yugara church. No, before all that, I got the documents of Dokura after asking for them from Maya-san. The chances of her getting those from Meges are high. I had Maya-san investigate the origins of Dokura. The chances are high that she knows Dokura has that book. The reality is that they showed moves that corroborated this. You chose them to support Lord Lino, right? Marito. Yeah, I did hear that the clergy know how to deal with necromancy after all. According to Lord Lino, they apparently showed signs of searching the area when they were cleaning up the undead. Marito. On top of that, they also requested to investigate the lairs the next day with the excuse of this being a countermeasure for undead. Marito. But the book is here. Yeah, thanks to you for going ahead and retrieving it. Marito. No need to make such a complicated face. I know that Maya and Lady Ratzel are close friends. It is not like I am accusing her of being a spy. Marito. It is natural to investigate a person who might have something related to necromancy as a Yugara cleric. You could even say it is their duty. Marito. That's true. The image of Meges bringing retribution to the ones who touch the forbidden magic is so strong that it ended up repainting my view of Maya-san. The reason why she was moving without telling you anything was probably because she wanted to keep you away from such talks. Marito. Right. Maya-san was showing apprehension towards necromancy and resurrection magic. It is not something she would want others to get involved with regardless of who they are. But what would you have done if I had been the one telling Maya-san about the book? Maya would have come directly here to talk regarding that. We would have dealt with it appropriately. The fact that she hasn't come is because you haven't told her, right? Marito. Right. So the only other person who knows would be Karaji. I have ordered Lord Domitakafakon to not disclose this through Lord Ragudo. What I was personally worried about was whether you told this to Lady Ratzel. Marito. I haven't told Ilias. I just told her I felt like taking a walk. I wanted to avoid bringing any more problems to Ilias, who was that depressed after all. Lady Ratzel is a close friend of Maya. You see, that's why she interacts with her even now. Lady Ratzel consulting with Maya about the book out of worry was the highest possibility. Marito. I see. But what's the reason for hiding the existence of the book? The biggest reason would be that I still don't trust Meges completely. There's a really high chance that Meges is already aware that Taiza had subjugated Dokura, who they have been chasing after. But Meges is not saying anything about this book at all. Marito. If the reason Dokura was being pursued was because of this book, the chances are high that Meges is searching for it. Judging by the fact that Maya-san tried to check the belongings of Dokura, it should be safe to assume it was under the orders of Meges. If Meges were innocent, it wouldn't have been strange for them to have told Taizu about the book, and requested to search together with them. Of course, there's the possibility Maya-san searched for it just in case as a careful person. Meges might have hidden the information in order to avoid unnecessary confusion, and considered the dangers that Taiza would obtain knowledge of necromancy. Meaning that, even if we can trust Maya-san, we can't trust Meges and the Yugara church who are behind her. Yeah, I think she is a good person. Marito. Right. And so, I would like to investigate how dangerous this book is and the nation that had possession of it by myself. Marito. What to do? The level of the landmine has increased, but I do have the desire to read this book. Also, it has the permission and protection of King Marito. There's the possibility I might get targeted by Maya-san, the Yugara church behind her, and even the whole nation of Meges though. But if I let this chance escape, it should be safe to assume there will be practically no chance to read it. Got it. So how should I help out? I would like you to translate this into the language of our world. Marito. Isn't that dangerous? It would be dangerous to keep it. However, I will manage that information here. Marito. Marito pointed a finger at his own head. And so, I would like you to come here often from here on. However, the chances are high that the Yugara Church might suspect us if you come here just to translate. Thus, I have thought up an excuse. Marito, that is, in charge of opinions. Marito. Explain the position where you will be telling me about the parallel world and its knowledge like a bard. From an outsider's perspective, it would be something like a court jester. Marito. A court jester, huh? The profession where you entertain important people with smart jokes and stories. That certainly would serve as an excuse for Maya-san. I don't know how much we could apply the manufacturing methods of the parallel world here, but I doubt there's none we could use. There might be subjects that would prove of value to tell us, so please tell us, I guess. Marito. Well, yeah, but I was a commoner over there. I am lacking a lot in the specialized knowledge department. You know, I don't really hold excessive hopes for it. I will be listening purely for fun. Marito. The eyes of Marito were shining. That certainly does seem to be one of the reasons. Got it. However, if that's the case, it would make it hard mentally to visit Maya-san's place often. What do you mean by that? Marito. I tell him about how me and Wolf are learning common knowledge and language at Maya-san's place. I see. It would be simple for us to prepare a place like that for you, but it would be ungrateful to change locations all of a sudden, huh? Marito. That's how it is. Maya-san can see through lies, so just throwing that topic would be rough for me. Don't worry. Preparations for the festival are going to begin soon, and the Yugara Church are the ones mainly leading this. She will get busy too. You can switch at that point. Marito. Is that so? Let's leave the translation of the book for later just in case. It would be better for you to hurry in learning the language. After all, Marito. Something that bothered me popped up in my mind, but it is not that good of a thought. My thoughts most likely veered in that direction due to us scheming secretly here. However, it can't be helped now that I have thought about it. There's also something I would like to arrange. What is it? Marito. I told Marito about the details and he nodded in understanding. There's worth in doing that. I shall have it arranged. Marito. That would be a great help. Then, I will be counting on you. Yeah, here as well. Looking forward to our long relationship. Marito. And this is how I achieved the weird rank up from jobless to court jester. Marito and Lord Ragudo remained in the room after he left. You were pretty merry there, Your Majesty. Ragudo. Yeah. He was an even more interesting man than I hoped for. Marito. His casual attitude of before was not there anymore. He was speaking with the most senior knight captain as a king. Was my tone weird? Marito. I was on the verge of bursting out laughing. Ragudo. Well, I will be going with that when I am alone with him. It would work just fine as a breathe there. Marito. Just how long has it been since he has spoken that way? At the very least, he hasn't since he succeeded the throne. Marito laughed, thinking there's still uses for the way of speaking that he was reprimanded for as vulgar and hadn't used anymore. About the matter of just now, I leave the arrangements to you. Marito. As you will. Ragudo. Marito sits at the place the man was sitting at before. Just how did I look to him? Did he think I was someone he could trust? Marito. He poured a drink onto a glass nearby. He closed his eyes and remembered the conversation he had with him. I really do want him. Marito. I think you have already obtained him as a helper though. Ragudo. At that point, yeah. However, I want him in this country. Marito. Taiza is a country with a long history centered on knights. There's stiffness remaining due to this. The reality is that adventurers who travel around the world don't gather in this country. There is an adventurer guild, but it is an extremely small one. It is because everyone places their trust in the knights who have a long history here. Because of that close-mindedness, they suffered against the bandits with their wild wits. They didn't even notice the existence of the demi-humans that lived within their territory. The one who easily changed this was a single man. It is not like his abilities are outstanding or anything. This man brought flexibility to this country. Marito had felt the stiffness of this country as suffocating since before he became a king. That man will become a beneficial existence in the future of this country. That's why I want to make him mine. Marito said this as he finished his drink. Ilias saw me off when I returned in a carriage, but it seems she isn't back yet. I heard that she will be able to come back by tonight, so I headed to Ban-san's place. I praised Wolf, who stayed behind and changed into my original clothes while talking to Ban-san. I have kept it a secret that I am an otherworlder, but how should I tell him I have been hired by Marito without disclosing this? I honestly don't want to say I have been hired as the court jester. I feel like my cool image would be broken. Let's go with the story that the king has taken a liking to me and he wanted me to go there for a while to talk to him. Ban-san was really happy about this. He obtained the opportunity to bring talks of direct support to the king. After all, the plan to search the unexplored land in Taiza wouldn't be a dream anymore. After that, I bought a few things and returned home with Wolf. I prepared a number of simple things first for Wolf's meal. Later, I studied language with Wolf to kill time. Ilias came back within that time. Good work. But I won't let you end it here. This is Ilias. What was on the table were alcoholic drinks and simple fishes I had Ban-san prepare. That's right. We are having a victory celebration with us three to wrap it up. If it had been a bit more coordinated, we might have been able to have a larger scale celebration with more people like Sarah and Karaji, but this should be enough. This time around, Dog's Bone is still open and there's also other customers. I would like to wrap this up with only people who would celebrate the accomplishments of Ilias. From the bottom of their hearts, Ilias, good work, and congratulations. Wolf, even Wolf, thanks. Ilias. And then, we celebrated the hard work of the girl gracefully, even if it was a bit noisy. Night completely went by. Wolf is sprawled on the sofa, asleep. She is most likely still in a shallow sleep. I place a blanket on her and begin drinking with Ilias again. Speaking of which, Marito told me to come to the castle next time. I see, the castle. Wait, don't call His Majesty without honorifics. Ilias. No. The person himself told me to call him as such. It makes me a bit apprehensive to do so in a place where other people are present though. Is that so? Ilias. Ilias was making a slightly vexed expression. It is not like I don't understand how she feels. Even if she sees me in a good light, with me now getting along with the king she serves, our standings would get complicated too. But he is a good king. He assessed you properly and was also worried about your issues. His Majesty did. I see. Ilias. You have been acknowledged by the top in this country. Now it all depends on your own growth. Ilias. Yeah, you are right. Ilias. This is the first time I see the bashful face of Ilias. This is fresh in itself and it isn't bad. That said, I plan on heading to Maya-san's place tomorrow. Is Maya-san free pretty often? Not really. There would be times when she would have to organize events depending on the season. It is pretty hard to meet her at those times. Ilias. Events as in festivals. That's part of it. There's lively events that the citizens can freely participate in, and there's also large-scale religious festivals performed only within the Yugara church. Ilias. Which one is the closest one? The former one. The harvest festival is close. Ilias. Looks like it would be better to find somewhere else for tutoring. Are there schools in this country? There are. It is a place where young children who can't work yet go to learn how to read and write, and also about history. Ilias. Wolf could. No, considering the age of Wolf, it might be a bit difficult. She would stand out. Ilias. I look at the sleeping face of Wolf. I would like to set up an environment where Wolf won't be treated specially. I am currently doing a variety of things in order to have her learn some knowledge, but I would like this country to get used to her too in the end. Children are pure. They speak out what they are thinking without much polish. Even if the chances of causing trouble are low, it would still be putting a mental burden on Wolf. I myself would like to learn as soon as possible and become Hashiza in the actual meaning of the word. Exactly. It is Maya who has been doing all the heavy lifting right now after all. Ilias. It is shameful. Even though I had Wolf call me Shizu, the only thing I have taught her is housework. That said, it is hard to teach her conduct when she doesn't have the bare minimum knowledge. Let's slowly proceed with the preparations for that then. We might be able to prepare such an environment if we ask Marito. After all, it is close to the training grounds, so she could do combat training too. If it takes form, it would also be fine for her to join us in our training. That just now included you, just for your information. Ilias. I will do swings once I feel like it. I completely lose to Wolf when it comes to initial stats. With the difference in talent included in it, there's basically no chance I can catch up. It is okay. There's merchants and stuff like that in this sword and magic fantasy world, you know. Also, regarding my residence, Marito said that he would prepare one for me. If I am going to be commuting to the castle, it would be better to have a residence closer to the castle instead of Ilias's house, is what Marito proposed. The area where nobles live is also close to the firm of Bansan. It would drastically increase the convenience. But I refused. Please let me stay here for a while longer. Why did you refuse? Ilias. One of the reasons is for the sake of Wolf. She has grown attached to you too. Wolf is crawling into the bed of Ilias at night. She probably doesn't like to remember the days when she was alone. If we change residences, Wolf would come to me instead. Probably. That wouldn't be good for my mental health. If she was still 10 or somewhere around there, my rationale would still work though. Right. It would be rough to look after Wolf by yourself. Ilias. The other one is a personal one. You see, I already told you about how I am still not used to this world, right? Why yeah. Ilias. There's still a lot of things that make me worry when it comes to living in this country, you see. Well, that's how it is. I am making excuses about Wolf, but I am the one with the worries here. My acquaintances in this country have increased in just 1 week. Even with that, I only have a few who I can truly rely on. I might be able to avoid loneliness with Wolf by my side, but worries for the future will pile up just thinking about living in an Isekai while looking after a girl. I may be acting like an adult towards someone younger, but the inexperienced one that can't let go of his dependence is me. I should be able to live alone in this world just like I did in Japan. But I was on the verge of dying after being thrown into this world. My heart was on the verge of breaking at the fact that my words didn't get through. I was deceiving myself into thinking it was a fresh experience, but it is most likely a matter of time before that won't work anymore. Will I be able to last until I adapt to this world, or... The existence of Ilias was big within all that. She gave me the voice, gave me the opportunity, and gave me a place. She provided me the foundation to face this world. It is because she was there that there were a lot of. Yeah, that's right. I refused because it would be sad to leave her and other sentimental stuff. It was natural for me to return to an empty house. But that day when I saw Ilias waiting for me at the entrance, I ended up thinking, this is not bad. I sighed. I look at Ilias. She still has her dumbfounded face. I am off to sleep. I get up and try to carry Wolf. Heavy. No, you could say she is light considering her age, but carrying a girl in her late teens is pretty strenuous. It was quite heavy as well with Ilias too. She is a full-fledged adult in terms of body after all. Wait a moment. I will carry. I do intend on carrying her. But I didn't understand well the true meaning of the words just, Ilias. I say this and escape to my own room. If I had a bit more alcohol in my system and I was more riled up, I would have been able to thank her and tell her my honest feelings. It means that I am also lacking here. I collapsed on the bed and fell asleep just like that. I let Wolf rest in her room. Ilias smiled seeing that sleeping face of hers. Will she come in the dead of the night again? That's fine too. I recall his words. Take it in a good way, so am I right here? He says he wants to rely on me, and he showed that desire through action. And he admitted it. No, wait. We are talking about him here. He might have already taken into consideration the extent of my take it in a good way. Then, isn't it okay for me to think about this as the being a meaning even higher than that? What am I getting excited for? Ilias. He has been in my care, but he has also helped me out. I consider our relationship to be equal. I am happy that a person like that has told me this, but it also feels ticklish. This is not bad. The amount of moments I think are not bad have increased since I met him. I at first felt danger from him and was worried. I thought that he might be an evil that would bring harm to the nation, so I kept him in my care with the intention of keeping an eye on him too. But his actions were for the sake of himself and his surroundings. The means in itself are not to be praised, but he must be doing all he can. There's a part of me that wants to rely on him now. There's a part of me that wants to protect him. This man really stimulates one's desire to protect. but it wouldn't be good to do that considering his age. I really must train him. Ilias mustered unnecessary resolve as she returned to her room. I came to the church of Maya-san yesterday and today with Wolf to study. Maya-san can see through lies. As long as I have my secret agreement with Marito, I should avoid any careless questioning. Let's wrap this up with aimless conversation. By the way, I heard from Ilias that you will have to prepare for the harvest festival soon. Yeah, that's right. It will get decently busy. But I can secure I'm to be the teacher of Wolf-chan. Maya, that would be a great help. Please tell me if there's anything I can help out with in the harvest festival. I am happy to hear that. But we have a lot of people in the Yugara church, so there's no issues. I have a lot of work as the one in charge though. Maya, I will be asking not only you but the help of people like Ilias and Courage in the education of Wolf, so please don't overexert yourself. Okay? It is a shame that I can't dye Wolf-chan in my colors. Maya, I will actually be reducing your time with her more and more. Well, this should be enough. Let's learn from this world's history, especially the Yugara Church's ideals. Will they point their blades at me, or can they become a reliable backbone? There's also the need to discern whether it is possible for me to choose a forked path myself. The same can be said for Marito though. Yeah. That's right. I would like to borrow your possession spell in the negotiations with the Black Wolfkins. I have heard from Ban-san. Of course there's no issues. Maya, that's great. But please don't mess up, okay? It could create a fatal rift between both sides after all. I have experimented with 2 people already, so it is okay. Maya, their sacrifices will be mourned. After that, we headed to Dog's Bone to have supper. Sarah welcomed us when we entered the store. Welcome, Ana-san and Wolf-chan. Sarah tilde, food tilde. Wolf, welcome. Speaking of which, this is your first time coming here for supper, huh? Sarah, oh, you are right. I look around. Despite it being a bit after lunchtime, there's still a decent amount of customers left. The peak hour has passed, so take your time. Sarah, yeah, we will do just that. I finished our order and peeked at the kitchen. Courage's wife and Gozu were cooking diligently. The movements of Gozu have gotten really smooth compared to the first time I saw them. You can change this much in just a few days? Just how much has he practiced? Oh, ain't that Nichan? Gozu, you have completely turned from a tavern master to a cook now. Thanks to you, the profits and fatigue have shot up drastically. Gozu, with that physique of yours, I feel like you will get used to it soon though. I would say my mind is the one that has been trained though. Gozu, right. I would feel bad getting in his way too much, so I gave him the recipe I thought of at once. I have actually made it myself, but I would like 1 or 2 more things added to it. Please show it to the other housewives and consult with them. Ooh. That would help out. Can't really offer you food on the house stealthily with this amount of customers coming in, but I will make them large servings. Gozu, I am a light eater though. Gozu, move your hand before you move your mouth. Yes, my apologies ma'am. Gozu, you have truly become a splendid soldier. Oh well, let's share it with Wolf. I left our supper menu to their recommendation. They are not dishes I have seen in Japan, but they are tasty. It is a rank up from the dishes of this world. This much of a change from that terrible cooking. There's no doubt the one who has grown the most in this 1 week is Gozu. The runner-up would be Wolf, I guess. You have something on your mouth. I grab the food stuck on Wolf's mouth. It feels good to see her eating with glee, but she needs to learn the manners of a lady in the future. Compared to that, I have barely grown. If I had to mention a change since coming to this Isekai, it would be that I have been led by my emotions, and my feelings of wanting to rely on others have gotten stronger. Should I see that as me getting weaker, or see it as me being more flexible? Speaking of which, my muscle pain is mostly gone. Does that mean my body has begun to adapt to the lifestyle in this world? My mental adaptability has also been bolstered thanks to Ilias. I must repay her quickly. I need to have an advantage in our standings or I will stay as a good-for-nothing who can't even repay his debts to a young girl. I have been in this world for more than a week. I suddenly remembered my previous world. It may be nostalgic, but considering the conveniences, My world excelled in that front to an incomparable degree from this one. Even this meal I am enjoying, this could probably line up with convenience store food and ready-made commodities. Most of the things I have learned from the troubles in this world would not be needed in my civilized hometown. What kind of emotions do I feel right now while remembering a variety of things that are different from my life in Japan? Do I have a desire to return? I have a sea of lingering regrets. I also want to know about the continuation to series I was watching and the books I was reading. I would like to try out the elegant lifestyle I have not seen yet and the May food I haven't tasted. I probably won't be able to travel around the whole world even if I were to use all my remaining life. This world has its own charms. Most of the people are living in a straightforward manner. That goes the same for the bandits that were executed by the time I noticed. Garaji told me the other day in the carriage that the bandits that we interrogated and were promised to be kept alive until Dokura was subjugated were executed the day after. One of them left a message. It was from the first man that was interrogated. My life was shit, but I can die as a human. You have my gratitude for that. Are you a warrior? The people in this world live their lives earnestly. It is most likely because there aren't many chances to get involved in a variety of info and events. It feels nice to face a pure heart without many mixed things in them. It spares me from feeling disgust even when looking at myself acting in a manner that allows me to live safely. Thinking about it in that way, there might be no need for me to force myself to return. It may be a bit sooner than expected, but it is like spending my remaining years in the countryside. Can't really call this a bit, huh? But there's no need to go out of my way to cut off a path I can take. Let's search for a way to return to my original world to a moderate degree, at the very least, in a manner that won't make me lose sight of my way of living in this world when getting involved in that. That's how I lived in my original world too. I am sure I will be able to do it, along with the feelings that I want to live safely in this world, within the darkness where light doesn't reach. There's a being sitting in the very depths of its maw. The reality that illuminated the magic seal stones shining faintly, embedded as ornaments of this room, was that this being had thrown away its human shell in ancient times. The one facing this was also covering themselves with cloths. It wasn't possible to tell their emotions from the little bit of their face peeking out from the fabric due to the mask of fake emotions. So, did you manage to retrieve the record number? We did get a report that they have searched Garni, Taizu, and all the bases he used though. Is there no possibility that he got rid of it in Megis? It has been confirmed in Taizu where he died that he used necromancy. Something resembling that was found in the last base he used in Garni, but only a few traces of it. He most likely read and understood the contents of the book in Garni, and learned them. Then, where do you think the book is? He most likely brought the book to Taizu. However, according to the search of the layers used and the layer candidates that weren't used, the aforementioned record was not found, meaning that someone within Taizu has obtained it. Taizu is surrounded by mountains and forests. The only path connecting to other countries is the one to Garni. We currently continue observing whether the book is being moved from either country, but no hits. So the book hasn't moved from Taizu. And, what do? We have prepared someone who will gather information. It is not clear how much time it will take, but I say we will definitely be able to narrow the possibilities. You better hurry. The one in trouble if the thing gets to the light would be you. I am well aware. If it were just you guys being attacked by other countries, we would simply spectate. However, if they manage to sniff out our existence, this relationship is over. We won't be leading you to what lies beyond if you become hindrances. Keep that in mind. Thanks for the warning. Scarlet Demon Lord Sama.